Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third IBMC UAE India Business Fest 2019 in Abu Dhabi. And a little brief about UAE India Business Fest. So, UAE India Business Fest will focus on more support to the UAE economic development and diversification plans by the way of conducting business workshops and industry seminars for the business and investment diversifications with specific focus on SME business and non-oil sectors. The 2019 IBMC UAE India Business Fest is officially supported by Federation of UAE Chambers of Commerce and Industry. IBMC has successfully conducted IBMC UAE India Business Fest in 2017 and 2018, covering all 7 emirates in UAE. This initiative was one of the key factors for selecting IBMC for United Nations Global Compact Sustainable Development Goals Pioneer Award, shortlisting and consideration for Corporate Social Responsibility Label Award from Dubai Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The third year UAE India Business Fest 2019, scheduled filled with business workshops designed to address industry needs. The workshops will cover UAE India projects and opportunities from startups to PPP, along with sector-wise presentations followed by panel discussions. And the workshop will host industry panel discussions, Q&A, sessions with the participation of industry leaders from major business sectors. There will be specially designed B2B lounge for one-to-one project and investment discussions based on registrations. UAE India Business Fest B2B Lounge will be the platform to sign various projects and investment contracts in different sectors for UAE and India. UAE India Industrial and Business Seminar. UAE India Business Fest 2019 will host industrial and business seminars addressed by industry leaders and professionals from UAE and India. The seminar will cover industry-relevant topic addressing the business and investment opportunities, current industry challenges and solutions pertaining to the selected sectors under focus. The seminars and discussions are intended to address existing and newly opened opportunities between India and UAE as a result of latest bilateral treaties and agreements signed between India and UAE. IBMC Group will honor corporate entities and business leaders by presenting UAE India Business Ambassador Award 2019 and UAE India Business Excellency Award 2019 during the concluding ceremony. For welcome and opening remarks, may I request Sajid Kumar, CEO, MD of IBMC Global Networks, to come on stage, please. So, a little brief about Mr. Sajid Kumar. Sajid Kumar has more than 20 years of experience in the global financial service sector, where he has held positions with major stock exchanges, financial institutions, financial brokerage houses, and prominent financial intermediaries internationally. He is an inspirational leader, a visionary, a strategic thinker who is adept at identifying unique business opportunities by utilizing today's technologies. Sajid is the master brain to start IBMC Group in 2010 and creating four-pillar strategy for the financial service industry, which comprises international finance category. Mr. Sajid is the guest lecturer for management colleges in India, UAE, and a frequent guest speaker at industry conferences, roundtables, and panel discussions that cater to the global finance services sector. He is also actively involved with the multimedia events, and is highly regarded as a financial industry leader and often provides global market updates to the media from UAE and India. Mr. Sajid is the master brain of launching recent SME economy project to UAE to empower business and investments. Uh, sir, welcome, sir.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our online YouTube channel viewers, a warm welcome to Abu Dhabi. IBMC UAE-INDIA Business Fest 2019. Today we are concluding with the full day session. We are very much happy to start this last session in Abu Dhabi. This is a third consecutive year. Across UAE, we are conducting to support non-oil sector diversification, business, and investments. So this is the third year we are conducting the first at Abu Dhabi Emirate as well. We can start today's session by participating the Year of Tolerance, the UAE nationwide campaign. So that was there across 2019. So we are concluding 2019 program. So we are just giving the brief about the Year of Tolerance. Across the year, we were also carrying along with this festival. The Year of Tolerance, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, has proclaimed the year 2019 to be the Year of Tolerance in the UAE, highlighting the UAE as a global capital for tolerance and emphasizing tolerance as a universal concept aimed at entrenching the values of tolerance, dialogue, coexistence, and openness to different cultures. So IBMC was also participating this campaign, and Abu Dhabi also, we hereby announce our participation in the national campaign of UAE. 2019, we were facing the challenges of liquidity across the globe. We were also finding out where we need to focus our business or investments. We were trying to make more models in investments and business, especially across UAE in non-oil sectors, diversification. For the past 3 years, IBMC was trying our best to contribute to something to the enhancement of the GDP within non-oil sectors. We had started in the year of 2016 our efforts with our great leader, chairman, His Excellency Sheikh Khalid Al-Hamid bin Hamid. So we had started UAE-INDIA B2B portal. So the first step for entering into that non-oil sector new activities, two economies can able to support across UAE for non-oil sector diversification. One is India, of course. So we are here with the support of Bombay Stock Exchange, Institute Bombay Stock Exchange, for providing all information about non-oil sector diversification and the capacity of India. So we are having 5,000 plus companies listed with national stock exchanges and Bombay Stock Exchange. and that is from 36 sectors. So 30 plus sectors are going to open up across UAE, and that will be a new era for UAE in non-oil sector. So we are sure that IBMC can able to contribute a vital role across UAE by already contributed our efforts and information to the public, to the business class, how to diversify their business or investment in non-oil sector. We know that across the globe, the new era is starting. In US, the new tax regime came up. And in Europe, we know that the Brexit and all the other activities are coming up. So in the Middle East, non-oil sector era. In India, we know that the new tax regime, the GST and all coming up. So in this new era, how we can able to support after successfully finishing these 3 years of project by introducing UAE-INDIA B2B portal, UAE-INDIA B2B center, and 3 years continuously doing this UAE-INDIA business festival across UAE by providing all information online. And if we are entering to the new investment or business practices, we have to learn more. India's best practice for the past 30, 40 years, if you see that, the awareness from the dematerialization to GST. So India was giving that kind of information and knowledge and awareness to the public to come up into that level. So we were also trying to contribute to something to the UAE economy by providing all information, the awareness about the importance of business diversification or investment diversification. So considering India's part as a vital role for contributing the non-oil sector GDP more into the years and years, we know that Expo 2020 is the key driver for non-oil sector diversification across UAE. We are happy to introduce the third year when we started that our 3 years project with the portal, then center, and providing the awareness session. So third year, our prestigious project, innovative project, that is SME economy. This is designed for across GCC, but we are first implementing across UAE. So we have already announced the SME economy benefits to all other Emirates, and today we will have a separate session for SME economy where you can also follow how you can able to take the benefit from this project SME economy. So SME economy is providing the empowerment with redefined e-commerce, SME trading and manufacturing empowerment, SME business empowerment, redefined customer benefits, redefined insurance protection for trades, redefined factoring facility for SME. Today, we have segregated similar way what we were having that sessions at the other 6 Emirates. SME economy, that was our key focus for promoting across UAE this year. We divided SME economy, not only SME economy is including the government entities for providing the adequate license to the companies for the manufacturing in the service or other any sectors. Then it is coming large corporate, the MNC is also involved into that. Then the normal public is also coming into that picture. So SME economy, if we say that a redefined model, so we can say that the crowdfunding in US or Europe were following in 2007, 2008, the global financial crisis. Here, we know very well about, and with the due respect of the legal structure of UAE and GCC, we have redefined the crowdfunding model to e-commerce, a redefined e-commerce model, and simply the normal, the employees, the job creations are increasing, and savings are also increasing from this economy. So how they can able to be a part of the growth of non-oil sector economy, so they can also contribute. So for the business, so in Europe and US, what they were following that the trust companies were initiating their their efforts to collect fund from the normal public to the sovereign funds and switching to the business class and taking a profit back from the business and giving to the investors or customers. So what we are trying to do that this in Europe and US is a clear investment is happening. But here the redefined e-commerce model is providing the entire class of investors or the customers can able to come up and they can also be a part of the non-oil sector business of this country. So we have decided to go ahead with the 4 part of this entire day that will definitely support you and for getting more information about SME economy and how you can able to participate, how you can able to diversify your business or investments across UAE. So we have designed the first session that is showing, that will showcase the non-oil sector. The oil sector, we know that the listed companies, if you say in ADX or DFM, so maximum of 90 companies and active companies, we know that's from 5 to 8 sectors. However, if you say that the Bombay Stock Exchange back in India or other stock exchanges in India, so 5,000 plus companies listed. So 5,000 plus companies listed. Apart from that, SME stock exchange, this is a new concept adopted by the India government to support SME companies. Then startup stock exchange also. So this is how the economy is being, driven by the upcoming, even though the leadership activities, we say that entrepreneurship activities, we say that the boosting from the ground level to the top in the economy level. So here, first session is the big picture. So we know that the oil and gas sector is a little bit coming down and non-oil sector is taking over the economy of non-oil economy, wherever it is across the globe. So UAE also similar ways is going to happen. So the big picture means that if we are coming up with the non-oil sector, so 30 plus sectors are coming up where you can choose, you are getting that big opportunities, huge opportunities to find out your interested area or so all people here living as even though on the job or business or as our investment or the government job, people want to become the entrepreneurship, activities or entrepreneur across the globe or internationally. So here IBMC is trying to give the opportunity to become the entrepreneur in best way from the startup to MNC level. So first, our session is talking about the big picture, growth opportunities. So listen carefully about the growing or contribution to SME sector of Abu Dhabi. So how it is happening, we will be discussing and giving that the experts ideas and information to you. Second, non-oil sector diversification, importance of that, why you are diverting that your business to other business and all the opportunities. So in 2019, we were heading with the challenges of liquidity and how to move. But in 2020, this will support that the opportunities are coming also, and the challenges on the other side with the huge opportunities. So that is based on your capacity, your knowledge, your expertise. You have to choose from the multiple opportunities, which one is best for you. So we will be providing growth of non-oil sector diversification. Then something we will give you the indication. What all are growth limiting factors? So where you need to rectify. So that will also be the first session we will be discussing. And current SME challenges. So SME economy, that project is addressing 3 factors. So whenever a business is starting a business, is finding out, first challenge, 3 challenges are there where we are defining here. First challenge for getting the business. So quality should be improved with a lesser margin. That is important in this part of the world. Second is the challenge with the funding. So how to get the fund and whether so if we are the working capital from the company, that is right for using for the business or what are other choices. So we are giving that information to you. Third is coming up, the third challenge is receivables. The delaying the receivables. A lot of other tools are also coming up, so we will be providing the information of these current SME challenges in the first panel. Second panel is coming, Abu Dhabi SME economy. So how to achieve full potential. We all are having that kind of multi-level of the capacity or expertise in this country, and where we can contribute our all this kind of experts or experience or our knowledge to different part of the business or investments. So second panel, we will be focusing more into partnering with the India companies. Why India? India is having that kind of 5,000 plus companies listed, and 28 states are having that, the Chamber of Commerce under that, thousands of companies are ready to explore their opportunities across UAE. So if they are getting a right partner, so partner with India. Second is product diversification and innovations. So innovation, that is most important. Whenever if it is coming up, that is with the innovative and the most powerful or supportive, the measures, wherever we are taking, then only we will get the business. So we are going to discuss about the product diversification and innovations. Then make in UAE. You know very well about in-country value, ICV, started by the Abu Dhabi government. So we will be discussing that in making UAE opportunities with the SME. So we all are having the SME means, a small entity or nothing contributing to the GDP. But in future, this company's manufacturing and service or the other activities, this industry is going to become the backbone of the entire the oil economy, so including UAE. So we'll be discussing about make in UAE and manufacturing opportunities, new technology adaptation. So that is most important. So artificial intelligence, IoT, fintech, all these kind of new technologies are coming into that. So how to go ahead to new era? So we are going to head the new era. So how to go ahead? So if we are moving that, the packing with a manual or the the machine related packaging services is a small example, because import re-export are happening more here. So this is what, if we are selecting that, what is the tool we need to adapt for the technology level for reaching to the public. So that is most important. So we are getting a lot of opportunities, business opportunities. If we are not going in the right way, you cannot able to reach your goals. So we will be discussing about the new technology adoption as well. The third session about funding and finance. We need to understand more on new funding and financial tools and new regulations. That is most important. Whenever we are reaching, so the IBMC's concept is like that. IBMC is functioning with a 4-pillar strategy. One is international compliance and law. Second is international tax and audit. Third is international financial education and international business and investments. So why this 4-pillar strategy is coming up? If we don't know about it, we know that what has happened in 2006 and across the globe, people were jumping for the marketing. So because marketing opportunities are huge in 2005, 2006 and all across the world. So, and they were getting that some kind of profit immediately, making that. Then they felt that this is not in a system, this company is not in a system, is functioning. So they have designed their own way, their company how to act. So that was not related to with the regulations. So that's why a lot of companies collapsed. So IBMC is stressing that regulations are most important, and you just see that, first of all, you just see the legal and regulations first. Second is the tax and audit, that already started here. Then learn something more on the financial side. Then go to your business and investment. So we will be discussing that also in the third panel, that is new funding and financial tools and new regulations. So raising funds, how to raise the fund. So here only the major companies can able to raise fund for IPO. So how to get that for SME companies can able to list in a stock exchange. So this is what our aim was in the SME economy. That project is a small, following the stock market regulations. So who all are participating into the SME economy is a complementary. So who all are participating into that, they can also think about that the future listing in SME stock exchange whenever that the concept is launching in UAE. Then the business protection, that is most important. Whenever we are going through the thinner margin also came down on all business. So how to protect it? So trade credit insurance is also important. So we will be discussing on that. And factoring system, definitely to extend the credit facility. So that is important. So sometimes, so uncertainties are happening. So the companies are forcing for the extending their payment schedule. So these factoring facilities, factoring companies, they are there globally. They can able to help on this matter. And VAT and excise duty, also important. The new regulation and best practice, what all are things to be followed, that will be discussing in the third panel. And VAT information center also, what all are things we are also providing the service to the companies. Fourth panel, we are concluding with think big on that. So that means whenever we are getting all this information, first we were discussing about the big picture is coming up, so we got some information. Second is how to utilize our expertise and all, okay, that is also fine. Third is the financial tool, how we will get the finance arrangements or other supportive measures for the finance. Then third thing is think big. So if we are not thinking anything, nothing is going to happen. So think big on that, like this economy, this government is also thinking such a level, vision 2030 and all is coming out 2022 or 2020 onwards is happening. So lot of new information, new possibilities are coming with the new regulations. So you think big on that. What are your capacities, where you can able to participate in the business and investment. So this is most important 4 sessions. We were having that 6 other Emirates. And in Abu Dhabi today, we are also providing all this information for your betterment. And please feel, contact us after this event also anytime for if you have any doubts and all. So I'm sure that today's all sessions will be very much supportive and for business class and investors. And this will also provide the opportunity to become the part of Abu Dhabi Emirates growth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Mr. Anup, CBO Executive Director, IBMC Global Networks on stage, please. Mr. Anup PS, an MBA University first rank holder with specialization in finance and marketing, has over 14 years of managerial experience in business development, investment management, risk management, compliance, project management, financial training, education, spanning UAE, India, and Qatar. He is actively involved in strategic planning, positioning of the brand, in addition to driving the marketing, sales, investment management, and compliance functions, and developing alternate revenue channels. Mr. Anup has conducted over 400 training sessions in UAE, India on various topics related to investment management. He was a part of building up a new business model in financial services in UAE, which ultimately resulted in achieving the highest national recognition in UAE for his company. He has also been involved with numerous CSR and social initiatives with the organization that has been associated with, and he's also a guest lecturer in many management colleges in India. So, please welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome again to IBMC's third UAE-India Business Fest. We are conducting this third time in UAE. 2017, in fact, we started the UAE-India Business Fest, the first concept. And that was actually to connect the business opportunity between India and UAE and explore the possibilities of business in all the 7 Emirates in UAE. So rather than conducting one particular session in any one emirate and just highlighting the opportunity, IBMC decided that we will go to all the 7 emirates in UAE, conduct independent sessions in all the 7 emirates, and identify what exactly is opportunities available. So as a result, what we did is that we start with Burj Khalifa in Armani. We started the program in Dubai, then Sharjah Chamber of Commerce, Ajman Palace Hotel, then Obalco in Royal Residence we conducted, then Fujairah, then followed by Ras Al Khaimah, then concluding ceremony in Abu Dhabi. So the same model we are continuing for the last 3 years. This is the third year. And each year, we have a special focus. So initially, the first year was the launching of IBMC's UAE-India Business Fest. And the second year, looking at the government's vision and objectives, we have decided that our core objective last year was artificial intelligence, IoT, and fintech was the core focus. All the 7 emirates, we were exploring the possibilities and opportunities. And this year, as we all know, our core focus is on SME, small, medium-sized enterprises, SME and SME development. SME development, when we are talking, like why we are giving that core focus is that if you look at the government's focus itself, there is a lot of changes that is happening in the economic landscape across the globe. And UAE is taking a very lead role in almost all the main pillars of development for the future. There, one of the key sector which we all should not neglect is SME sector. SME sector, if you look at the current scenario, there is a large initiative from the government side for the diversification of government's focus from oil sector to the non-oil sector. And if you look at the UAE's landscape, we can see that nearly 400,000 SME companies are here. Out of these 400,000 SME companies, they contribute nearly 60% of the non-oil sector GDP growth. It is a quite huge contribution. And if you look at the workforce, nearly 80% of the private workforce is contributed by this particular sector alone. So going forward, this is going to be very important sector. If you have gone through the last news between the last 1 week, the UAE government has given the new policy initiatives like the new announcement related to SME sector, the government's new actions plans to support the SME sector. The reason is that there are a lot of startup companies and other things is coming in, mostly driven by the technology innovations which is happening in this country. So as a result, the government also is taking a lot of initiatives, and our initiative here is to bring in the expertise in the panels so that the information can be shared to the public. But when we are sharing it to the public, it is not the audience who is looking at here. We are sharing it to the public who is watching it online as well. In fact, Mr. Sajid was actually mentioning it in the beginning itself, like the whole program is available live in YouTube. I think if you can go to IBMC Media, the YouTube channel, the program is live and you can even share it with your colleagues if you want. Just go to YouTube and search for IBMC Media. You can see the live streaming which is happening here. You can see all the previous videos of IBMC's, the entire programs, whatever has been happened, the entire programs are available. Why we are conducting the program in such a model is that the experts' opinion and other things, because all the industry segments, we are bringing in the top experts in these panels, and whatever information they are sharing, it is available for future reference as well. Say, for example, some industry expert is coming and sharing the opinion about that particular industry sector, say, for example, manufacturing or artificial intelligence, say, for IoT or anything. That is a permanent record which is available there. Even if you do not get time to watch at that particular time, later stage you can go and watch it. Even a SME company is coming and saying that, okay, we have this perfect opportunity in UAE. A lot more investment possibilities are also available. At the time when you are listening it, you may not be able to absorb the entire thing. Or you're going back to your board and saying that, okay, there is an opportunity available right now. Why don't we consider? Then at that time, to reproduce the same thing, like the information which you can produce may be a limited thing. But you can very well refer to this particular videos, and the entire information can be shared without losing the core content. So as a result, the entire informations are available here. You can also share this information. Starting from 2017, IBMC's all programs are live in YouTube. Just subscribe to this particular channel so that, sorry, you're not getting it here. I'm sorry for that. Just subscribe to this particular channel so that, sorry, you're not getting it here. Can I get the screen sharing, please? I'm sorry for that. Just subscribe to this particular channel so that, sorry, you're not getting it here. Can I get the screen sharing, please? I'm sorry for that. Sorry, I was thinking that you were watching it. Sorry for that. Just go to the YouTube channel, and YouTube, just type IBMC Media. You will get the IBMC YouTube channel, and I'll just take it and show you once again. IBMC Media, if you go to the videos, you will get the entire videos which is available there. Starting from 2017, the whole programs, all panel discussions, everything is available there. You can go and watch the same thing. And the current program which is happening, that is also live in YouTube. You can also share the same thing with your team members. So here, as we discussed, like when in the SME sector, when IBMC is conducting such a program, we are selecting the experts from each sector, and a core discussion is being taken. And our objective is not to just discuss and go back. What we do is that IBMC has created IBMC's separate centers for the further support activities. And as a result, like if any of the business inquiry is coming in the later stage, we are there to connect that inquiry and ensure that the business results has been materialized. So that is why this is not a one-day job or something. Whatever we are discussing, the further opportunities, we do the follow-up and make sure that the result is coming in. So it's a result-oriented program we are conducting across UAE. Now, when we conduct this particular sections, like we take the experts from different industry. Mr. Sajid was rightly mentioning about the panel speakers who is coming today. Now, when you look at the selection of the industry experts, we are giving core focus to the people who is having in-depth experience in UAE and even outside markets. So we have brought in people from India as well who is having ample experience in this particular industry segment so that the relevant industry-related informations can be shared with you. Now, let me ask you a question like UAE has set up the vision for the future. How many of you have gone through the Vision 2021? UAE Vision 2021? We have 2 people. We have Artificial Intelligence Ministry. This is the world's first ministry for artificial intelligence in UAE. It has been started here. How many of us visited that particular artificial intelligence ministry, the website? There is a Vision 2031 is there. There is nobody has visited it. There is a UAE Vision 2071 is there. The government has initiated 2071 vision statement is there. Anybody has visited that? Yeah, great. 2 people at least. And we have Abu Dhabi Vision 2030. There is a detailed paper which the government has published. Anybody has seen that? Yeah, great. So here the thing is that the government is taking initiative, whether it is UAE or any other country. When the government is taking initiative, it is the responsibility of the public to go and see that which direction the government is moving. Because to that direction, if we do not align our business activities, it will not be a futuristic approach from our business side. So as a result, what we urge all of you to keep a close watch on what the government is doing. Why I'm saying this is that UAE government is taking a very futuristic approach. because taking a vision statement for 2071, it's not a joke. They've taken a lot of aspects in that. If you look at the key pillars of activities which they are taking, we are giving focus to those particular sectors which the government is giving more focus. Now, come to artificial intelligence. We all know that there is a mass disruption which is coming in. The existing line of business, the kind of business, the entire things will be changing in the coming future. Whether it is finance, education, even the trade sector or anywhere. Blockchain technology is going to come in a massive way and a lot of changes is expected in almost all the sectors. So it is up to the SME companies who is operating in the traditional manner to understand what kind of changes are coming in this market and what kind of change they have to adopt. Without knowing that, it will be very difficult to sustain in the future market. Now, if you look at education sector, you can see that a lot of changes coming in the education sector and the traditional kind of education, that model itself has been changed. We have experts joining us today who will be explaining more about those things. When in finance, you have seen that UAE has taken a lot of initiatives in the financial these things. We have seen VAT and more tax changes are being coming in. Legal systems, you have seen a lot of law changes like introduction of bankruptcy law. We have come up with a lot of new legal regulations, which is being even the check bounce cases and other things, whatever was the previous laws, everything has been changed. The country is looking for the future approach. We are all geared up for the Expo 2020 as well, and a lot more changes are coming in this country. So what we have done is that we have brought in the top experts, and we request all our guests to kindly interact with the experts who is available today. Go through the YouTube channels of IBMC. You can refer to the previous programs and other details. And of course, post-event, we will be here to support you in continuation to whatever discussions we are doing it. Whatever support is needed from IBMC to materialize the business results, we are very well here. So thank you very much once again for joining us, and we will be moving on with the panel discussions. Thank you very much.
We'll move on to the first panel discussion on Abu Dhabi SME economy, the big picture, the growing contribution of SME sector to Abu Dhabi's GDP, non-oil diversifications, current SME challenges, growth limiting factors. May I request our moderator, Mr. Anup, CEO, ED, IBMC Global Networks, to be on stage, please. And also, I would like to invite our panel speakers to be on stage. Mr. Federico Fernandez, Project Manager, GIAS, General Civil Aviation Authority, UAE. Welcome, sir. Professor Dr. George V. Anthony, Advisor, Knowledge Initiatives, IBMC India, Dean and Director, FISAT India. Mr. Tirupat Mehta, Managing Director, Vice Consultancy. Mr. Raj Gopalan Ramesh, CEO, Veracity Consulting. Mr. Bhaskar Raj, Senior Journalist, UAE.
Hi, Mr. Frederick. How are you? Yeah, please. Yeah. Please. Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Welcome all our senior panel members to IBMC's UAE-India Business Fest 2019, the concluding ceremony in Abu Dhabi. We have a very prominent panel available today, and they have a lot of in-depth experience in the industries they are representing. So to give an audience an outlook about the expert areas of our key panel members, may I request our panel members to kindly give a self-introduction, so that will be better for our audience to give their comments later. Starting from Mr. Tirupat Mehta.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Tirupat Mehta. I'm a chartered accountant, and I run a boutique advisory firm called Wise Consultancy, based out of Dubai. So we advise corporates, SMEs, large corporates, in setting up of companies, holding structures, raising finance, VAT advisory, audit, and accounting services.
Mr. Frederick.
Hello, my name is Frederico Fernandez. Thank you very much for this lovely invitation. I work for General Civil Aviation Authority of United Arab Emirates. It's a federal authority, and my job, I belong to the most commercial arm of that entity. My job is to scout for projects in the aviation sector that needs financing, aviation/tourism, but mostly in aviation. And at the same time, I gather investors around a sector that is very energetic, and in the first 35 years, the next 35 years, will prove themselves as added value for investors, traditional investors into aviation sector and non-traditional investors. So I've scouted all the world. Mainly, I scout projects, government projects, infrastructures, and also startups in aviation sector. And once a year, after we have a team that scouts it all around the world. We travel a lot and also try to connect them into local investors. And once a year, we get together. This meeting will happen next week. It's called GIAS, Global Investment in Aviation Summit. You're all invited. You just need to drop me an email, find me in the social media, or speak with me now, drop me an email, so that you can have access to what's happening in terms of investment in aviation sector and tourism sector all around the world. We have around 7 ministers, we have 20 official delegations, we have 70 beautiful startups in aviation and tourism sector that will rock the next 40 years, either as IE, either infrastructure, software. So it's a lovely platform for everybody to start diversifying the look. So I'm here to speak about tourism and aviation. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Great. Mr. Rajagopal Ramesh.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Anu, for the opportunity to be in the panel. My name is Rajgopal and Ramesh. I'm a chartered accountant by training. I have been in the UAE for a long time, nearly 40 years now. I was working mainly in Abu Dhabi and a little bit in Dubai for the first 35 years as an employee of various companies, including ADNOC Shipping for 15 years. And in 2014, I started on my own. I run a boutique management consulting firm called Veracity Consulting. I provide advisory services in accounting, finance, M&A transactions, also in improvement of operational controls, cost controls, and so on. Thank you.
Mr. George V. Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel discussion. Myself is Dr. George Anthony. I serve as a Dean and Director of FISAT Business School from Cochin. It's a business school promoted by a federal bank, which is a private sector bank in Kerala. I also serve as the Global Ambassador for IAAP UK and the Regional Director for Institute of Directors, India. My expertise is most into corporate governance. My PhD and postdoc is into corporate governance, and I carry 22 years of exposure in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a very expert panel available here, and our topic is the growing contributions of SME sector to Abu Dhabi's GDP, non-oil diversification, current SME challenges, and the growth limiting factors. And I think I'll start with Mr. Tirupat Mehta. He's an international consultant operating in multiple countries and having a very long track record in UAE. So you will be having an in-depth interaction and experience about the sector for a very long time.
So based on your expertise, how you see the non-oil sector diversification is happening in UAE? Is it just a theory which is there, or it practically, are you seeing that kind of a change is happening? How important that is?
Yes, UAE is of late, have started focusing more on non-oil, industries, whether it is a tourism, whether it is hospitality, or you call it as manufacturing or converters. So if you see, if we talk about Abu Dhabi as specific, Abu Dhabi non-oil sector is growing by 6% per annum. Their contribution, SME contribution to the GDP of UAE is around 12%. And with the Expo 2020 coming in and the facilities what Abu Dhabi has created, like IZAD and other board, we see a lot of contribution by SME into the non-oil production, basically into manufacturing setup. This is what we see. And if you see overall the contribution of, there's a 95% SMEs in UAE as such of the total corporate size what you have. So it is a major 60-70% of the revenue of a non-oil comes from these SME sector. So SME plays a very vital role as far as the economy is concerned, of the UAE. And now with the global changes and the economy and the reliance on oil, going down and the volatility, the focus of the government is towards, promoting SME sector, which is the backbone of any economy. So I see a lot of positive movements where the land has been allocated at lower cost, electricity, power, utility. So adequate infrastructure has been provided so that non-oil can capture to the global market. And especially you have almost like 2 billion people within the axis of UAE, whether it is India, GCC, Africa, at a distance of 6 hours, 7 hours, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, destination. So UAE places a very high importance as far as the global markets are concerned to have setup of SMEs or corporates over here as a manufacturing base. And we see a lot of movement into that, investments flowing into UAE.
I think Mr. Rajgopal Ramesh also can add a few points there, the kind of diversification which is happening from non-oil, oil sector to non-oil sector, the kind of changes you are seeing in UAE.
As I said in the beginning, I've been here for 40 years now almost, and I've seen the UAE grow from, I would not say an underdeveloped or undeveloped country. It was developed even in 81. It was probably a decade after oil was discovered and exploited. And ever since, I've seen it grow by leaps and bounds. But then the focus was mainly on oil and gas, the energy sector. Trade was restricted to import and export. Dubai was well known for re-export trade. But over the last 4 decades, the manufacturing sector has taken root and grown by leaps and bounds. You name any product, whether it's FMCG or consumer product or industrial inputs, everything is manufactured here, except they do not, out of choice, have avoided industries which create pollution like chemicals or textile manufacturing or leather, treatment of leather. These are highly polluting industries. They've been kept out of the ambit of UAE out of choice, not because they could not do it. UAE has made forays even into agriculture. If you go to the Al Ain area, there are lots of greenhouses, and they produce fruits and vegetables at fairly high cost compared to competition, but it proves a point. Even in terms of research, we are all aware of the deluge we had over the last couple of weeks. It's all due to natural factors as well as cloud seeding. That's a level of scientific achievement which this country has reached. So all this goes to prove that diversification is at the top of the agenda of the country's policymakers and the rulers, and it has been successful so far.
We would like to take your comment also, Mr. Frederick. You are from the aviation industry, but based on your experience, how you have seen the UAE has moved from the oil sector to non-oil sector, the changes which you have seen, your side of, because in aviation sector, you are saying that a lot of startup initiatives and a lot of other initiatives the government is coming up. So just throw some lights on what kind of changes we are seeing in this particular sector.
Well, I think that I come from a country where tourism is also very important, that is Portugal, and I can see the fantastic job that has been made here. Firstly in Dubai and now in Abu Dhabi. There is exciting news coming to Abu Dhabi. Probably people are not very much aware, but this agreement with Air Arabia is just the strongest low cost in Middle East, and they own their own aircraft, their own portfolio. So a lot of this investment capability, and putting that together with lovely new airport and the structures that already exists here in hospitality, let's say, for example, Yas Island, and all the major events, and all this shifting of focus also to tourism, that means that the next years will be very, very exciting here in Abu Dhabi, and all the industry around tourism will profit from that. It's very easy to understand that from a point of view if you know the stakeholders that are involved. So, and also UAE presents to these visitors the best weather possible, the best customer experience possible. I mean, just traveling to UAE airport is, for people who travel a lot, it's amazing. And the connectivity that exists in both airports.
As they advertise, that itself is a destination. So
yes, everything. And for example, in Dubai, something that is quite amazing for an European. In Dubai, only 20% of people exit the airport to Dubai. So there is a mine of gold there still to be worked. It's amazing. You don't see these kind of numbers in other countries. So the work is done. The strategic was very well placed. And I mean, it dazzles everybody that it's not from this country. How was it possible, the vision? And it's here. The tools are here. And I truly believe, I'm optimistic, and I also love tourism and aviation, so I truly believe that the sector that will influence most in this country will be always tourism and aviation. So if it wasn't for a strong hub, so most of the business will not be happening, and most of the tourists will not be coming. So SMEs should focus also in some products that can be related to aviation sector. The other day, I heard an amazing story in the airport in Dubai, where gentlemen that were working on the ground near the aircrafts, pushing those yellow sleeves, big yellow sleeves that they connect under the aircraft, that is AC. So, and every time that sleeves were damaged, they were replaced for a new one. And the gentleman said, is it possible to repair this? And they said, no, this is a certification or legislation. But he went knocking in several doors, and he said, okay, there is a breach. Perhaps I could be the first one to do this in UAE. And now he's got a millionaire business running in Sharjah, just doing repairs for that. And now he's shifting all this technology, and there's knowledge to everywhere. So tourism is, and aviation is definitely a way to go for SMEs in Abu Dhabi.
Great. Dr. George Anthony, you are a person who is looking not only UAE, like the global perspective, like how the economic changes is happening. This is a global phenomenon, from oil sector to non-oil sector. Diversification is a global phenomenon. Even in India, the changes are happening in a massive way. Government is also giving a lot of focus to SME sector. We have the Ministry of MSME, and a lot of initiatives has been taken there. And there is a very good relation which is coming with India and UAE. So how do you see the future possibilities of SME?
Well, basically, if you look at SME has always been a major contributor to the economy of any country, for that matter, whether it's India, UAE, or any other country, for that matter. And in a recent research paper, which I've observed, that 70% of the jobs are created through SME organizations. And the other day I was going through a document, a government official document of UAE, and I understand that 40% of the jobs are created in SME sector in Dubai, which is contributing to 33% of the GDP, which is in line with what is happening around the world. If you look at the emerging economies, it's and if you look at the job opportunities created by the SME sector, it's around 40-45%. And it contributes around 33%. SME contributes around 33% to the GDP. Now, in India, we face an interesting aspect now. It's called stagflation, which is a situation where you have high inflation, low growth rate, coupled with low employability. Now, this is happening for the last, if you look at the past 6 consecutive quarters, this is happening. Now, the aspect which we have to look at is, how is it affecting companies? When you compare with the big size companies and also the SMEs, the positive aspect of it is like, the opportunities are common for both. The opportunities which you find, the IoT or, the artificial intelligence, technology-related enabled aspects are, it's actually, it is, common for both. But at the same time, if you look at the challenges, I feel that SME companies face a lot of challenges than the big size companies in terms of asset, asset utilization, or in terms of technology adoption, or in terms of funding for that matter, which is one of the major issues. Now, this is actually a situation that, SMEs, or, probably when you mean organizations like IBMC should look into. Now, I come from an academic background, if you look at the other panelists, you are mostly into industry. I come from an academic background as well. So now, I feel that, the academic institutions a greater role play in this kind of a scenario. Like, the basic fundamentals of organization excellence, if you look at, the three major pillars are knowledge, skill, and professionalism. Now, if you look at the knowledge perspective, yesterday's knowledge is, in fact, is at times irrelevant in today's context. Today, if a company want to be into existence, if a company need to look at sustainability, definitely they need to work on fintech or on artificial intelligence. They need to adopt such technologies. Now, the most interesting aspects of about skilling is a particular skill in today's environment is a totally different concept. Skill has only shelf life in today's environment. A particular skill is valid today or relevant today, but probably you need to develop a couple of, certain other skills, if you want to operate in, tomorrow's environment. So, and another major aspect that, SME companies should definitely look at is a behavioral aspect. Now, when I use this particular terminology, behavior aspect, the knowledge that we gain, or these organizations gain from, and as well as the skills that you adopt, need to be aligned in such a way that the organizational behavior, should really help the organization in getting aligned to the the industrial requirements, in getting themselves transformed to the requirements of the customers, and understanding the customers, the true stakeholders of the organization. So from this perspective, I strongly believe that, organizations need to focus on these aspects, if they are looking at future.
That's very well pointing out the challenges which SMEs are facing. And in fact, here in UAE, what we see is that the right aspect of the change is visible in front, because the government is also coming up with a lot of policy changes that is in the front. And industry itself is changing, like a lot of innovative technology innovations and other things are coming up. So in this aspect, in the practical scenario, when you directly interact with the SME company, I think Mr. Tirupat Mehta can add a lot of information here, because when the companies are facing these challenges, as you mentioned that funding is a problem. SME companies are facing the funding issues. Even the starting itself, the regulatory changes and other things, they need to keep updated, like what are the changes coming in and all these things are there. There the problem is that there is a little bit reluctancy in adapting these changes, it's there. And if you look at the kind of new implementation which has come in UAE, for example, VAT implementation. The moment the VAT implementation has come, majority of the clients were saying that it is something just to penalize them. That was the attitude for them. But the companies were not realizing that the government is bringing in certain regulations so that the company's growth can be sustained for long term, because everything is in a regulated platform, it is coming globally. The regulated platform, it is coming in. I think, Mr. Tirupat Mehta, if you can add a little more value, the kind of challenges the SME companies were facing from the practical experience. Say, for example, the changes of financing itself. Because many of the SME companies, it is being started by the particular expert in that he will be a business expert in his line of business, but he may not be a financial expert. So how important is it to get a proper financial advisory in terms of an SME company for a sustainable future development?
As there are a lot of challenges, and as rightly highlighted by our fellow panelists, is that the skill sets. See, most of the SMEs are single owner driven, 2 employees, 3 employees. The average size of SME, by and large, if you talk about UAE, is 3 or 4 employees, if you take an average of it. So the right skill set is not there to take to the next level. And the corporate governance, the kind of educate report, risk mitigation factors, which are challenging in the current changing atmosphere. The global markets are so volatile that the SMEs are facing these kind of challenges because they don't have adequate manpower or the knowledge. And that's one of the reasons the banks are now reluctant to fund SMEs, because they see that there's a risk. To a level they can assess, but the moment they go global, there's a challenge, whether they will be able to, how they will mitigate the risk of the customers at the other side or the supply chain. So these are the challenges which SMEs are facing. But of late, what you have seen in the last 3-4 years, there are a lot of skip cases in UAE. That has also put a lot of strain on the banking side of it. The trust factor between the SME and the bank has gone to the lowest level, if you see in terms of history. The compliances, the KYC, the global banking scenario, the reporting system, the CVR, the FACTA, all these changes are putting more strain onto the SME funding. So if you see, the banks are reluctant, very reluctant to fund third port shipments. Unless until it is a UAE base or your movements of goods are from UAE, they are not willing to fund. Which again, as UAE has been a trading hub, so it's been a transit point. So you will have goods moving from India, China, or to Africa, or from west to east. So this is what the movement is. So banks have to assess themselves. They have to also understand the psychology of the SME, the trade patterns of the SME, and the device adequate system. So where they can also give them a helping hand in assessing the situation and fund them. Without the banking support or the industry, no SME can sustain. You see the challenge in India also with the corporate world is that the banks are not funding. There's a stop on the fund. So there is a rotation. The working capital gap has become bigger in terms of, so the scales have gone down. The global economy, India is struggling to, cope at 7-8% of growth, what they have projected, if they have to become a 5 trillion economy. Similarly with the UAE, if you see, the statistics shows again that there is a drop in UAE population by 25% from 4 million to 3 million. Now, with that kind of challenge coming in, that means a lot of SMEs must have been closed. If there's 1 million people have gone from the country, that means the tourism, the hospitality, the SME sector would have taken a hit, maybe because of the markets are not there for them, or there's no financing available for them. So these are the challenges which the SMEs are facing currently in UAE. Banks are trying to do it. The financial institution, the government is also promoting and bringing up, insurance-backed programs, funding. There's a fund which has been adequately given by the Abu Dhabi government and Dubai as well to support the SME manufacturing or SME industry. But again, the SMEs are not aware of that. They have to be educated. They need to take advice from financial experts, the consultants who can help them, guide them, understand, and make the other institution understand what's their business model, so that it will become easier for them to raise finance and do business with safety. That is the most important part.
There we have seen a very interesting development. The majority of the SME companies right now over the last, after the implementation of VAT, rather than they depend on the traditional style of accounting practices like putting the accountant and doing their own these things, they are now depending on the professional bodies, like assigning the task of financial part to be taken by the experts so that these things can be taken care by the professional team. So they don't have to take care of this aspect and they can focus really on their business model. The other side, what we see is that the people still follow these traditional models and other things. What they do is that at the time of VAT filing and other things, they somehow file the returns. But they do not understand the importance of having a proper accounting system. So for example, tomorrow you are applying for a loan, whether it is from the bank, whether it is from the crowdfunding or anything, your proper audit report and all these things in a systematic manner, it is very important. So how far the SME in a mass scale, if you look at how far they are educated, because there are a lot of SME education which is going on the VAT training sessions and other things. Rather than training on the particular aspect of how to file the VAT return, how far we are able to reach to the SME and educate them that this is really important for you to go further in future. So the importance that a proper accounting system is needed, you need to have the proper audit to be done, quarterly audits, and these are all things which is needed for your company. It is not as some obligation you have to file it for the government. Government has brought in for your benefit. How far this message has reached to these companies right now?
If you see, historically, UAE as such has no taxes, right? So the corporate world or the SME world were like, okay, go happy guys, in terms of do your business, whatever bank balance is your balance, in terms of that kind of approach. They were not statutory were complying with any requirement. So suddenly a change. First was to educate themselves, to upgrade themselves, to see that they have to comply with these things. So 2018, government started 17 promoting that the VAT is coming in, they have to comply with these other requirements. So it took a lot of time for the SMEs to, shift from, that kind of attitude towards that now they are compulsory have to maintain books of accounts. So that has been done. A lot of seminars by the government has been conducted to educate the SMEs that every Emirates has gone and, done the seminars that how they have to maintain books. Institute has done a lot of work. IBMC has done type of work to educate the SME industries that this is the compliance. And it's a collection point. Basically, it's a collection point of tax by the government, appointed the company, the responsibility has been shared. But to translate into the financial aspect of it, I don't think so. Hardly 1 or 2% would have thought about it, because again, we don't have a ecosystem, financial ecosystem, which will help them in raising finance if I'm an audit compliant, except for the banking. You don't have SME listing like what you have in India, BSE. So we need to have another ecosystem over here where these kind of compliances, when SME does, they can go and capitalize on it. Currently, they are only doing it from the perspective of the statutory obligations which has been imposed on them. So this is where the SMEs are driving. But yes, in near term, they will find the benefit out of it because the lending will become easier. The trust between the bank and the SME will be there because these are reported sales. These are authentic sales which are there. The transactions are authenticated. The adequate tax has been paid. So the benefit will come, but again, the financial ecosystem has to be developed, which again, UAE has to come up with, how to have the risk of SMEs shifted and how they can, the private participation of others into the SME to take them to the next level of, is required. So I see will still take time, 1 year, 2 year down the line.
Going on. Mr. Rajagopal, Ramesh, how far now the companies are going for the specialized services, as we mentioned, like the exclusive CFO services and other things, rather than they put in their own organization external outsourcing of the expertise of people having a lot of experience, like that, how you see that the change which is coming in UAE right now?
I think there is still a long way to go to achieve efficiencies associated with interesting jobs to experts through probably outsourcing of functions. By its very definition, SMEs are generally small in size. And one of the most important ingredients in a company coming up is the owner's passion. By and large, the owner is a technocrat. He's probably an engineer who has an idea and who feels confident that he can execute it. And generally, they do. But along with this, by virtue of being small and knowing the business inside out, the owner generally has a good amount of control over what's happening in the business. This gives rise to a kind of a psychological barrier in delegating, number one, or outsourcing functions. Take, for example, a very small manufacturing company employing 50 people, a couple of products. The owner exactly knows what is the day's production, what's the level of raw materials, what's the inventory of finished stock, what's the receivable. Because it's a small business, he's involved hands-on all day. So that gives a kind of proprietary ownership in his mind, and therefore he does not want to allow outsiders to enter the business. The accounting and finance function is privy to what's happening at the company A to Z. So they don't feel comfortable with letting outsiders enter the business and have access to this kind of information. And also by virtue of being small, generally, if you take the accounting and admin function, for example, in a smaller and medium enterprise, the accountant tends to perform functions which are not exactly accounting. Other functions are also done, by which the company achieves some cost savings. Therefore, they do not see any merit in outsourcing these functions. That leads me to believe.
That actually brings the question of being transparent and the secrecy and transparency aspect.
Yeah,
The
this
business
is
owner wish to keep their secrecy, and the transparency part is a little bit compromised there.
This is basically a mental block, I would say, to put it very crudely. And through education, probably we can overcome.
But going forward, when it becomes mandatory to furnish your proper business records in public, say for example, when you are giving the actual financial details to the government, of course, it is a transparent information. If there is nothing to hide, then going forward, this kind of mental block also will be changing.
I don't think that situation will come to at least UAE for a long time. This is a country which believes in giving freedom to the businessmen. They do not like to impose regulations, restrictions, reporting. As far as possible, they would like to minimize that. Having said that, by virtue of VAT being introduced since the last 2 years, this is the third year running, here companies are forced to use outside help in having advice, at least for filing purposes. So this is a good beginning, and give it some time to settle down, and as businesses scale up, they will go to outside market to engage experts.
Okay. Now, Mr. Frederick, now coming to the aviation industry, you were mentioning in the initial this thing itself, like there are a lot of startup initiatives that the government has taken. In fact, SMEs, it is very important for the upcoming new generation. A lot of startup initiative is happening in different industries in UAE, and the government is taking a lot of initiative. In aviation industry, what are the core these things the government is bringing in? What are the things, if you can give a little more insight, will be
All startups are SMEs, and they all suffer from the same pain.
So aviation industry is not for the big giants, so there is a
No,
big room for
no,
SMEs.
yes,
Yeah.
there is.
That's
there
a good
is.
news.
There is. I don't know the percentage, but I would rather say that it's more than half of it.
Okay.
It will be SMEs. And SMEs owners or startups are entrepreneurs. And look at this gentleman here, almost 40 years working he started his own company 4 years ago. So entrepreneurship is on the blood of every SMEs. And I characterize startups, the initial SMEs that are scouting for money. And everybody's looking for money. So the problem is that probably most of SMEs that they have added value are looking for money on the wrong place. And we need to think differently. There is a lot of equity, especially in the UAE, going around. There's a lot of equity in countries that are the most populated expats here, for example, India. SMEs will need to start to work with their accountants, very important, to understand where they are. And if they have an added value, the bank will not care. So bank is doing their business very well. So you will go there and say, I just discovered the next big thing. They don't care. They care about their protection because they're doing their business, right? But you can share that risk with an investor, right? You can make a spin-off out of your SME, for example. Let's say that I have an SME that does some good things for tires of aircrafts and cars. But me and my team, we discovered a new way of being more cost effective. I go to the bank, and what the bank will say? Well, according to your data, your income is just this one. How can you ask me for 2 million dirhams for research and development? It's impossible. So we must think out of the box and think, okay, so I will brand it. I will call this Tire X. I will push it a little bit apart from my company, Mainflow. I will go outside and see if there is an investor who wants to share the risk with me. And of course, I need to give equity for the investor to feel comfortable as a collateral, but this is what startups do. And startups do seed investment, and most of the most successful startups, they're already SMEs. We call it acceleration funds. So there is a lot of companies here that are looking here and all over the world, they scout all over the world, looking for companies that have already their normal business and they have a good product and they need to accelerate it. So they will gladly come and push some money in with virtually no guarantees, just equity, and then accelerate your business. So there is a lot of opportunities if we think out of the box and if we just don't knock the door of all the same guys because they're also doing their business.
And currently we are seeing the UAE government is opening
UAE government is opening the visa rules and regulations, and we are seeing a lot of changes in the tourism industry, as we are mentioning. So naturally, the traffic flow and other things will be increasing in a big level, and even on arrival visa and 5 years visa and other things, a lot of things are coming in. And given the opportunity which the Expo 2020 is opening up, and along with these changes, the momentum will be continuing in the future. So how do you see the possibilities of tourism industry growing in this particular region?
I see changes happening very fast and very smart. And it makes us believe that there is no stopping, right? So there were lessons learned in the past with the crisis, and things are now much more action-driven. So that means that there is cutting fat when there needs to cut fat. There is investing where it needs to be invested. There is a call to reality. And there is also a call to the ambition. So, and while the players at the market play this kind of rules, the government is also leading them and predicting, as you said on your beginning, the vision for 2070. So I truly believe that the future, I'm always optimistic, but I do believe that the future is amazing here, because we can see the private sector moving around, we can see the government moving around also with the vision, and we can see that we have already the structure. So tourism-wise, it will grow. I'm sure it will grow until Expo 2020. It will be challenging after it. Not for the tourism sector, because I can speak by my own experience. My country did an expo that was very much successful, real estate also. And then Portugal was more known, and people returned. So I think that one of the goals of Expo 2020 is also to open this awareness of the Arabic treasures that exists here, and these people that are very much motivated to receive all people from around the world. So, and that will be capitalized in more return. Other sectors, like real estate, I don't know. But tourism, I do believe that Expo will have a positive effect in returning people, returning capital.
Great. The other sectors, of course, Dr. George V. Anthony from the education sector. So how do you see the possibilities of education sector in the going forward? Because a lot of startups are coming in, especially from your own place itself, like Byju's Hub kind of things has gone to multi-billion-dollar business and other. In the education sector, a lot of vast changes we are seeing right now. So what is your outlook on this sector, how the SME future opportunities are coming up here? Because augmented reality, all these things, and future, in a couple of our presentations, we heard that even the classroom concept itself will be changing in. There is no need of universities. People will be having the real-time learning possibilities there. So how do you see the changes coming in here in this sector?
It's an interesting question. In fact, now I would like to discuss this particular issue with a short story which I read in one of my travels. On a wedding eve, a husband asked his wife, "What gift should I give you tomorrow?" So she said, "I would like to have a ring, which you have in your finger." And this gentleman was into marketing. He was a marketing specialist. So he really wanted to delight his wife. So before going to office on the next day, he went to the kitchen. She was preparing a cup of tea for him. He asked, "Darling, should I give you a ring from my landline number or from my mobile? Should I give you a ring from my landline number or from my mobile?" You know what would have happened. This is actual situation, Here, if you ask me, this gentleman made 2 crimes. He could not understand the mindset of his wife. This is what happens in most of the situations. Even, if you look at SME, it's not an exception. Some of these organizations who really fail to understand the, customers. And even they don't understand the environmental requirements. In fact, you're mentioning about the compliance-related aspects. So many organizations, in fact, they don't understand the environment. Because in this short story which I said, the gentleman was, identifying that particular word with something else which is totally irrelevant in the context. So the text and context has a relevance. Now, coming back to the main question which you asked, there are a lot of companies coming in. There are a lot of, business schools or even other colleges coming, a lot of application coming in. A lot of initiatives are taking place in the education sector in India. In fact, I myself closely interact with some of the SMEs and startups. And there are a lot of projects, being discussed even. I would in fact, put it differently. Like, see, value can be valued only if value is understood in the right perspective. Value can be valued only if value is understood in the right perspective. So if I don't understand the value of my customer, if I don't understand the value of compliance to the requirements, if I don't understand the environment in the right perspective, then it is actually difficult. In fact, I would suggest 4 different aspects that the SMEs should definitely, or any organization should definitely look into. The first thing is the direction clear? Do I have a clear direction? Whether all my energies are directed to the direction in an ethical manner. Is there any scope for improvement in my strategic plan? And am I implementing my strategic plan in the right possible way? And at the end, I would say, your value is the sum of your values. So if I understand my customer in the right perspective, if I can understand the environment, if I can transform myself to the requirements of the environment, if I can align myself to the requirements of the environment, definitely there is scope for SMEs. And there are excellent opportunity available in today's business environment, when you compare to yesteryears.
That's a very relevant point, because when we discuss with the SME companies, some of the companies, they ask this question like, Expo 2020 is coming, and then what is after that? There is this big question many of the people used to ask. But the thing is that the government has already put the plans, like as I was mentioning in the initial introduction, Vision 2021 is there, Vision 2030 is there. The government has planned up to 2071. So without seeing these things, as you mentioned in the story, like without seeing the real picture, they're still asking like, what is after 2020? So there is a segment of people who are still not educated or not even aware that what is actually the government has planned. And the government's plan is already put in paper, like in front of you, the Abu Dhabi Vision 2030. If you go like the key sectors, what all activities the government is planning to do, all these things are well in front of you, the way in which the government is modeling, what are the technology development which is coming in, what are the ways in which the company has to change. And there it is very important that the customer's behavior, consumer behavior. Earlier, we used to go to the supermarkets and other things we used to buy. Right now, everything is online. It is very convenient. The convenience buying, it's happening. So it's very important to understand the perspective of the customers as well. But looking at the global scenario, the education industry in specific, there are a lot of startups coming in there. How do you see the UAE's opportunity there? Because UAE government, Abu Dhabi has started a new university for artificial intelligence. Aside the University for Artificial Intelligence has been started. And a lot of innovative studies has been coming in. Now, even for the SME companies, if they want to upgrade their knowledge, they'll be looking like not in the academic perspective, in the real business perspective itself. If you think that a lot of changes in technology, or even compliance, even the things are coming in, how it is like, is there such kind of a proper result-oriented course programs or something is available right now? There is much more programs are needed from the government side, because entrepreneurs development programs itself, how it is possible and whether it is still available or much more developments are needed in that particular sector.
No, if you look at, the training, I was mentioning in the first part of the discussion, skill is something, which is very, very relative. It is very much aligned to the environment. Because if you ask me, like in the early 2000, we were talking about Y2K issues, Y2K problem. Many opportunities were created. And now, people, focus more on AI, machine learning, IoT, Industry 4.0 in particular. So I would suggest that, in fact, if you look at, there are a lot of opportunities available in the environment. For example, Harvard University for that matter, if you look at the portal of the Harvard University, they are very much eager to support institutions or bodies, for helping them to support, in empowering the youth or the needy in terms of knowledge. So there are a lot of opportunities available. The government here, it takes, in UAE, it takes a lot of initiatives. So I strongly feel it's all about identifying the requirements. Like, we need to be proactive, need to understand, what exactly, we need. It's, there's something called the power of, the power of understanding, or the, at times, the power of ignorance is also helpful. Because many organizations, I've seen in India, I'm basically an SAP consultant. I was consultant to companies in India, and certain organizations, when we have the initial discussions, they that, no, this particular organization has gone for it, and we also would like to go for it. They don't understand that the environment there and the environment here is totally different, because work culture is different, the customer, pattern of customers is different. So a lot of differences are there. So my point is, it's all about understanding the requirements. See, if I'm into a particular industry and this is what I require, then I should focus on that and then go ahead, rather than shifting. I need to look at my competency and the opportunities which are there in the environment, before I look into creating opportunities in getting more business, or generating business. Now, to conclude, I would say that there are a lot of opportunities in Dubai, because this is my third visit to UAE, and every time when I come, I find a lot of changes, a lot of positive changes happening. And government is very, very supportive, and therefore I feel that it's up to the the SMEs to come forward, then have quality interactions, and probably organizations like IBMC can play a great role, in empowering and enriching, the young, enriching the SME sector in UAE.
In fact, having too many opportunities, that is a valid point. Say, for example, somebody is coming to UAE to set up the business. We have a lot of resources available. Starting from there itself, the opportunities are, a lot of things are there. But does it create a confusion also? I think Mr. Tirupati Mehta can add value there, because when somebody comes, immediately the people will be looking at the low-cost operation, how fast we can set up. But rather than that, aligning to their business model to take it to the next level, which one is more relevant? Like that, is there a serious inquiry coming in there, or people are looking for ease of doing in case of cost effectiveness and other things? How do you feel, and what kind of a support we can extend to this kind of new entrant? Because with the Expo 2020, a lot of business new companies will be coming in here. What is your advice to those companies? Because in UAE, on all the 7 Emirates, we have the free zones available. Each free zones have its own characteristics, and a lot of additional benefits are there. Say, for example, manufacturing companies, certain Emirates will be highly beneficial. Service companies, the other things will be. What will be your advice to those companies who is coming to UAE? What kind of an approach they have to take, those who are starting fresh in this particular market?
Anybody who want to come into any new country and want to invest, they need to critically evaluate. They have to do their financial modeling, the business planning, the market survey, and then they should start, not on the hearsay basis. If you see in UAE, we're talking about education, you see how many schools have been opened, without realizing that every year on year, there's a drop in the population. Now you see many schools getting closed, or don't have adequate number of students into it. Right? Similarly, there are a lot of colleges which has happened, which have been opening. So again, because this school is doing very well, I should also enter into education. These hospitals are doing well, I should also go into the hospital. So that kind of herd mentality will always have a disruption into that kind of industry. You'll have overcapacity built. So anybody who wants to come into the country, want to evaluate, and he find that this business is in line with what he is doing, what are the pros and cons? So they need to take financial help from the consultants to evaluate, do their projections, see how the country is shaping into that particular model, into that industry, into hospitality. You will see a certain spike into hospitality industry in 2020 and 21, if you see. And everybody is saying what happens after 21. So if you have to serve 20 million people, as a tourist coming in, you may need 2 million cars or 200,000 cars. But what will happen to those cars? Argument's sake, as if I do as an investor, okay, everything will be fine, let me have into a fleet. But then what happens next? So everybody has to evaluate whether they can sustain that kind of model, that kind of spike, and whether there's a public-private participation into it. So all those kind of modeling and risk assessment need to be done prior to setting up the unit. So, and the consultants will play a very vital role. The market analysts will play a vital role in seeing how the economy is shaping up, how the global markets are shaping up, and then make a call into your, enter a venture into that particular business, into the country. So I see a lot of SMEs, they don't do that. because it's a gut feeling, and because my neighbor has done or my friend has done, so I should also do it. Or he is successful, so I also should start like that. So that kind of mentality is hurting more in the industry. If you see, a lot of businesses are doing fantastically well, even in the downtrend. Why? Because their model is based on what they are doing. They understand the market need, they understand the price point, they understand what is the need, and then they establish the business. If you open a very high-end school and you open a very mid-range school, where is your strata in the pyramid? So which pyramid strata you are going to serve, that is important. So all those things are very important when you evaluate and start a business. So we strongly recommend when people come to us, we give them evaluations of different free zones, non-free zone entities, whether Abu Dhabi, what is their business? Where is the close proximity of the market, of the raw material or of the sales side? That need to be evaluated. What cost, whether there is a capital participation, whether there will be funding available. And if you have to scale up your business to the next level, now, what is your capital infusion, from where you will get it? See, on the new venture capitalist or those kind of scenarios, the startups, they only look at how much they can scale up. But 90% of the SMEs, they cannot scale up. And their model is they start the business and then they struggle to scale up. And if you see new ventures which are coming up, they show the scale-up proposition and then they ask for the money in advance.
Okay.
There's a two-way, the side which happens. And they're able to read because somebody will say, I can scale this model up, so I can invest now. Person who's running the business is not able to raise finance. But person who is well advanced, well prepared, well documented in terms of business theory, he's able to raise fund as an alternate funding which is available. So again, it's how the business man will look at setting up his structure. The consultants will play a role, and they need to take advice, proper advice, and evaluate critically before they start up. So the failures will be lesser. You know that in Dubai, 80% of the restaurant close within 1 year. There are 1,000 restaurants opening every month and closing every month. There are 10,000 restaurants itself in Dubai. So why this is there? Because every restaurant is not successful, every restaurant is not failure, but still there are 10,000 which are running, but it's changing hands. So like that, they have to evaluate. So I would say that is very critical.
Based on your experience interacting with all the different, because you're interacting with all the free zones in UAE, how far you see it as a very friendly atmosphere, or it is difficult for a new entrant to start the business? How do you see the overall experience with interacting with the free zone authorities and in UAE?
In UAE, you interact with any government organization. It is very, very helpful in terms of, the only problem is the people who want to go, they don't know which is the right free zone for them or right atmosphere where they should set up. The problem, because it's a one-window shopping, correct? So you go as a one-window, any free zone, your license, your visa, everything is taken care by the government. But if you don't know whether you should go to Ras Al Khaimah or Al Quwain or Abu Dhabi, then it is not the problem of the free zone. Then they blame the free zone or they blame that emirate that this is not the right, this is not there, because it's not cost effective from them. Somebody who wants to be close proximity to the airport, then they have to be close proximity to the airport. They cannot go to Ras Al Khaimah and then do the aviation business from Ras Al Khaimah and then you have a port over here. So selection of the right free zone, the right market, again, it will evaluate. They need to evaluate based on that, which is giving them the best benefit out of it. So similarly, IZAD offers a lot of benefit, special dedicated center, because you're in a hydrocarbon space. If you're going downstream, you want to set up, the converters. This can be a very good place, the IZAD or you see Jebel Ali developing too fast, because right people, right logistic, the connectivity, those companies have benefited and grown multifold than other Emirates. So interaction, all free zones, I think, are very, very professional. And all economic chambers, Chamber of Commerce, you go to any economic license, they are very helpful. What you'll ask them, they will give you the right answer. The decision making is at the other end. They cannot take the decision on behalf of the investor. So investor has to evaluate well and then select the right, free zone or the emirate, I would say.
I think, if I may add something to answer your question as to what are the changes that we're seeing in the UAE in the academic area. Over the past few months, I had the opportunity to interact with a person who has been a traditional, academician in the traditional sense. He was vice chancellor of such a traditional historic university like Aligarh Muslim University. He and a group of people, like-minded persons from the US, are in the process of setting up an university in Ajman, where more than half the focus is on the non-traditional streams. They will have science, commerce, humanities streams, but that would probably only be 30% of the story. The remaining 70% would be directed towards things like artificial intelligence, blockchain, teaching these knowledge areas. That's the focus. They've been looking for funding, and till a few months ago, unfortunately, they were not successful, although they are selling what is the flavor of the month or flavor of the year, I would say. Initially, their plans were to buy land and build a purpose-built building, which would have taken them 3 or 4 years. And then on second thought, they realized they can't wait so long. They need to get started quickly, like yesterday. And therefore, they were fortunate enough to come across a building which would suit their requirements in the short run for the first couple of years. What happened lately, I have no idea, but this is how it's going. The winds are sweeping this country also. Academic investments are taking a different direction in what is required today, in today's weather. And from another angle, if you look at IBMC itself, you're the investment manager for Samana Global Fund. And if I'm not wrong, one of the 7 verticals they would be investing in is education, right?
Yeah.
So probably as an investment manager could recommend starting these courses here, maybe at an SME level. You don't need a university straight away. And if it succeeds, it can always scale up. What do you think?
Yeah, in fact, we have a plan which is announced in our program in Armani in Dubai. When Bombay Stock Exchange CEO, AC Institute CEO, Mr. Ambrish Dutta was there. An SME empowerment program, which has already been in the list, and Bombay Stock Exchange is supporting to set up the programs here. That is specifically for the SME sector, a program is coming in. So with the support of BSE, that is already in the pipeline. So that initiative is already there. And the other challenge, which is already mentioned, like the funding part, the SME economy platform, which we are launching even today, that is there. That aspect is also coming in. And the challenges can be addressed with a collective effort, because expertise is needed from different, as Mr. Mehtaji was mentioning. Like at the time of starting the business itself, you need a proper consultancy. It doesn't matter you are spending a little bit money on the consultancy part, it saves a lot for you. But that is a part which many people think that it is an additional expenditure. But that's not an expenditure, it's actually part of your investment. That has to be taken from that level itself.
I think there is a gap in the market in this area. These being kind of unique courses, AI, blockchain, and so on, the only players are these premium universities like Amity or SP Jain or the IEMs of the world. These tend to be very pricey and out of the reach of the middle range of people. That's a gap in the market which probably Samana should address, at least in the UAE market. See, the estimates for Expo 2020 are that there will be 25 million visitors. Let's say it's over-optimistic. Even if it's only 60% of that happens, a good 15 million people will come. And assuming 5% choose to stay over, out of 15 million, I think 100% will fall in love with this country, it being what it is. But let's say 10% or even 5% decide to stay on, that's a good 750,000 people who would make UAE their home, permanent home. Then there is a huge scope, isn't it? And Expo is hardly 9 months away.
Yeah, of course, because, and I don't think it is, the estimates are, every time when UAE is putting some estimate, they're overachieving it. Even the WAT estimates and other things we have seen, how many folds they have overachieved the same thing. So definitely there is a lot of scopes coming in there. And I would like to take some comments from Mr. Frederick as well, like in the aviation industry's perspective, what are the government initiatives the government has taken like to support, because it's, they are planning to make it a global hub. To that objective, what are the initiatives the government has taken? What are the opportunities available for the global investors in this sector?
Well, from the point of logistics, I believe that the challenge is already addressed. So we will have, I think, the longest highway free zone in the world between Al Maktoum Airport and Jebel Ali Harbor. That's quite very good news. I think also that in logistic-wise, we all see that the parcel business is growing out of scale. So cargo is back to be a good thing in the aviation sector. It started to be on the beginning, then stopped, and now its cargo is getting to be big. 5 years ago, you will wait 4 days for your package. Now, I will not use more this provider because it took me 3 days to come back. So things are changing very fast in terms of parcels and logistics. So cargo will increase into aviation sector, and you will see more often aircraft transporting, air shipping more cargo. So this market will also be very hectic here in the Middle East because people are they have more power to buy, and they are impatient. So they need quality, right? So you buy something in Amazon, you don't care if it is in New Zealand or in Chile. You need to have it in less than 24 hours. There's no place for ships on that. So aircrafts will be carrying more and more cargo, also more and more goods. And Africa is around the corner, right? And Africa normally tends to do all their business here in UAE. Specifically, for example, last year I saw a gentleman buying a cargo company in Chad for $10 million in our platform, but he pushed it here. So the headquarters is in UAE. Sharjah Airport is very dynamic in cargo, and they are preparing themselves to this. And we are seeing now these gentlemen on the bikes, on the cars, delivering things, but in the future it will be drones that will be delivering this kind of packages, so that the price can go down and the people can have more access to parcels more quickly. So into aviation, I can see that things are growing. Aviation sector has been, I believe, one of the few sectors that have been constantly growing on the last 15 years, and they will continue to grow. People want to travel more, and parcels want to travel more also, together with food, for example, and all the other goods. All the rest will come by ship, but I would say that this connection between India and also China is very close, but we are seeing more opening through Hong Kong. Hong Kong is, I think, the third destination in the world with more cargo, and the airport is like crazy. It's super congested right now. So cargo will fly a lot to UAE, and then it will fly to. I don't see any hub in Africa with capability to do what UAE is doing. I don't see any hub in the Middle East with capacity to do what UAE is doing. I don't see any hub with capacity like Hong Kong to grow, to have the conditions that UAE have. So UAE is in the center of everything.
So looking at the future growth perspective, you see that the adequate infrastructure has already been created in UAE, or still under progress?
Definitely has been created. I mean, Al Maktoum Airport is also a huge project that very wisely is being taken care of in a very strategic way. So instead of putting enough right front, I think that the measures that are delaying some of the phases of the project are very smart because things are going very well elsewhere. So we know that I mean, not we, I'm not speaking for the government, but personally, all consultants here know that there will be, in some sectors, are mature, right? So it will be mature after Expo 2020, so there will be probably some relaxation in terms of growth. So that means that strategic is working, vision is working already. So this will not be primary, this will be, let's shift it for a secondary plan and make what we have to work best. And because we also have to deal with competition, right? Competition is working very fast. I mean, there is hubs in the world that are working, investing and trying to get the most out of it. But UAE, with the infrastructure that it has already, with the people working, with the plans that they have in events, it's more than enough. If they need to power up, fuel up, they will do it.
So your advice is to focus the new development which is coming in, especially in Al Maktoum Airport, and the development which is coming in UAE has to be a key focus for the investors who are looking for the opportunities in UAE.
Definitely. If I was an investor, I will definitely look at the sectors that will be able to grow, emerging sectors that will be able to grow, always backed up with intelligence and knowledge that what's going on. If we have 25 more million people coming like in 2020, more than we have enough, so there will be an excess of customers, clients, users. So let's have a look at it. I mean, for example, startups, and you were just saying this a few time ago, startups, when they meet investors, and I'm in between those meetings a lot of times, they will ask you, so what will you do that others will not?
I have a question for Mr. Fernandez. About a year and a half ago, it's not working again? About a year and a half ago, we read in the media that Jebel Ali Port has plans to use the concept of Hyperloop to transport cargo, even containers. And after that, we heard nothing about it. Do you have any updated information on that?
Officially, no, because I didn't know the subject. I think I can answer that question by a user perspective and aviation almost expert, because I will never be an expert in aviation, is that those kind of disruptive projects will never start by going big. They will always start by small steps. So one person, two persons, I mean, how is a body of a people will act when on a tube like that, going 1,000 kilometers an hour? So the idea is amazing. So make business go faster, but they will start slowly with people, and then they will go to cargo. I will give you an example: drones. There's an unimaginable amount of money going into drones. $300 billion is already invested in original equipment manufacturers. We call it OEMs. So investors are pushing this money into aircrafts that fly with people inside. But still, the technology is there, but they are not still flying for several reasons. Drones, they are now shifting for big cargo drones. Again, there is a difficulty, people, legislation. So we don't want to see drones flowing in our heads with 500 kilos cargo. And somebody has to manage it. So the platform, the drones are ready, the cargo is there, the demand is there, people are asking to have the goods early, so, but still, the drones are not flying over our heads, and this will take time for us as civil aviation authorities on the world to adopt rules. Air traffic management, so it will be hell on earth, a lot of drones, so create corridors. So all this is being discussed by ICAO, by all the entities that will certify that, and Loop will be the same thing. And how much will it add to the value of the cost doing it by Hyperloop, right? I mean, it's cost, somebody needs to pay it. So this has to be assessed, and definitely it will be, cargo will be the future for a clear answer for investors. The future is cargo will fly faster because we want to. We don't want to wait more than 24 hours for cargo, whatever she is.
Okay, great. Now I think we are in the concluding stage of this particular first session, and I would like to take the summary comments from Mr. Tirupati Mehta. Like, what is your final message to the SME economy in UAE? Like, what is your, as an expert, Wise Consultancy, you know that you are operating in different segments and a lot of experience you're having. So what's your message to the SME sector in UAE?
For us, I think UAE is one of the most promising business places to set up your business. For various reasons, infrastructure-wise, they are best placed, as Mr. Frederick also said, that aviation, close proximity, connectivity, cargo movement, port movements, port calls, service, incubators, you name it, education, hospitality, hospitals, whether it's a healthcare, whether it is education. The government has very focused vision on each sector, and especially which attracts a lot of, African market, because they are not well geared for these kind of stuff. So you have a very close proximity, as well as you have 190 nationalities living over here. So language is not a problem. Infrastructure-wise, you don't have a problem. You have a connectivity which is 6, 7, 8 hours. You are across almost, you can cover 2/3 of the globe. So that makes the most, interesting place to set up your business. Laws are changing, more prone towards investor-friendly rather than from you. We have seen that we are not a civil law country, but then again, the investor laws are being protected, DIFC laws, ADGM, all those guys are changing with the world changing what the investors need. So there's a lot of protection for the investors. Infrastructure-wise, we are well placed. Only thing what needed is SMEs to evaluate their own business model, in the right way and establish. They will not fail in this country as long as their models are right, because what a business needs is available. Only thing is, certain things which government need to look at it is the closer markets where the cost of labor, if the industry they are focusing, then they have to be competitive. So they need to give more easy platform for those kind of manufacturing setups and that kind of stuff, which can set up their business over here and be cost effective, vis-a-vis to labor or power. These are the two challenging factors in any manufacturing industry. Tourism is already contributing more than 35% to the GDP. And it will further add to it the way that new developments and new things are coming. So I think that sector is already well geared, and they are further progressing into it with drones coming and flying on your head, and you have air taxis and that kind of stuff. So it will be a very good city to be there. After Orlando, if you see. So and again, as a tourism, what else you need? You have rain, you have now hailstorms, and you have snow. So that's been three added to the culture, in terms of UAE, and you have flooding. So you have all the best of the climate, again, for the tourism, what is required. So I think UAE is well poised to become a major business hub or the financial hub of the Middle East and Southeast Asia after London, or if you see Singapore and then the UAE, if you see from that angle. So I don't see a challenge. Small challenges will always be there in any economy, anywhere you go. But the beauty is the government is very proactive in their approach. The moment they find these things are lacking or investors needing, they're very quick to change. And the adaptability to the needs of the investor, which is the key strength of their success. What success you see today, what you see Dubai or UAE as such on the global map is because of that. And why we are behind India or other places, because there's a policy paralysis. One government want to do it, but the other doesn't want to do it. So this is how we are struggling to, make one flyover for 10 years or 20 years. And here you see overnight, 2 years, there are 50 flyovers which has come up. By the time you go to the road, there's a new bridge you are flying across. So I think, to me, SME has a very bright future in UAE. The business modeling has to be done right, and they can capitalize on it. This is what I can say.
Yeah, Mr. Fred, you're concluding note. Yeah.
Well, simple advice for SMEs, be creative, think out of the box, try to get, if you see yourself into that cycle that for you to grow, you need to ask money for the bank, rethink, meet gentlemen that can show you some lights, and then be creative with your team, create added value, and search for equity elsewhere.
Great. Mr. Ramesh?
To my mind, there are no two views about it. The future is bright for the UAE. The UAE is, the people living here are so happy to have a very benevolent government, well-meaning. They not only think, they act too. The federal government, and especially the Dubai government, is a government of action. And I think the future is bright. Optimism is the key.
Okay, great. Doctor?
Yeah, I would suggest 3 aspects. Number 1, be passionate about what exactly you're doing, your business, because you need to be very passionate about what exactly you want to do and you're doing. And the second aspect I would like to suggest is be a good listener to your customers and be empathetic, because this is something empathetic to the the needs of the environment, because this is something very, very critical, when you're into business. And the third aspect is you need to be very much professional and disciplined in the approach, and do give importance to compliance. Because these are the 3 aspects which I strongly feel that, which will take an organization to the next level.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that note, we take the first session we are concluding with UAE as the hub of nearly 200 plus nationalities. It actually offers a lot of opportunities. You are actually not targeting the customer base not only from UAE, there is a global customer base waiting you. And as the visionary leadership of this country, they have set the plans even up to 2071. So the companies, they have to look forward in tune with the visions of the rulers of UAE. And of course, there are challenges in this country, but those challenges are, as we see in our panel members, during the discussion we're mentioning, that can be converted as opportunities.
And with a massive development coming in terms of Expo 2020 and related new changes which is coming in this country, there's a lot of opportunities coming in this country. And the SME sector will be having a very high growth rate in this country. So with that particular note, we conclude the first session right now, and we'll be moving on with the next one. So we thank each of our panel members very much. So Mr. Tirupat Mehta, Mr. Frederick, Mr. Ramesh, and Dr. George. So thank you very much for joining us today, and we will take the discussions forward. And the expertise of these gentlemen will be available not only today, even in future as well, it will be available. In case if you have any direct questions or any support needed from their expert areas, please don't hesitate to contact us. You can contact IBMC. We'll be readily connecting with them because they are in a position to support you in their respective field of business in many ways. So Vice Consultancy having a lot of supportive activities in setting up the business here in terms of their research analysis and all these things. And Mr. Rajgopal Ramesh is also an expert in those areas, and Mr. Frederick is an expert in the aviation industry. Dr. George V. Anthony is also in the education sector, is a well-renowned figure in the world. So in future as well, if you want any kind of support with any of our expert panel members, please don't hesitate to contact us. And there is a question from our panel member, please. Can we have a mic there? Yes, sir. They're there. You have a question? Okay, sorry. So thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, and we'll be moving on for the next session. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We'll have a group photo. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Frederick. Please come. Thank you. So please. Thank you. Frederick, you have a small presentation, right? Already given? Okay. Okay. എല്ലാം വന്നിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ ഇതിലെല്ലാം ലോഗോയും ഇല്ലല്ലോ ബാക്കി നമ്മുടെ അസോസിയേറ്റ്സ് മോസ്റ്റ് വെൽക്കം സർ ഹാപ്പി ന്യൂ ഇയർ ഹാപ്പി ന്യൂ ഇയർ സർ
Oh, year starts the day we meet.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Please, please, please. Yeah.
So we'll move on to the second industry panel discussion too. Abu Dhabi SME economy, how to achieve fuller potential, partner India, product diversification and innovation, make in UAE manufacturing opportunities, new technology adaptation. May I invite our moderator, Mr. Arun Dhanavade, Vice President, IBMC International on stage. May I invite other panel members on stage, please? Dr. Tariq A. Nizami, founder and CEO Clubs Network Worldwide. Mr. Harpreet Singh Khurana, CFO, Vice Consultancy. Mr. Sunil Patro, Chartered Accountant. Mr. A.S. Nazmi, Partner Abdul Hussain and Associates. Dr. Mustafa Tahir Ali Sasa, Chairman, Self-Force International LLC.
Thank you for your presence, and we'll start with the second panel discussion, how to achieve full potential with regard to SME economy, Abu Dhabi. And we are happy to have on the panel list Mr. Mustafa, who's on my extreme left, and we also have Mr. Sunil Patro, Chartered Accountant, Mr. Tariq Nizam, who is the CEO Club Network Worldwide, and we have Mr. A.S. Najmi, and we have on my left Mr. Harpreet Singh Khurana. We would like to start on a positive note here with the introduction that S&P Global's ratings have already expect the economy to grow by 2.5%. And between 2019 and 2022, the IMF has projected a growth rate of approximately 2.8%, and they have estimated 3.3% in 2020. It is also estimated that Expo 2020 would account for approximately 2.5% of the GDP growth, and we are expecting about 25 million people for Expo 2020. With this positive scenario, with these positive opportunities available, let us drive into the mode, what are the opportunities available, what are the challenges available, what are the focus that we have to look into, and how are the SMEs to gain their full potential within the challenges and the opportunities that are available. Can we start with Mr. Mustafa, please?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. SME has a great opportunity in this region because SME is a sector where the small and medium enterprise can play a big role in this. There are a lot of imports, and the import substitutes, if they have been manufactured or they have been processed. So these are the sectors which has a lot of potential. If you see the trade balance, the imports of the SME products are very high. So that gives an opportunity for SME to grow in industry-wise. And also as an SME on trading, Dubai or a UAE, Abu Dhabi and Dubai and the UAE has played a very important role in the re-export market. The reach of this region is around 3-4 hours in the flight. So as Abu Dhabi and the UAE has played a very important role in the trading and the re-export sector in the UAE. So of course, with this, we see a lot of potential in the SME sector, which is yet to be explored, and some of the free zones which are offering wonderful facilities to the industries or small and medium scale industries. Even the inland industrial zones are having a wonderful infrastructure. Normally, there are 5 pillars for industry, or rather 6 pillars for industry to strive with. It's land, machinery, human resource, finance, raw material, and most important is legislation. So, all the 6 are conducive in this region. And now industry depends on which are the key sectors, which are the key requirements. If that industry is a capital intensive industry, then one zone is better for him. If the industry is a labor intensive industry, then there are other free zones offering that kind of industry. Power incentive, Kizad offers wonderful supply of power at a very good rate. So, with this offerings of this region, it has a lot of potential yet to be exploited and explored. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Patro is basically on the financial accounting side, basically a chartered accountant. From your angle, from your experience, how do you see, what are the challenges seeing the SMEs?
SMEs most important and very much challenging nowadays is innovation and spending much on research and R&D. So if we consider large cap, small cap, mid cap, in SME also we have a big SMEs, medium size SME and small SMEs. So in case of big SMEs, they are in-house capable to do R&D. But medium size and small size SMEs are either their internal funding is not sufficient, even if it is there, they are not coming to the extent where they can compete with the other competitors. So there they are lacking in innovation or finding out a new research, new technology, or a new method of cost saving. So apart from R&D, there are other things also which they are facing is labor training, which is a very important. Workforce need to be trained to the new technology, and there also, and more another SME what they are suffering is compliance issues, lack of knowledge on compliance issues, because they are not able to afford the high qualified professionals for their advices. So now you see in UAE, it is in a research survey, they mention in that 8% of total revenue, 8% only is spent on R&D in UAE, whereas in comparative to UK, New Zealand, they are spending around 20% on R&D for SME business. So there is a lot of gap between us. Why this gap? We need to understand this. And this understandable thing is because of lot of, now you see we were much more competitive to China. China having the most major share of manufacturing industries. So if we need to compete with China, we need to have that sufficient workforce, R&D, and I think so. Again, SME business also need to union themselves, not an union, an association with themselves to share knowledges between themselves, a technology between themselves. Then that will give them extra idea how the world is functioning. Because these small or medium-sized SMEs, they lack in knowledge. So if they can form an association between themselves, if that initiative is taken, so they can communicate with each other regarding the new methodology available, technology available, and that they can introduce into their system, and that will help them a lot. As we know, SMEs, the 35 to 40% workforce work in SMEs. So these 30 to 40%, if you take technical peoples, will be around 40, out of 45, 40% will be technical. These need to be trained more in a new technology and cost-effective ways how to compete, because entire Asia, I can consider Indian subcontinent, Middle East, and China and those areas. This entire area, this entire Asia continent is depend upon SME and manufacturing. they are the most largest junk who supply manufacturing product to other part of the world. So in this, the most cost-effective places are China, India, Pakistan, and now Sri Lanka, Bangladesh is coming up like there is not, their GDP is more than India's GDP this year. So there and their work, they have introduced that all the product import are duty-free, which is very important things which they have introduced in. Then they have put a minimum salary of, I was speaking to Bangladeshi people, what is the minimum salary they have put is 10,000 taka. Before it, I asked 10,000 taka is good enough for you? He said, as a laborer, 10,000 taka, 5,000 is enough to survive. 5,000 taka is enough to survive as a laborer, a small, in a what we call is BPL in India, so, or above BPL in India. So, so 10,000 taka is nothing. What? So, and there is government has introduced the timing, everything, work time, everything has been introduced. That is the only reason now many people are going to Bangladesh. The Bangladesh is going to be the next happening. So, like this, we need some more initiatives are taken in UAE. Similarly, like similar step. So I think so more manufacturing companies will come up. We need to promote manufacturing only. Only service sector is will be like in US where no manufacturing, only service sector. But we are not like US. We have to go by our demography, how we function. So I think so, and government has taken so many initiatives like Khalifa Fund, they have introduced which for the locals, those can have their SME businesses. But still, after introduce also, after introduction of Khalifa Fund as well, those who are taking money from Khalifa Fund, they are unable to run because them also, it is not easy to know the knowledge. They just run with the fund available, but they lack in knowledge. So there should be an association to share any knowledge. These all competitions, there are so many angles we need to think about to make useful use of potentials.
So what we are trying to understand is basically even a country like Bangladesh where it was quite behind. Now because of the innovative concept of the government and the strengthening of the government and the support of the government, their face is changing into a different step now. So in this connection, we should learn what are the positive things that they have taken, how they have developed, and that is what we will be, the UAE government would also be initiating. And I'm sure that Mr. Tariq is in charge of, connected with most of the CEOs, and I'm sure you would be having a more insight into what are the industries, different regions. I think you can give us a more insight into these factors, how we are going to develop basically.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I'd like to thank IBMC for giving me the opportunity to be in the panel. SME definitely is the backbone of any country. It doesn't matter where we're sitting right now to US or China, you know, SME is the backbone of any country. But where we are sitting, I think the key thing is I want to share few thoughts of what my colleague said, research and development. I was reading an article, you know, that lately more major companies putting more on R&D than marketing budget. And that is very important. And I think I want to share with you, I was in China and Huawei head office, they say 43% of their funds go to R&D. So I think what I'm trying to give a message here that we all have to work into our own things, you know. The idea can be a very good thing to start up for any company, but most important thing is branding, how you do it, how you deliver it, what is your target market. A lot of time people don't do that research, they come up with a very good idea, but they don't know how to deliver that idea or what is the environment. Because certain things that I believe in UAE that most of the services-oriented companies, what I understand are here, but I agree again, you know, that manufacturing, distribution, assembly plants, you know, these are very important. And I always say one thing that if you see in UAE, there's always real estate projects are launching from commercial angle, from residential angle. These buildings can be only be filled that if in UAE we have a major employer, which bring the blue collar and the white collar jobs here. And that's why the demand will increase. So the focus should be on a manufacturing plant, which is a long-term strategies. These SMEs or small companies, they come and go. And if you look at the history, I was talking to Dubai Economy Department that good 30 to 35% people, they just recycle in Dubai. You know, people come and go. So somehow we have to focus those SMEs that they should stay here, and we should study that why they are leaving. So I think I meet a lot of people. I've seen major companies from Asia. They come here in this region, they fail. I see a small company coming here, they succeed. The reason is because they do their homework. And I think we, as a businessman, I feel that we all should work on the environment. Some things are good let's say, in Bangladesh, but it may not work here. And I think why the Bangladesh story is successful is that because they totally focus on quality and export. And same thing if you look at here in UAE, the local market is not that much. You have to go beyond your local region. You have to go region and internationally. And I think SMEs here, if you look at it, I mean, you know, we have more than 200 nationalities, and most of the people are business people. And they all are here to succeed. And the technology, lately, if you look at it, is playing a very key role in our daily life. So we have to be very focused in our daily life plus the business. And I always prefer to say that don't work for today, work for tomorrow. Because how we do and how we conduct our business is totally different. If you look your own self in the last 3, 5, or 10 years, how we were doing business, how we targeting our market, how we targeting our clients, it's totally different way. Now they're all looking for innovation, they're looking for technology, I think nowadays we all value time more than our money, which is true. I mean, even with Bill Gates, you know, with billions of dollars, he can't buy a 25-hour. So we all, if we value the time, if we value our idea and these SMEs and these startups, if we support, not only from the government sector, the private sector, the team efforts, all these startup and SMEs, I think, if you look at the current environment of a business in UAE, there is a decline. There's no hidden secret, you know, but the only way to survive, to move forward is the team efforts. Joining hands, partnerships, collaborations, these are the key things right now. And I think market can be grown if we focus ourselves. Definitely, in UAE and Saudi Arabia, if you focus, which is a much bigger market than UAE, but you're sitting here, you can focus on Saudi Arabia, the other Middle East countries, you can definitely cater that. Demand always here for small and medium-sized businesses but I agree that most of the business are service-oriented. It should be more manufacturing, distribution, and these free zones that one of my colleagues mentioned, the free zones, that free zone is the one way of pushing that idea of distribution or manufacturing. So because free zones are more cost-effective when you look at any size of a manufacturing plant. And I think there are free zones from Abu Dhabi to Ras Al Khaimah. They're all type of free zones, so they can fit in. So I think if we support, we have more discussions, more ideas. See, what I'm telling you is that what my opinion is, but we have 5 other panelists here, you know, they all have their own way of conducting the same thing. So if we combine our brain, and I always say in Dubai, you give any problem, any issue, with 200 brains here, we will solve any problem here.
Yeah, Dr. Tariq, you mentioned about the basic floating population that we have in UAE. Basically, it's a transition. Basically, people come, people go. And now with the new innovation that are coming where the market has opened, basically Saudi has also opened up. Okay. In this scenario, how do you see the opportunities that are opening up? For example, the Saudi market, the African market, or the Asian markets. How do we place UAE as the main potential or to grab this opportunity? How do you project it like?
See, I think the main thing is, let's say if I'm sitting here, I have my good business, I'm running SME or anything, any business. If you want to go Saudi, you have to find a local partner. mean, I can't go there and learn how the Saudis do business. You have to find a local partner who can be your partner, your driver. Like I always say in a business, it's all about how you drive your business, because if, as a CEO, you're a driver, your staff is sitting back, so whichever direction you take, they follow you. So I think if we make collaborations and partnerships into the region, they can guide us more. I mean, it could be a shortcuts and everything, because Saudi, I always say now that what is happening in Saudi is not 10, I think 20, 30% bigger market than in UAE right now. And
we are just neighbors to them, basically. It's very accessible from Abu Dhabi.
yes, yeah. I mean, by road, by any way, and especially in the distribution point of view, is like by road, you can go. And I think the partnerships and lately what I'm doing and what I suggest anybody to, if you want to focus on Saudi Arabia, there are a lot of conferences are happening, a lot of summits are happening, a lot of government, private sector. Please do attend those. This is the first step I'd suggest to learn about the local market. Rather than you go individually and try to search a way, you may find a long way. But I think, attend the conference, you meet a lot of people, local, international, and you learn about from the government sector and private sector there, and that will really help you. And definitely, we are sitting in Abu Dhabi Chamber and go to Jeddah Chamber of Commerce, they are very helpful, and they are always very supportive, just like any other chamber in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq. And Mr. Najmi has been here for more than 30 years. I think he knows, the market, what was the initial stages when you came into UAE. So what are the challenges that are being faced by the SMEs today?
The bigger Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The bigger challenge of SME is the first and the basic is the finance. Proper working capital and proper fixed capital is required. All SMEs are facing the problem of capital first. Second thing is a market research. What market is required and how we can sell our product. Normally it's a one-man show and the family show.
Yeah, as Mr. Dr. Tariq
Family show, one-man show.
As Mr. Tariq mentioned, China, where he has visited, approximately 43% of their budget has been on the research.
Yeah. No, but the research, now another thing is that a SME company cannot afford the R&D department. To help them, say like IBMC, they have to provide the services. Like in India, I have seen this one, there are government organizations. Suppose you want to manufacture any one thing, you have a sample and you want to manufacture that one. Now you can go to the agencies and find out the technical know-how. They will provide you technical know-how as well as they will provide you the source of machineries also. So manufacturer can immediately go there and buy the machineries and materials and know-how, and they can start the work. So this type of agencies is required. And second thing is that here in Dubai, I don't know that the private agencies are there, this type of agencies are there or not.
Dr. Tariq would be able to help us in this if whether there are some private agencies who guide the SMEs basically.
For the manufacturing, small scale industries.
Well, I mean, there are, why need private sector?
Providing the technical know-how.
Well, I mean, there are consultants, there are all type of consultants here. I mean, if you look in the focus industry, and I'm sure you can find different...
Yes, sir. The consultant, small industry, SME enterprises cannot afford that consultant. Now, these things, if the collective basis is there, they pay small fees and get the technical know-how.
Some kind of association type or something,
Yeah.
Is that what you are referring to basically?
Well, I mean, yeah, association, but let me share with you one thing. I mean, not about SME for startup. I'm advising one of the free zones here. They're coming up with the program that any startup with a new idea, if they agreed by the panel, and I'm one of the panelists, that they will form the company in their free zone and they will give $15,000 to start up that company. That's the idea that I think we need here to encourage this young generation and everything else. And I can't name that free zone because they're launching this program very soon, and not only locally, internationally, that this program is. So these kind of initiatives that we may need in different sector also, but this is only for startup, for young generation, that coming out of the education institution, but they have a great idea, great brain, but they have to go to the second level, but financially they're not capable. So these kind of things, I think in UAE, maybe we need from the other institutions and other free zones who come up with that in different sector, because this is what I'm talking about, technology and innovation, but there are other sectors, like you say, that might be, like you say, manufacturing. I think in Abu Dhabi, Keza, they have a lot of free zones. They have, I met the team, they have a very good programs to assisting anybody from small, medium to large organizations setting up here in Abu Dhabi.
Sure. The basic purpose is to nurture the young entrepreneurs, basically the SMEs, who are having good ideas, basically to help them grow and to establish and to provide the infrastructure that is required for the government, and also the new companies that come into it. Whereas we also visited Kisad, I think. Kisad is giving a lot of promotion and lot of facilities to especially the new startups. We also understand that they have allotted a big piece of land for China, I think, a tire manufacturer, I think. They would be starting about 500 of 1,000 employees. So these are the things are coming up, and this is what the new thing that I have learned from you is like seed capital, whereas the new ideas that come up, also funding. That's what I'm hearing for the first time. Maybe it's in the pipeline, and that would be a real good incentive for the new companies to come in. Can we request Mr. Khurana? Harpreet Singh. Yes, sir. Basically, the challenges.
Good afternoon. Now, SME challenges, SME opportunities is need of the hour. I don't think, as my colleagues have already said, yes, there are a lot of SME challenges, a lot of SME opportunities available. Let's see first opportunities and then see the challenges and then take it further, because if we see the challenges first, then we'll forget to show where the opportunities are. If opportunities are there, challenges are there, we can easily overcome the challenges. See, this UAE is a country, Abu Dhabi is a city where this is basically a visionary country. And what is a vision? Vision means to see the invisible. This is the country which has a plan for next 50 years. We have 2071 UAE plan. In 2007, Abu Dhabi has its vision, Abu Dhabi Economic Vision 2030. So this is a country where, this is a forward-looking country where we can see 20 years ahead, 30 years ahead, 50 years ahead. That is what gives a very positive thought, very positivity in this country, because it's a forward-looking country. And infrastructure, everyone knows that UAE is one of the best infrastructure. So visionary leadership, they provide a vision, they are forward-looking, best infrastructure, and then comes ease of doing business. As in the previous panel, you can go to any free zone. Everything is a single window approach. All free zones are so friendly. You go, they'll tell you all those things, and then you can incorporate a company as per your requirement. So ease of doing business, vision, infrastructure, and the fourth benefit of this country is this is a country, as my friend Mustafa earlier said, 2/3 of the world you can reach within 8 hours. So this is the best logistics country. You can go to 2/3, 60, 70% of the world within next 7 to 8 hours flight. So you are very logistically located. So these all are the opportunities which are available in this country, and then to take it forward. Now, how these the opportunities can be associated with India in per se, because this panel is also basically what Abu Dhabi and India can do together and work on it. We all know the famous ADNOC Reliance deal, which is going to be happen before 31st of March. So that's a one big leap which India and Abu Dhabi has done. The second is only a few months back, Kizat and AIPMA, All India Plastic Manufacturers Associations, they have a tie-up where the Kizat will have a special polymer plastic park for companies, plastic companies coming from India. So this is all, this means these two countries, UAE and India in general, and Abu Dhabi and India in particular, where they are working together to how to make these things further. These two are the famous deal, everyone is aware of it. Then there are other things available. There's agriculture, a lot of agriculture, food processing is also one of the biggest challenge, one of the biggest opportunity where India and Abu Dhabi can work together. A lot of virgin land both in India as well as in Abu Dhabi is available, where now everyone is thinking of organic. People, a lot of people are going to vegan. So we can have a very good organic agriculture product and food processing, where Abu Dhabi and India can join hands and work together and take on it. On this is the other ones that, as my friend has said, that is a technology is driven, because India per se is a human capital of the world. So Indian technology, Indian is a very a journey ahead of the human capital, ahead of a technology person, because in technology the human portion is where India is ahead of everyone in the world. So where we can work together, and so the latest technologies which is going on, whether it is AI, artificial intelligence, whether it is robotics, whether it is blockchain, whether it is big data, so all those things can be worked, and where this is. So these all are the opportunities which are available. We can work together, and as I've said that SME, as my friend Tariq has said, that SME plays a very vital role, and every part of the world that's SME, they are the biggest contributor to the job. They are the biggest contributor. They are one of the main contributors to the GDP growth, and they are basically a lot of more opportunities. And they also give the people more opportunities to come work and put their own potential into this place. So here also these SMEs are working very hard. Excuse me. Now, what are the challenges which an SME is facing specifically in this part of the world and across the world? As we know, as by the name it says SME, they are basically small and medium enterprises. When they are small, they are medium, so definitely they have a challenge of capital. They have a shortage of money. So that is the biggest challenge they are facing. So when you are facing a capital shortage, where you will go? You can go to three things: A, to the bank, then to your own friends and relatives, and then to alternate funding. When you go to the bank, the problem with the bank is, it's not in this part of the world, everywhere in the world, banking industry is generally not supporting to the manufacturing or to the service or to the industry. That's the problem with the banks. Banks are your fair weather friends. Whenever you need money, bank more, they take up their hand back. So that is the thing which banking needs to understand. And banking in the world has to understand that banks are there because of entrepreneur, because of other things, and not others are there because of bank. So that's the thing. So banking is a very big, capital is a very big issue, which is creating problem. So for SMEs, the other challenge is scalability. As we said, SMEs, they are small, so they must have to have a plan for their scalability. And because it's a majority of the SMEs are family driven, they lack vision. When they lack vision, they are not able to visualize 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So they are not having any robust business plan, where they have a concrete business plan in writing, black and white, and they can work on that and achieve on it. So that is the thing on which the big challenge which SMEs are facing, and they have to come out of it. For that, they need the services of a professionals. There are a lot of professional consultants in the market who help them, guide them. And there are also some associations, even chambers of commerce, other business associations, they are also helping to have their plan and all those things, robust business plan where all those things are there. So when the plan is there, and for their product they have done a detailed project report, everything, then definitely that also gives a little comfort to the banks. So their robust the business plan, that is also needs to be there, those things. Then, so the other biggest challenge between the SME is because as a family-owned companies, they are not able to attract talent from the market because their cost is high, they have limited margins, and the person, versus you want to join XME or you want to join a multinational, everyone prefers a multinational, joining a multinational. To attract that person to an SME, they need to offer him something more, which is there. And then the board thing have two parts. One is a monetary things and one is an atmosphere. So that atmosphere also has to be done there. And that can be possible only when they have a robust business plan, when they are compliance oriented, when they have complete system, policies, guidance, and everything is available. That will also give a comfort to a technical person to join a family organization and take it further. So that is a challenge which they have to overcome. The other challenge is being in this family-owned SME is, because their SMEs, they are family-oriented, they are in the process of making institutions, there's always a succession issues. This is not that technically they are not able to attract talent from outside. Even within the family, the talent is not interested in joining the family business. So they have their own talent within the family, their son, their grandson, their nephews, and all those they are available. But they are not interested to join that family business. So even retaining that own family talent is a big challenge for the SMEs. So that is also the challenge which SMEs have to overcome with these things. And
this note, Mr. Harpreet, when we say that there are challenges of the people within the family to join the SMEs, what is the reason basically? Is it that they are looking for something outside, or they are not feeling it interested, or they are looking more challenges outside within the SME? What is the basic crux, Vex? Is it a problem with the younger generation, or is there a gap between the old and the young, or is there a gap?
So this is basically this is mix of all the things. The SME is started by the person. Then over a period, 20, 30, 40 years, he has started making the SPA to this level. And majority of the decisions, they are centralized decisions. There are a lot of activities which should have been decentralized, have not been decentralized, because of everyone wants to have a control. So when the new generation comes, he joins, he feels frustrated, he feels suffocated, where has come? Because when he discussed with his friends, his colleagues, his students, with his workers, he says, oh, I'm in that company, we're enjoying this, where this is, yeah, what is the, here in the morning, I come 9, I come in the evening, and then I'm just checking the signs and doing all these things. So that thing is the thing where, that's why it says, if SMEs have a complete robust business plan, complete policies, procedures given, and then, because SME has also to think and start working on making this SME also into an institutions. Now, no one bothers whether Citibank, no one knows who is the owner of Citibank. No one knows who is the owner of other big things, because they know there is a complete institution, there's a complete system. The management and the ownership is different. In SMEs, the management and the ownership is the same. So that is with the bigger challenges. So it is to be taken care by both, by the family, of father, son, and grandson. All these the people have to sit together, concentrate on it, make a complete thing, and then work on it. It's not that only the new generation is at the fault, or only the first generation is at the fault. It's because everyone has his own perspective of the thing, so they need to change the perspective and start working towards a common goal. Because as of now, the common goal is missing because of these institutions. That is the biggest thing.
And also, you mentioned regarding the banks are not able to fund, or banks are not willing to fund, or they are only a good weather friends. Basically, we have to also keep in mind that banks are custodians of somebody else's funds. Basically, they are stewards. They have to safeguard those funds which have come from somebody else, basically, and they have to know that whenever they lend, they are in the basic business of lending money and making profits on that, and giving it back to their own investors. The focus of the banks is basically to see that when they give money to somebody else or the loan, they have to be doubly sure that the money is going to come back to them. As long as the money is coming back, as long as the rolling is good, they will be comfortable, basically. And I think the main idea behind the banks is they are having a lot of procedures to be followed, which the SMEs may not be able to comply with sometimes. So that is the reason that though the funds are flush in the banks, those are not reaching to the SMEs, as Dr. Tariq also mentioned. These are the dynamics where they function with. So how do we bridge that gap, basically? For that, there should be some alternative ways of funding the SMEs, the requirement of the SMEs who are the backbone of the economy. These are the basic requirements, basically.
Sir, the banks need to change their mindset. Till now, whatever the NPS of bank has done because of large corporates, much more than the NPS of the SMEs. So this is a bank, they need to change their mindset. Banks are in the process, banks are going to lend at 4%, 5% to Reliance, but bank is not going to lend to a small business even at 16%. So that's the mindset which banks have to change it. And then I agree that they are the custodian of the money, but they are the custodian of the money when they are lending to large sectors also. That's not the issue. Then the other thing is banks also have the other challenges. Because now we also have that FATF, Finance Action Task Force. Although UAE is not member of that FATF as of now, but it's a representative, so it has to follow that. That is why you see in last 4-5 years, banking has changed a lot. So first, initially for 7 years back, we come with the FATCA, then comes Common Reporting System, then comes CRPC, then comes now also that is why all those our this KYC has become very things, and that's the reason you will be see people here, they go to any FZE, within a day or two they get their company, and then they take months to open a bank account. No one, till now, why this free zones and banks, they not work in tandem. This is okay, free zone, you do this KYC, you do, and this will do, and will ensure that if this free zone opens a company, this bank will open a bank account also. So, see, the person opens a company, he comes here, they open a company, spend 1, 2, 3 months, bank account doesn't open, close the company and goes back. And this is very common thing. This is not I'm saying this is, and then the banking in UAE needs to understand this thing. And banking is not basically understanding all things. Now what happened, even when we advise, we open a company, we put our paper in 4 banks simultaneously. And in majority of the cases, the bank takes more than a month to open a bank account. So if bank account is not open, you forget when the bank will lend the money. So the objective of a bank, what is it? And banks, you see any bank's balance sheet. The bank's biggest income is on account of bank charges, on account of other income, which is coming even from the companies which bank is not lending them. So that is bank's non-fund income is much more than the bank's funding income. So that is basically bank's challenge, that banks needs to understand. Banks have their own challenges. How they will understand, that is their outlook, I'm not saying. Now comes to, if bank is not giving money to SME, what should SME do? As I said, there are alternate bankers, there are private equity funds, There are this country also has a Kizad Foundation, the Khalifa Foundation. There are also other things available. And even my friend, they have their own in their organization, association where this is you can provide the funds to this without even interest. So and last time you have said, last one you have said. So similarly, and then and then we can approach the family offices. But how a SME can approach to a family office is, okay, I'm doing this and this is. So that family office, when he's going to give fund or private equity fund or alternate fund or alternate things, and then they come and what do they need? They need a complete detail, they need policies, they need procedures, they need guidelines, they need robust business plan. For that, they things. Now what happened? For all these things, this expertise does not exist at SME level. In large corporates, they have their own department, they can work on it. Here, this expertise does not exist. For that, they have to go to experts, they have to go to consultants like us or some other things. When they have to go there, and they think, oh, this is cost too much. So SME also have to change up their mindset that by spending money on robust business plan, on policies, procedures, compliances, it gives them more mileage, and it is not they're spending money, it is basically they are investing. So that mindset has to be changed, that it is their investment in these things which will give results, will give the return, and the IRR on these investments is much, much more higher than anything else. What is R&D? What is innovation? So this spending money on policies, procedures, guidelines, compliances, internal processes is also an innovation. It's also an R&D. This R&D is not only on the manufacturing thing. R&D is also on the services. R&D is also on the processes. So we have to there's change. The biggest thing is change of mindset, sir. Once we have to come out this mindset change, they will be able to do it.
I think what we are basically arriving at is there is a challenge, there is a gap between the banks and the SMEs basically, because of the fundings are not available as per the requirement of the SMEs. So how do we bridge the gap? One of the means of bridging the gap is we are coming up with a SME platform that we would be discussing a separate session on how is the funding going to come, what are the challenges, and how the funding would be available to SMEs to meet this requirement, which would be available in a separate session. In short, I can just share with you. Basically, the platform would be open to most of the companies which are listed, registered with the DEDs and the departments. There are approximately 300,000 companies, I understand, with the various organizations, various emirates. And listing would be free on this platform, and whoever wants money or requirement, maybe 50,000, maybe 10,000, maybe up to 5 million or 100 million, the platform would allow them to go into the requirements into the platform, and the platform would find investors or various fund houses who would be willing to fund this kind of a small project, small requirements. Of course, there will be compliance requirements, there are other conditions have to be fulfilled. So this kind of things are coming to bridge the gap which the banks are not able to fulfill. So these things are coming up which we will be discussing. And I would like to ask Mr. Najmi regarding the non-interest which you had shared. I mean, I think I have lost it. I have really do not know much about it. Kind of association, is it a kind of a group finance or what it is like?
Now see, I want to share my experience. In my town, the 10, 15 people are the same line business. What they did, they form a type of association.
Mic. Okay, sir.
They form an association, and they are collectively buying the material from, say, from Bombay or from Indore, and they distribute among them. They are charging about 2% of the cost, just to recover the cost. In 10 years' time, they have got the capital about 40 million rupees. These people are not paying any interest. There is no moderation of the payment. very easy installment. When they sell, they pay immediately. But there is a time. Okay, the 6-month time you have to pay. They are paying in 6-month time. And they are just circulating their money like this. So this is the problem of all 15 people, the immediate fund, they have resolved.
So it's basically, can we say something like a cooperative society,
Cooperative society, yes.
something like that?
Yes,
So
just
where
like a
the
cooperative
key of the success of this cooperative society is basically the trust between the persons who are at the helm
Yeah.
and the amount of money or the aid that is given from them to their
Only
members.
to the members, available
and-
for the members only.
Yes, and the members giving it back to them
Back-
on time.
Oh, yeah.
That trust and that
There is,
thing,
there is no,
very important.
there is no, I mean, the PDC check or something, nothing is like that. What they are doing, in some cases, they are paying daily. Daily they are paying.
So this is
like
a
a
good
chi-
concept, basically,
It's a very
which
good
can,
concept.
can be.
It's like a chit fund. It's like a chit fund,
Yeah.
I guess.
Something like a chit fund. Okay. Now let us focus on make in UAE. Now the main thrust of the government is to make in UAE. Can somebody of us throw some light on this? What are the key factors?
Of course, there is a great opportunity in the program of Make in UAE because that can, Make in UAE will substitute a lot of imports. And if you see, apart from the core industries, few of the core industries, and many of them are process industries, about 60-70% of the goods are still imported. So it has a huge scope. Now, Make in UAE program, in that, first government, what they have done is they have set a conducive environment. The entire ecosystem is ready. The free zones, power availability, land availability, machinery and everything, and the great, good infrastructure on logistics, everything is very conducive. So this program has a great potential. Now, just talking on the SME challenges also in this thing, I feel that, a bit of discipline has to be inculcated in the culture. Because, see, the corporates have a very strong processes and controls. SMEs are, because they are run by the family, it's a family-owned business or organization. So, there are a lot of lack of disciplinary action, compliances in that. So, of course, we also run a program on succession planning on large-size family-run business. In that, who is the best person to succeed, in this business? And what are the requirements? Everything, that discipline, processes and controls, then technology has to be embedded in this. So once everything of this cultural shift has been done from unorganized to making that business as an organized sector, of course, from micro to small, small to medium enterprise, they can accelerate on a very fast pace. And many of them have a chance to become a multinational. So many multinational brands have been emerged from the UAE, like Etihad Airline, Emirates Airline, Dubai, so many other things, which are pride of this country, has emerged from this, and from the modest beginning, now they are large conglomerates. So, and that requires a cultural shift in this. And with this, the SME sector will have a lot of potential. Manufacturing also in the UAE, and UAE also has a huge market, in the neighboring countries, also to the Northern Africa and to the Eastern Europe. These are the markets. Even today, they rely on UAE for the supplies. So also, once you have a made in UAE stamped or anything which is beyond 40% processed, minimum 40% or further, value addition in the product, in processing or manufacturing, that has an edge in supply in the GCC as well. So that is considered as a preferential product in the GCC market. So with this, Make in UAE has a great scope, to my understanding.
Yeah, basically what we're trying to say is each country is coming into this concept now. Of late, we have been hearing a lot of things in Make in UAE or make in their own country or whatever it is. That's what we are, the key word that we are listening from most of the places. I would like to ask Dr. Tariq to comment on this. Basically, there was a world where we used to hear, okay, make things in various places. suppose country A is a specialist in doing something. It is cheaper to do something in country A. Country B is good at doing something else. So the concept was you do what is you are best at and I do what I am best at. And then we see interchange it among ourselves and all of us thrive together. That was the principle, that was the line of thinking sometime. But of late, what we are thinking, we hear a more, I am building wall against within myself. I want to get everything done. What is the concept on that? This new change in philosophy or change in the economic strategy, how do you foresee it like?
Well, regarding this Make in UAE, is a great initiative. But I would say one thing, that if you look at it, you pick 10 industries here that where you see the greatest demand here. Auto industry is definitely, electronic is definitely. I think, we should approach, if you look at it, Mercedes or Hyundai or Honda or Audi, like China model, what they do, they say, we will commit to you X amount, okay, but you have to manufacture in their own country. So the same concept should be followed in UAE. You see every other car is a Toyota or a Japanese brand. Somehow what we need here, that we need these car manufacturer, LG TV, for example, a few other examples, Mercedes, that you put assembling plant here. And this is what I was telling earlier also. I think that is Make in UAE also, So these kind of things, I think a major level will definitely bring the smaller level making here in this country also. And the second of all, I always say that there is a lot of conferences happening, a lot of summits are happening. We all talking about different topics and everything. There should be a very key focus on demand. We have to create the demand. I think that's a key area. The business is there, but somehow you have to create that business into the second level. So there should be a very focused level conferences, on, like I say, making UAE or creating a demand that gives the idea to the major investor and something to look into that. And nowadays, what it is that even you go to China, there are hundreds of companies I see that they're willing to invest in this country, but somehow somebody have to take an initiative. Somebody have to guide them. They don't know. To Chinese, their whole world is open. But if you go with the idea, if you go with the incentive, I know few companies, they can willing to invest here hundreds of millions or billions of dollars here. But first, we have to show them there is a demand. Second of all, we have to show them there is incentives. And for Chinese people, again, I say, if you look at it, doesn't matter US to Mexico, North America, South America, to anywhere in the world, Chinese are the one who are putting major investment or major plants anywhere in the world, So I think if we focus on that, I think in this country, there is a great demand because from this country, you have the whole world. Like mentioned, that it's 8-hour flight or by transportation, they have a best logistics system. We are sitting in the heart of the world, Africa next door, the whole Middle East and Asia, everything is here. And if you look at it, the One Belt, One Road initiative of China, what is that is all about connection, logistic connection, by sea, by road, anything, by air. So I think that part, making UAE should be a part of that, that if you make it here, saves time, create jobs, and at the same time, give the better quality service to the local needs.
Yeah, that is well said. Basically, what we are trying to say is we need to inculcate this habit of, say, you do what is best for you and then get the best things for you. So each one is contributing their own valuable efforts or the resources to the best possible way. That's what it is. And I would like to quote a small example. I was reading somewhere recently. In the US, there was, this is regarding how do we achieve the best potential among the SMEs basically. There was an industry that was going on and there were about 400 to 500 employees within that company, okay. And the profits were squeezing, the margins were squeezing, and there was a point where they had to take a decision, how do we go ahead, okay. Now there are 400 to 500 employees already employed, whose families are running basically on the salaries that they earn. and suppose the profitability of the company goes down, what is going to happen? The company is going to close down. You cannot go on a negative for a long time. So the basic purpose was, how do we go ahead? The CEO of that company said, okay, as the profit margins are squeezing, say from 30% to 20% or 10%, how do we survive? The only way to survive is this margin has to change. It has to increase so that we all survive together. One way is to reduce the cost of input. One way is to reduce the cost of your labor. Labor is normally, in normal terms, it's about 70% labor cost, whereas the material cost could vary upon the production and the market that is available. So that is kind of a variable cost, but whereas a fixed cost is something known as your labor cost. So the proposal put by the CEO was saying that, okay, let us all put in something, take a cut in pay for 10% or 20%. Then what is going to happen is, the moment the cost of the labor is gone down by, say, 20%, your margin will go up by, which was 10%, it will go up to 20%. So what happens, the industry would survive and everybody would be on jobs. So that's how he said, okay, let's go on this, and that was acceptable by him. And that was the challenge that he faced, and that was what is acceptable. I know of examples, even in Dubai, even in UAE, some of the companies have done that. I have worked with some companies where these strategies were followed. And this is a very positive way. And as a punch note, as a concluding note, I would like each one of you to say, what is the punchline that you would like to say, how the company should achieve the most talent, potential, how to the maximum, within a minute or so, if you can, each one of us say.
Connecting with the SME, normally, the SME facing the greatest challenge is the succession, because they are disconnected with the business, and they go abroad and study, and they have studied which is not connected to their business. So this inculcating the culture of their own business from the childhood, and bringing them in the stream of education, correlating to their industry, has a greater survival rate on SMEs, and with that, SMEs definitely, will improve. Right now, a lot of SMEs which are having a problem of resources, human resources, even the family members, are just because of disconnect of the next generation with their business. So, that if they bridge the gap between the next generation and the business, inculcating culture, inculcating technology, including technology, and overall improvement of the product and services, definitely it has a great future.
Thank you. This is basically the bridging of the gap. Before we come to Mr. Sunil Patru, I think there is a question in the audience. Can we take up the question, sir? Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah. I was giving example of Huawei, one company I'm talking about, Huawei, the mobile phones and everything. Well, I mean, I have. Well, no, Huawei is not copying the project. Let me share with you, I visited them a few months ago. Even I took the UAE high government official to their head office. If I share with you the technology they are working in R&D, I'll give you one example. That if you go anywhere in the world, when you telecast on a satellite TV, you have a full van going in that parks outside and then telecast to the head office to telecast on a TV. They have developed the whole van in a backpack. I seen the backpack, the demo, that you don't need the van, and is a 1/10 of a cost. This is what called R&D, that they are researching, they're working on not today's, tomorrow's technology. And I can go on, the few other technology they showed us, is very mind-binding. So this is why, why the US don't want Huawei to be expand in their own market. So this is not, I'm saying not all Chinese companies spending that percentage, but they are spending double digit most of the companies into R&D to tap that exclusive market in the world. Well, well, see, well, see, researcher, let me just share with you one more thought that R&D doesn't mean that, it's also to save cost, how to save cost on your manufacturing. R&D means that, like in China, a lot of big manufacturing company doing the robotic, and US also. That is called R&D also, that they work and see how to cut down the cost. Have the robot work 24 hours rather than compared to, 8 hours of work, So R&D have multiple hundreds and thousands of ways you can look at it. Even if I am a service-oriented business, that doesn't mean R&D. I am, as a, let's say, CEO Club is a business organization, that 30-year-old that I founded back in US, and UAE presence in 14 years now. And we always spending time how we can improve, how we can give better benefits to our members of 16,000 worldwide, how we can connect them, which is the best way of the time, the value of the time. So research means development for your own business. If you look at it, you're always thinking how to save cost, how to do better things, how to give a better service. That's also part of R&D.
It doesn't work so much. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, see, when you, well, yeah, definitely. Well, see, a robot doesn't mean that the unemployment will go high. There are different jobs will be created. Different type of jobs are created in robotic industry, if you look at it. It doesn't mean that will go down, but there will be different, manufacturing a robot also is creating new jobs there.
Yeah, in the interest of time, what I would like to say, this is basically a subjective topic. Basically, R&D, how much, say 43%, maybe 10%, maybe somebody would be 25%. But the concept behind is to look into the future, look at the past, and see how we can improve it. Basically, that is the basic concept. That's what I understand is how we cost, because somebody may be spending more, somebody may be spending less.
What you were talking about, that something in the UAE now. Suppose just you can under transportation, other things, and the things available over here, so very easy to transport to neighboring countries. Okay, that's fine. That sounds.
Yeah, that sounds practical, and because each country, each region has its own advantages, has its plus point, and whatever the best things possible, we have to adapt it and see how best we can do it. Because many times there was a concept of computerization coming in, there will be no jobs. Yes, computerization came in, there was no jobs for certain section, but there are people who upgraded themselves, there was some jobs, there were more jobs. So this is a going on process, it's not that one-time process, and it will keep on changing, I suppose. And let's go to the next question from there. Is anybody, one person over here? Because in the interest of time, we are first trying to rush through now.
There has been a clarion call to make in the UAE, to manufacture here. We're hearing this in many forums. But then where does manufacturing fit in? Manufacturing is most suited where a country has an advantage of materials or labor or technology. Here in the UAE, we have to import all of them. So if we import all of them and start manufacturing just for the sake of manufacturing for pride, how does it make it a commercially viable venture? How can we price our products, end products, competitively in the international market?
See, we have came across like this many companies. What your question is, there are many companies who has operation manufacturing plant in India, but they are not able to deliver to their international customers on time because of labor strike, because of lot of other issues, government compliances, these all things. So what they do, they know the technology, they know the know-how, they know everything how to run the business. What they do, they set up a manufacturing plant here. And why they set up here manufacturing plant? So that they can supply the material to their customers on time. Here the problem of strike doesn't happen, no power cut, no other natural calamity which will stops them to prevents them to deliver their goods. This is one of the which we came across. So these are the things which encourages to have a manufacturing plant here. So on not necessarily that we have to import and export. Somewhere there are so many companies in UAE, those who are importing and exporting, manufacturing and exporting also, and they are successful also. So just we have to import, that should not be the criteria that we are importing, then we manufacture here and export, then what is the use of make in UAE? We need to take initiative in order to have presence in you have a presence in your world, in the world. You just cannot survive on limited businesses. Like we have now, you see all the school buses or you have Ashok Leyland and Tata are having a manufacturing plant here because they are supplying all this to Middle East. Similarly, Range Rover and Jaguars, once the Tata has taken over, they have put a manufacturing plant in Saudi Arabia. They could have put easily in India, but they put in Saudi Arabia because the demand for such, they are seeing the demand, where is the demand? So that the manufacturing plant can be put to cover up those demands in that area.
Basically, what I understand is basically a business runs on the basis of what you can sell. Unless you may have the best of your products, but if you are not able to sell it on time, I think crux of the matter is that if you don't sell it on time, you don't get your funds back. That is the rolling that has to be there. Dr. Mustafa has got something to add.
Yeah, actually, coming to your point of availability of raw material and resources and the market. There's a company, Al Ghurair Food, which is, a very famous company in Jebel Ali and on Port Rashid, what you see, the big silos. UAE is not a wheat cultivating country. They are the sole suppliers to the entire continent of Australia. So the wheat comes from one place, they process it, they make it a flour, and that product goes to the entire continent of Australia has been fed by that country, but that company. So it's not that, your local manufacturing, like Hyundai is one of the largest shipbuilding company. Korea does not, they don't have a steel factory. The steel has been imported. So nowadays it's a global world. So the infrastructure and the conduciveness and the ecosystem matters. It's not the raw material matters. It's not that earlier, wherever the availability of the raw material, there, people used to put their factory. Now no more. And UAE, I think, it is one of the most conducive country for the industry, one of the best ecosystem. So there is a lot more potential on manufacturing over here with everything. If you see all the criteria, they are in order. Now you need your own expertise and your own choice and see where you can match the raw material and the consumers. That's the only thing you have to do.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is made very clear. Basically, this is a changing world now, and UAE is providing facilities where you can be on the cutting edge, basically. You are looking at, say, 50 years ahead of time, which no country is basically planning, basically. So once you got to be focused, and I think we close on a positive note on that.
If you go into the Silicon Oasis in Lane Road, there is a model capped which says 2121. So it's 100 years ahead. There is one master plan kept over there. So, such kind of vision has been laid down in this country. So 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, you're talking about 100 years later, also, the seeds of that vision has already been planted.
Yeah, I'd like to add one more thing regarding what Dr. Mustafa has said. We had visited Fujairah, and there was a printing firm over there within the free zone. It is basically based in India. It's a big company, big industry, a big group, which was functioning from India. They have a big plant there, everything is there. They are having some export orders into Europe, for printing and sending certain things. Now, the challenges that they were facing in India was transporting the things from the manufacturing setup to the ports, and from the ports, then to load it onto the ship and send it across. The challenges faced by them was sometimes was power, sometimes was some strike or something. As a matter, they would not reach their clients on time. And if the material don't reach on time, they would cancel the order. Simple as that. So what was the solution for them? They found out something over here within UAE, and Fujairah, I understand, was giving a facility wherein they would manufacture, if the products are ready today, he can ship it today. That kind of a facility he was facing. Basically, that is the infrastructure facilities that were available. I think that answers the query. Let us go on to Dr. Tariq on the punch. What punch word you would like to give on the how to achieve full potential, because we are running against time now.
I will just make one statement,
Yes.
which is you learn from past to crack your present for better future.
Thank you. Najmi Saab, what is the punch word that you would like to leave with a positive note with regard to how to achieve full potential? As you very well said regarding your cooperative society, that is a punch.
Full potential is always depend on your planning. How you plan. How you plan, that is important. So your planning is good, you definitely will grow.
So planning is the punch word, and how do we achieve the full potential? Harpreet Saab?
So mine is connection. Connection with capital provider, connection with customer, connection with supplier, connection within the family, that is very important, and connection with the processes. So if you have connection with all the things, all these 5 things, you will be through.
Basically, what you are saying is a bridging of the gap. All the gaps that are there, we bridge it, and that's how we go about, basically. Yes. You have to say?
Mine will be like intention and long-term perspective. Because many SMEs, their intentions are not clear, and they are very short-term plan-oriented. This is the main factor which is happening. There are a lot of examples I could have given because we are running out of time, but the intention should be the right, and the planning should be long-term.
Yeah, we have actually run out of time. Let me close with one quote by the report by the ENY consultancy. They have stated Expo 2020 would generate 1.5% of the UAE's GDP, and it is expected to generate about 100,000 new jobs within the economy. So with this positive note, I think we should. One question there? Okay. With this positive note, we'll close after one question from that side. Yes, sir.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. India is a great country, and under the Mr. Modi's leadership, India has made a program, Make in India. Now we are going to discuss about non-oil sector supporting program. So all the SME in UAE, those who are selling the material and goods, most of the business people here selling 90% of the material from out of India, means other countries. They are not selling Indian material. What this panel has to do is to provide information and continuous process to provide the small manufacturer, which Mr. Modi has directed and people are making, should be available to UAE SME, so that it should be accessed very easily and they can compete with China and other countries where our production is very, very low and very effective. Second thing is to provide this, we have to provide the small manufacturer a raw material. Government is giving incentive for export. They should give incentive to provide a raw material at the cheapest rate to the manufacturer, so the manufacturer can manufacture the material and send it all over the world. That is the growth. And non-oil sector supportive program, you have to create one online portal where the China has a different places, they have different provinces, and they have a complete program unity that one Chinese people are giving one product of 100 dirham. If you tell them to make this in 90, they can make it 90. If you say make it in 50, they can make it. They are able to do it. But in India, we don't have that facility. We cannot produce once only you do, and that is all. So all these sectors, if you, the panel is here, if they can go in research and development as is discussed here, the development and research is very important, and to give the people and youngsters provide a potential, to provide them a chance to go to research and development, the country will flow. Also, I can ask here anybody, they know the coding system. The code, what is the coding system? Nobody knows. So this coding system is very important from the beginning, from the childhood. The child should learn the new system of the education, and then when he grows, he knows the things which you are telling now, that computer and other roboting system, and this will come effect after 10 or 20 years of his learning. So you cannot impose anything directly in one go. Second thing is, this panel should provide information from Indian continent to UAE SME to sell the Indian products in competition with China and other countries. That access should be available greatly with your panel. So I think so, what you say that cost effective, this thing is, it is a minor thing, but effective thing is that you have to provide the raw material to the manufacturer, and you have to provide the information that in which area what product is available and how cheapest is you can export it to UAE, and the UAE people can get it at a very cheaper rate. Then you can compete with non-oil supporting program. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate this panel is very good and discussing the issues, and we hope that further this program, it is not about the money, it is not about the loan, it is not about the effort, the material, the information, which is very important to improve the business.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this positive input. Basically, the thing is like we have to spend on innovation, we have to spend on information, we have to spend on infrastructure. That is what the UAE government is focusing on, and I'm sure this would give a very good base for any industry to come and flourish. And looking forward into next 50 years, preparing yourself for the next 50 years, that is the positive sign, that is the environment that the government is providing, and we are really happy to share it with you. And we are really looking forward that the next 50 years would take UAE to the next level and much higher level, and we would be able to contribute, and we would be able to take part and reap the benefits of these facilities that are available. Thank you, and we'll close on this positive note.
I have a question for this panel.
One more question.
I have a question for this panel.
So quick one. We'll spend another 2 minutes on it.
Okay, I will take only 30 seconds for this question, and then whoever the panel wants to reply.
Yes.
We are talking of non-trade, non-oil business things. We have all spoken about SME. We have all spoken about something to be done from India, somewhere from here. Today, we as SMEs wants to do something, any SMEs, which bank is offering of something to any SMEs companies in UAE that they can go ahead? Can somebody tell me on this panel, or somebody which can this panel come up and support any SMEs, whether it's Indian, whether it's Emirati, or any other nationalities? I don't care about nationalities. It's all, we are all one people on this plane, on this planet. Which banks support SME? We are all talking of SMEs, non-trade, outside the oil industry. How many of the banks will support this? That's my question to the panel.
Yeah, see, I can just, in a short way, I can say, one is RAC Bank is supporting, and one is now, if you go to the FAB website, first Abu Dhabi, now if you go, there is a one, I forgot the name exactly, sorry for that. Some kind of SME loan or smart loan, something is there, with the affordable rate. If you go to their website, you can find out the details. I forgot actually the details, I'm sorry for that. They are providing now loans for SME, and RAC Bank is also supporting. And the other banks are supporting in a very high scale only, where because you have to have a very strong balance sheet. But RAC Bank is anyhow is supporting, because recently I have dealt with it and they are supporting, and FAB also.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Patro. And the next session would be basically on new funding methods. I think that would give you more heads up on this. Thank you very much, all the panel members. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for the positive response that we have got. Thank you very much.
Please join for the photo session. And may I request our special guests for the day here, Dr. Ahmad Al-Mansouri and Dr. Khalifa. Please join us on the stage for the photo session, sir, please, along with our CEO, Mr. Sajid Kumar. Thank you very much. May I request Dr. Ahmad Al-Mansouri and Dr. Khalifa to kindly stay back. We have been conducting the UAE-India Business Fest 2019 from Dubai, Abu Dhabi. We have covered all the 7 Emirates. Today we are the concluding sessions, and we are presenting a token of respect to our esteemed panel members who was actively been involved in the whole session, starting from Dubai. And we have arranged a special certificate distribution session today evening, but 3 of our panel members have to leave a bit early, and may I request our special guest, Dr. Ahmad Al-Mansouri and Dr. Khalifa, along with Mr. Sajid Kumar, to kindly distribute their token of respect during this session. And for that, may I request Mr. Tirupat Mehta, the Managing Director of Voice Consultancy, to kindly be on the stage to receive the token of respect from IBMC. Mr. Tirupat Mehta, the Managing Director of Voice Consultancy, was actively participating in all our UAE-India Business Fest right from the beginning, and has contributed a lot of valuable insights on the business setups, including the financial tax matters and the company setups across UAE. So thank you very much, Mr. Tirupat Mehta. Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Federico Fernandez, the project manager of GIAS, the General Aviation Authority UAE, to kindly receive a token of respect from IBMC for your active participation in our UAE-India Business Fest during 2019. Thank you very much, Mr. Frederick, for your valuable contributions to this panel. May I also request Mr. Harpreet Singh Khurana, the Chief Financial Officer of Vice Consultancy, to kindly be on the stage to receive a token of respect from IBMC. Mr. Harpreet Singh has a lot of insightful experience in this industry and has contributed very valuable points during the panel discussions in IBMC. So thank you very much for joining us. May I request Mr. A.S. Najmi, the partner of Abdul Hussain Associates, kindly be on the stage to receive the token of respect. Abdul Hussain Associates is one of the very oldest chartered accountant firms in UAE, and Mr. A.S. Najmi has contributed a lot of valuable insights in these sessions. May I request Dr. Tariq Ahmad Nazami, the founder and CEO of CEO Clubs Worldwide, to be kindly on the stage to receive a token of respect from IBMC. Dr. Tariq is associating with IBMC right from 2017 onwards, and he has been contributing a lot of insightful information. Thank you very much for your kind contribution, sir. Thank you. May I request Mr. Murtasa Najmi? I think Mr. Murtasa is not here. No. May I request Mr. Sunil Patro? Mr. Sunil Patro, Chartered Accountant, who has been associating with IBMC. Mr. Murtasa Najmi is not there. On behalf of Mr. Murtasa, Mr. S. Najmi will be, yeah. May I request Mr. Sunil Patro, Chartered Accountant and Associate of IBMC, to kindly receive the token of respect. Thank you very much for your valuable insights. Before we leaving for the lunch, may I request Dr. Ahmad Al-Ansuri to kindly say a few words from your side, sir. Your presence on stage is very important. Please join us. That is Mr. Murtafa Al-Najmi. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Murtafa. May I request Dr. Ahmad Al-Mansuri to kindly say a few words, sir, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Really, I appreciate to be in this event. We have a lot of business together from UAE and India as well. And I'm looking forward to meet everybody here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Helena. A few words from your side.
Thank you for everyone for being here. And as we know, as an Emirati and you guys as an Indian, there is a huge relation between the two countries. So it's good that we are making this kind of relation and transfer it to the business and friendship and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks
Thank you very much, sir.
And Dr.
And we have one more certificate distribution, sir. Dr. Mustafa Tahir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, all the panel members. Now we'll be having the lunch break, and 2 o'clock we'll be joining back with the industry panel discussion 3, Abu Dhabi SME economy, the new funding, financial tools, and regulations. And our expert panel members will be joining us to discussion on all these key points, including the legal aspects, the financial aspects and all. So we request all of you to kindly join us for the lunch and rejoin back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll begin our industry panel discussion 3 on Abu Dhabi SME economy, new funding, financial tools and new regulations, raising funds using methods, business protection, trade credit insurance, factoring system, bankruptcy rules, VAT and excise, new regulations and best practices. I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Raj on stage, please. Senior journalist, UAE. And also our panel members, Advocate Binoy Sassi, international lawyer, DIFC, India High Court partner. Mr. KK Ashraf, CEO, Creative Education Services. Mr. Fernando Sarmiento, Senior BDM, CRIF Gulf. Mr. Binu Thomas, Deputy Vice President and Chief Representative Officer, Federal Bank, Abu Dhabi Representative Office. And Sajid, sir.
Hello, sir. It's good. So, SME, education division, SME. Okay, maybe. How they been introduced the parameters? Shall we start? Good afternoon. I'm audible? Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the next session. Yeah, it's there. Next session. This morning we had two very, very creative sessions, now which we actually was concluding two sessions here. The first one was the big picture. In big picture, we gave essentially, what is happening here, what is the status of SME sector here, the importance of SME to the GDP and the growth. And the second session was what was the second session? Actually, it's about how to achieve the full potential. In this, we came to know 2-3 issues. Mainly, the one point which was repeatedly raised was the funding gap. SMEs face a lot of challenges. Mainly, the listed one was the funding gap or the access to finance. Here in this session, we will be talking particularly about that one and what are the new funding tools, financing options, and whether there very innovative options are there for the SMEs too, because we know that the importance of SME, it's the backbone of UAE's economy, and what are the new funding patterns. Among us, luckily we have bankers with us, so they have been actually doing it, and we always hear the blame on, they have to take the blame on that one, they are not, they have a very, very, they are not loosening the strings. The purses are kept there. That's why we will first ask the banker, Mr. Binu Thomas. He has been with the Federal Bank and with a rich experience of what is happening in India. The pattern which follow in India is entirely different from what we follow in the UAE. Because in India, SME sector, SME financing is in the priority sector. Priority sector government has set a target for them. Each bank has been asked to, they have preferential rates for lending. But here, unfortunately, it is not so. But sir, what is the experience you have? Because back home, I know that you are not been heading the SME sector, but the bank's policy was there. No, how different it is SME financing in India and to the UAE, and what are the essentials which we can learn, take from the Indian experience?
Basically, as you rightly pointed out, it's a priority sector lending there. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the SME sector across the globe, it is understood that it is a very essential market. It's like, even in UAE, something like 350,000 SMEs give job opportunities to 3.4 million people is what I came to know. So it's the same everywhere. In India, we have something like 40% of private sector employees in that sector. So, I'm representing Federal Bank over here. I'm running the representative office over here. So we in Federal Bank have been lending very well to SME. We have something like around 30% exposure to SME, that out of our credit portfolio. So in India, generally banks look at the cash flow and basically the trade holding pattern, what is the time taken for receivables to materialize. Then, of course, we look at the credit the credit pattern what promoters of the firm have been following also. So we do look at the civil. And fortunately, I was just sharing it today. We have credit bureau in Abu Dhabi also, in UAE also. So basically what happens is the banks have the benefit of assessing the credit nature of a promoter before deciding on whether to lend to that particular SME or not. So it's not just the SME's capacity, not just the cash flow or the holding period. We look at the promoter's credit nature and, of course, the security aspect.
Yeah.
So security, basically, I think we have a problem over here. Most of the SMEs may not be able to provide collateral. So collateral is one very important thing that we look at. And wherever there is a lack of collateral, people can take the support of CGTMSE, which is a fund run by SIDBI.
It's a guarantee.
It's a guarantee sort of thing. What happens is 75% of the credit exposure, up to a certain limit, is confirmed. It's a guarantee by the firm. So that actually takes away the requirement of collateral. So if a firm is looking for a loan of that particular limit, wherever every sector has a limit set to it. So if I'm taking a loan of 10 lakhs from a bank, the bank has the capacity of giving that 10 lakhs on base of that CGTMSE guarantee. And it is assured that at least a 7.5 lakhs of that 10 lakhs would be provided by the guarantee if I go bust. So that benefit is there for people without collateral. So that is the way it is done. And even though there have been a lot of NPAs coming in SME sector, India has been pushing for this sector, knowing the importance this sector has in the overall economy and the political economy also. Basically, majority of reforms are pushed through SMEs. So it's a very important sector. So what I believe is UAE also can learn from this particular, winning pattern of India. Maybe, of course, I am not a banker of UAE, so I cannot vouch for them, I cannot talk for them. But then being of that same fraternity, banking fraternity, I think banks can loosen their strings a bit, maybe look at the best practices other countries are following and improve lending to SMEs so that this sector grows better.
Thank you. Before we go deeper into this one, now let's hear from Mr. Sajid Kumar, because IBMC has taken, IBMC is now spearheading this as a mission of, they are actually, structuring new products for supporting SME sector, SME economy as a whole, and a new ecosystem is being built there. And sir, what I want to know is that, we always say that there is a funding gap. What is the pattern which you notice that now is the funding gap being bridged now? Is it being narrowed with the new products? What is the state of affairs now?
It's very much important on the discipline for the investment or business practice, that is important. Here funding gap, of course, from morning onwards it was saying about that, and the banking sector providing more, the funding support they are not providing for SME sector, and a lot of, discussions were there. What I want to say that, so we are heading for the new era. So in GCC, UAE, the oil sector is changing to non-oil economy. So non-oil economy, whenever it is happening, the profit margin is very much lesser than the oil and gas sector. So whenever this is coming up, more competitors are coming into the non-oil sector. 2019, what we were also seeing that the challenges on funding part or liquidity part or how to move, there is no clear path. In 2020, if it is coming that, even though SME economy, challenges are still there. The challenges for the opportunity to select the opportunities. So a lot of opportunities are coming up and how to select that. So coming to the funding, if the bank or the private lending or the crowdfunding, such a thing, redefined model, if it is coming up, discipline, business discipline is most important. Otherwise, they are not going to get any fund. So considering into that, people are there ready to start a professional business, professional way of investment. So how to utilize? So this gap we can mitigate if the disciplined business are there. IBMC is providing SME economy project, that www.smeconomy-uae.com, that site, the complimentary registration can be done, and whenever they are coming. So what I'm saying that in future, banking funding will be reducing and private funding will be increasing in different way.
So which means a new realization is that the SME sector has to be supported with the government policies. New policies are announced. For example, even today, the government announced an IPO policy where family-owned companies can go public, including SMEs. So a new initiative is there, and the government has taken very, very proactive measures on that one.
Lot of new regulations are coming into that to support that discipline and business and all.
Yeah. Mr. Ashraf, he is another banker, luckily with us. What is your opinion? There are new funding. In fact, we have been following a lot of traditional tools now. What happens is that, what are the traditional tools available to the SMEs, which you are closely associated with?
Well, I'm associated with the business only for a few years. Before that, prior to that, I spent about 38 years in the bank. So I can most likely speak more about banking.
So you know the real story of both sides.
The banking. Well, here we are talking about SMEs, small and moderate or medium-sized enterprises. As Bhaskar clearly said, it's a backbone of the industry. And the government here is giving a greatest support for SMEs. Almost, if I can say, 90% or more companies are or fall into this sector.
SME sector, yeah.
And as Binu said, he said 40% employees. Here is 45 to 45%. The workforce is employed by the SMEs. And in SMEs in the banks, different banks have different terminology. When I was in the bank, we used to call it SBU, Small Business Unit. But the question is, how you classify this? Where do they fall? On what basis the SMEs, small business, medium business, or large business are classified. Different banks have different method. Some say mostly it is based on the turnover and number of people employed. To me, it doesn't really make sense. Also, I was following that because it all depends about the business, the volume. For example, a wholesale business, the volume will be very high and the number of employees, but the profit will be very low. So the banks for the funding, as you asked, banks or traditional method, for me, I will definitely say the safe funding is always equity, with the equity. But generally here and back in India also, what people do is that if I have 1 million, we'll try to get 9 million from the bank and start the business. That's the last thing I will, as a banker, I'll suggest. So equity, then say there is another, what is the recent method, what I have seen successfully doing is pooling funds from like-minded people. There, the thing is, and the last resort, I would say, approaching banks. Here we said that there are no appetite for the banks, for SMEs. To a certain extent, I agree with that. But my bank, where I was there, we took a different turn that's how we started the SBU, that we spread the risk by lending to SMEs rather than giving to large. Give 100 million to one large corporate and, you face an NPA, and that 100 million split to 100 small business, that is the risk. Yes. So there are several means. If you ask for funding methods, several means are there for the SMEs. Instead of taking the bank loans, especially here in the Abu Dhabi banks, the funding is there. But the issue is for SMEs, interest rate is very high. This is one problem. So the cost-effective method is, one, of course, as I said, equity, then pooling funds from Second is vendor finance. Try to get extended credit terms so that you are...
Okay, of course, we will come to the specific later.
Yeah.
Mr. Fernando, do you agree with him about that? Because the bank, it seems the banks are reluctant. Banks are reluctant. There is some kind of a reluctance on the part of banks because either the SME units are not equipped. They don't have, the books are not very clean sometimes, and sometimes not very audited reports are not there. Is it the banks, of course, they have to protect their capital, they have to protect their money, it's the depositors' money. So they have to look into certain things, there are parameters they have to follow, and the SMEs are not equipped. Do you agree with that?
To a certain extent, of course, there are really valid reasons why that is the case for most bankers. And for example, certain multinational banks, or one that I've recently spoken with some services that I'm providing, they exited the business banking services like a few years back from a few thousand to just 10% of the number, particularly for some of the reasons that you've mentioned, in terms of SMEs being equipped, or maybe even in terms of cases of the kind of, let's say, we can probably mention about, let's say, financial crimes, proximity to countries which are, let's say, perceived as part of certain compliance aspects and all that, and other SME, let's say, incidents that happened before, which probably was one of the reasons why one huge multinational bank would try to shy away from business banking. Coming from the side of where I am at with in terms of business data and information services, the one thing we can probably all agree to is that in terms of the level of data that's being shared culturally, in terms of level of data being shared, is probably not as par as comparing to, let's say, the Western economies, where if you don't share your audited financial report, you're seen as somebody hiding. It's a different mindset. In here, it's more on, it's taken or seen as a different way. When you don't share your audited financial report, it's more on because you want to be competitive in a different level. So those are things maybe that can be seen by the banks as a kind of like restrictive nature of the market when it comes to information.
But there's a welcome change after the implementation of VAT.
Which is
true.
true,
What
yes.
happened is that now the companies per se have to file their returns.
Yes.
There they have to be very transparent. They have to show.
Yeah.
They cannot just falsify or even fudging is
Absolutely.
not allowed. Which is very good thing for the banks to actually, they can see through the finance of a company. They can see their real, their credit worthiness of this banks. So there actually it's good for the banks to actually lend more. But one pattern which we have noticed earlier is that the banks have been lending very lavishly to, because sometimes the bank approached a company saying that, okay, suppose we would like to give you some 10 million loan. The only thing that you'll have to show a revenue of about even 15 million or 20 million. They just, it is declared, self-declared, then they'll give it. Now, which is now already dried up. The SMEs, some of these SMEs with the right kind of connection with the bank officials, they have not been getting it. After the implementation of VAT, this is a major thing what the SMEs are now facing. They cannot get as lavishly or as liberally as they used to get it. So an element of transparency has come now.
No, I think actually the VAT, even though there has been an additional expense on the part of companies or individuals or whoever, this thing actually has happened in India also, where when the compliance becomes more, banks find it easier to lend, because the figures that come to the bank from the entrepreneur, the firm basically, would be correct, accurate, or it won't be, they wouldn't exponentially expand it 5 times or so just to get a loan. Because if you show more funds, more of your book value, you'll be remitting that much tax also. So that way, this particular initiative of VAT, I would say, is a boon for the banks as well as the SMEs also, because the market has to mature. It will take time. Now, VAT has been introduced in 2018 only. Now, they would take some time for, it will take time for all the SMEs to come into that picture. Maybe proper filing of VAT returns and all will take time. And the banks also would require a few years of records to make sure that this company is doing well, going in the proper direction. And once the market is matured enough, once everybody does a proper VAT return filing and all, everybody would find it much easier to lend. The banker also would find it easier, and the SME also will find it easier to get loans raised from the banks. It has happened in India also. Now, if you look at the total SMEs in India, even now the majority are in the non-regularized, that sort of sector. Yeah. So that factor, actually, if you are a proper regulated entity, it becomes easy for a bank to lend. So that, whatever has happened in India, I would say that it should happen in the long run. It will take time for the market to mature. It's a very good thing that the VAT has been introduced in the country for the sake of SMEs and the banks both.
Okay, that calls for a kind of a benchmarking of a rating or kind of thing, sir. Mr. Sajid Kumar, I think that requires the industry needs a kind of a rating or even a benchmarking of SMEs, even credit rating or something like that, which will be easy for the banks actually. When I think you are also on that line of thinking of rating for the SMEs, so that easy for the banks to actually immediately they can go for, even without looking at their finance or something, if they are listed on a particular rating or even a credit rating, it's easy for the banks to actually provide lending then.
Yeah, definitely, SME sector lacking this rating here. So if it is coming as a common practice for rating, even the credit rating, what, credit rating agencies are there, a lot of other, the companies started up, and how they can able to leverage or taking the new terms for funding support. So SME rating, this is IBMC is also planning for that. So SME economy we have launched, and next step, whenever that the funding and the other supports, three challenges, the companies are facing. One is business challenge, second is funding challenge, third is receivable challenge. So these three challenges are most important. We need to mitigate into that. So SME economy project is trying to completely support the corporate, especially SME segment, to come forward with a new business style. So by rating, so if they are coming and they are adding into SME economy and it is successful, we will give the rating. So such a
As the
level.
industry matures, we can see more of this rating.
Right. So this rating, the public, the confidence level, that is most important. The rating, why we are giving this rating. So rating will be, trade credit insurance is involved into that. So automatically, this is satisfying, this project is satisfying their requirement. Then on the other side, the funding side, the financial, that requirements is chartered accountants all, they are evaluating into that. So ultimately, this rating will be for SME sector. In the private sector, it will be essential for, for identifying for the funding support private.
Yes. Mr. Ashraf, as you said, why should the SMEs actually, go to only one source of actually, funding from the banks? There are alternatives available. You just briefly mentioned about. Can you elaborate on the alternative, the sources then?
Safe borrowing or funding is starting from equity, then pooling funds, then vendor financing, receivable financing, that's invoice financing. Thanks to that, less risky, and you get loan at a less interest rate because there is some collateral. As Binu mentioned here, there's one barrier here for the businessman, unlike in India. In India, if you have assets, we can pledge it. But here, most of the expatriates, they don't. And that pledge financing against properties is not very common here. Here, the banks look at the cash flow. Or I can see in 70s when I joined the bank, it was mainly name lending based on who is, a large so-and-so, and name lending and track record with the bank. If someone has been banking with so many years and they have a good record, then, it's given. Then talking about the credit rating and the reports, India is a very much matured market, okay, hundreds of years of banking experience or whatever. But here, even before the introduction of the VAT, the banking and the lending portfolio and the lending style have changed. And you can see the reports are available from the central bank. Central bank, if any borrower has more than 250,000 borrowing from a bank, the banks are supposed to provide the information to the central bank, who collect all this information, give it. There is an Etihad bureau where you can get credit information. So all that is there. But again, coming back to your questions, these are all the ways you can seek funding, then finally. But one thing I always say, and as I have done from the bank, I started a business. So far, I have not borrowed, not because I am a rich man and I have enough funds, but what I did is, whatever some, end of service benefits I got from the bank, I put it and I started the business. And now I am expanding gradually. So my suggestion to any sort of that businessman is start with your own equity, and then once you are established, then to expand, you go for the bank finance.
Okay, essentially, where do you find the wherewithal for that expansion?
Definitely.
Own
Business.
funds, or is it?
No. You can go for the
accrued
bank
internal?
finance,
Yeah,
really.
okay.
But not going, not, as I said, if you have 1 million, then take 9 million from the bank, you know, that's 9-to-1 debt equity ratio. See, maintain that debt equity ratio. Reduce the leverage so that you can, service the debt. Only once you know that you can service the debt, you can go for the lending and borrowing.
Yes, Mr. Fernando, the banks also say that, no, they are not being approached with the right kind of projects or even the right kind of books by the SMEs. Is it true?
Well, of course, I cannot speak on behalf of the banks, but the way, at least what I've seen with my time heading a portfolio for credit insurance, I know that a lot of the funding are supported when you are credit insured. It really does help and give comfort to the bank to lend more, knowing that in the event of a default, the insurance would be there to step in, and maybe the bank would be the beneficiary in the event of that something happens. So, frankly, I am not a banker, but I guess the bankers would be in the right position to.
Since you mentioned about the trade credit
Banks, that will add comfort to the bank, because the credit insurance people, they will do the due diligence. So that will be a comfort to the bank. But how much percentage?
Agree, but one problem faced by the SMEs here is that especially many of them are not availing trade credit insurance facility. One is actually, they may be exporting to an African country or some other country, but trade credit insurance can be given only with the listed companies when they are suppliers. Suppose they are giving their products or their service to a company outside this region, and they are not essentially listed by the trade credit insurer. Then they may not actually, provide that risk coverage. So that is one of the reasons trade credit insurance is not very popular among the SMEs. Is there any alternative to that?
You touched on that. It's all about awareness. Okay? Say, I don't think many SMEs.
There is a lack of awareness. Available tools.
That is available tools. Then again, see here for SMEs, there is Mohammed bin Rashid establishment for SME department. There is support. I don't think very many people know about it. Sheikh Khalifa Fund, of course, it is mostly for the locals, but many don't know. And but what it is mostly they do it for the startups. But many don't know what is the right business to go for, and what is the preferred sector for these departments to support. So
you are right, actually. Even Abu Dhabi government, especially Kizad,
Khalifa Fund,
Khalifa Fund is there, Kizad is there, giving up to 90% of their finances, especially for the startups.
Yeah.
They give that now. And the lack of awareness is one of the banes we can say that the SMEs are facing.
It's true.
Well, I can agree to that, because that's when the market for credit insurance came in, maybe 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, the market is really not aware of such a tool. It took some time before awareness really came over. Of course, there was funding from even before that, before the three main credit insurance came to this part of the world, but it was being, let's say, underwritten from the main offices or the regional offices in Europe or US or wherever it may be. But when credit insurance started to be on the ground in the UAE, then more and more became, let's say, more aware about such a tool, and having that tool to actually the tie-up with the banks in terms of discounting and funding became more, let's say, open as an option. A lot of the SMEs that at least I've come across before would use that to get the funding from the bank. And the benefit being that when you're credit insured, of course, technically, I suppose, with the banks, the kind of risk associated to lending would be a bit lower because the company is credit insured and the bank has got more comfort to lend, knowing that they will get paid. The chances of them getting paid is high because that company is credit insured in the event of default. So besides getting preferred rate from the funding, they have the ability to increase their sales by knowing that they don't have to have an existing relationship with new clients, go to new markets, and just because they're credit insured, they can just say, hey, I want to lend to you, I want to sell services to you or products. I don't know you, but I'm credit insured. So somebody can even double their sales in 1 year just by being credit insured. And banks are happy to support them, knowing that if there is a default, the credit insurer will step in.
True. Mr. Binu, as we say that, I think we can put the blame squarely on the SMEs themselves, because either they are not using the professional services, because you have any number of professional services, professionals, auditors, professionals, even consultants is available there. If they go through them, and they will actually give them education on what are the available tools, what are the ways, especially for even their how to cover their risk, even for expansion plans. There is lack of awareness or lack of use of professional companies for supporting them, for actually even for the expansion of their businesses or even expanding beyond their borders also, they are not using them. One is that they don't want to spend extra on that one. And most of them are actually owned by family-owned companies or the first generation entrepreneur. He doesn't want to give out his, what is called, he says that I know everything, so I know the market, I know that's the thing. So there is the need for the professionals to give them the guidance if they are not sought for.
Yeah, basically, you said the very point, actually. You have to shell out an extra,
That is the business expenses, which is actually,
yeah. Now, actually, if you look at credit insurance, globally, I think it's even today, it's not fully matured. Even in India, it's not.
In developed economies it is, but yeah, in developing
probably even India, I think it's still too mature. There are still people think that there is a cost to it. So, but it's actually in the current scenario in UAE especially, where you don't have a collateral and all, this would definitely, just like we talked about CGTMSE, something of a guarantee that the bank would have a comfort of lending through. So it would add, but then it all boils down to the cost. Now SME lending, we all know that banks charge slightly higher rate of interest also. So add to it any additional expense, these people are not really very keen on doing. I think in such a scenario, firms like IBMC have a lot to do, in educating people. Now, letting people know, it may not be always about not having the ability or, interest in spending the additional dirham. It may be a lack of awareness also. Mostly some people may not have the interest also, but then many of these SMEs won't have the awareness. And they don't actually scout around looking for options always. They would go to a bank. It's not available. They say that's there is no support. They would maybe look at the WhatsApp messages and that's it. This country as such, I think, is not really equipped, or people, our people basically, people who are into SMEs and all, we are not really that well versed with what is happening around, in particularly with all the facilities available. So you cannot blame squarely because that is the way it has been going on. So for us, people who are into it should try and take efforts to educate people. Maybe go around. Now, I think this is a very, it's a wonderful opportunity for people to see. I know there will be a lot of viewers watching what is happening in this particular segment. So such opportunities should be given to people to have a look at what is happening and what is available. And this goes a long way in telling people that you're not alone. There are a lot of facilities available. So it's all about awareness. Of course, there will be some people who will be not keen on spending that extra amount. But you have to have a trade-off. Now, he was rightly pointing out some banks would be giving a preferential rate if there is an insurance. So then your requirement is met. And to what Mr. Ashraf was saying, even though the equity, even bankers, even being a banker, he is saying, because he is experienced in that, on equity is the best option. But then at times what happens is, you would need additional expertise also coming from, peer groups, or maybe somebody who has made it in the industry. So for this particular aspect, I'm not talking as a banker basically, because bankers should not officially say that, you should look for other options. All these other options of your peer-to-peer lending or venture capital or maybe angel investors, all these, it's not just the investment that comes through all these, fundraising opportunities. You get some expertise also. Even banks, for that matter, if you go for a bank loan, some sort of expertise related to the industry also comes to you through the person who is maybe your RM or somebody who has been into the industry also. Like, a banker will have a lot of information about the industry also. So all these aspects would add to your expertise. And it's not just your expertise that would take the industry forward. So if you are taking funds, it's not just the funds that you're taking. You'll be taking a lot of expertise also from all the people who are who have been in the market for some time.
Okay. We are talking about the alternative sources of funding, where actually there kind of a trust should be there, where what happens is the legal system should be in place. It's a rule of law should be there. Luckily for us, there are a lot of changes in the legal system here. Our advocates, Mr. Binoy, will be able to give us now what are the new changes there, especially, suppose I'm an investor, an angel investor, once he put in his money and for the company doesn't, they say that, okay, I lost a lot of money, I'm not paying you back. I'm not in a position to pay. There are protection now, especially after the bankruptcy law and the insolvency law is in place now. This year onwards, it's going to be implemented. What are the new things in the bankruptcy law and how it affects the individual companies as well as individuals separately?
Actually, the UAE government regulated new laws based upon so many factors, mainly in concerning the banking field. There are secured creditors and unsecured creditors. From the past experience, they have to look upon the old experience of the business persons. From the aspects of the government, the two things they already considered. One is, what is the security of the banks giving lending to the business persons especially for the unsecured creditors. Secondly, the businessman, people who invested money here, once they have any criminal case for the check bounce cases, their entire business system will collapse. This is the two aspects they consider for framing the new laws. Yeah, especially when a business doing here for the UAE nationals, mainly for the secured loan. So there is no problem happening in their field. But for the foreigners, all banks are giving credit based upon their checks, personal check, company checks. Once the check returned, suddenly, as per UAE penal law, the person put in blacklist. That person's visa cannot renew, account cannot operate. Then his entire business industry will go to start to stuck in this one case. This has happened for the last years, and so many business persons here, once they know that their check will go to return, they exit from the UAE, run away. This is scenario is to be now addressed by the two new laws. First one is they already introduced the UAE bankruptcy law. This bankruptcy law is for the companies, especially. And UAE bankruptcy law, there are three options that we can have available, business person can available using the bankruptcy. One is a preventive composition. This preventive composition means the person's having a good business, but he personally know that his post-data checks will go into a return with insufficient funds. If they have full awareness about that matter, within 30 days, before 30 days, they can approach UAE courts directly to apply this UAE preventive compensation measures about the UAE bankruptcy law. The court will appoint an expert. Before that, we have made a 3-year audit report. After the audit report, you have to submit to the UAE court experts. After that, court will immediately appoint another expert to study the matter. And if the court finds out that it is all genuine matters, there is a fund shortage, all business is there, then his checks or issued checks will get suspended. That means he doesn't want to go to jail. He can run the business. Same time, the experts will come to the company and they will check the accounts and they will give a formula how he can repay the money and what is their source of income. That's all covered under this preventive compensation.
How far this will help a continuity of business? You know, what we notice is that suppose somebody has a legal problem, and many cases we find that they either abscond or even just go away from the scene and by not paying it, and they have to pay only a fine and they don't come back. But now the new law which says, as you said, is that they can be prosecuted, they can actually, bring to books, then continuity of business can be ensured.
Before this law came, what is the scenario is, suppose a business person have, say for example, 100 million turnover. Maybe his 1 million, one check is enough for him to put him blacklist and he will go to jail. At that time, he cannot manage the business will collapse. So that before check come to the bank, this person will exit UAE. This is the scenario before the law. Now, this check will get suspended. The sentence will get suspended. That means he are not go to jail. That means he can run the business as usual. Same time, what are the money matters involved, that UAE court experts will advise according to you to do. Second is restructuring. This, what are the creditors he have, they will advise how to restructure. And banks give time for them to repay, according based upon this, his assets. Finally, if suppose these two things not possible, the third option is go to bankruptcy. Finally, court will consider, suppose there is no assets, there is more creditors are there, then it will come to the bankruptcy. This is especially for the companies. Now, from this 2020 January onwards, new law already implemented called UAE insolvency law. This is for the individuals. Suppose an employee, he is working in the company, there is a cases going on with the company for relating to gratuity, say $500,000. Same time, this employee has credit card loans from the outside, he cannot pay. He can also come to this law, this insolvency law. Then 3-year time period, court will give to them to suspend his jail time and his check bounce cases. Same time, he can work another company, he can earn the money. Same time, when they settle according to the expert report, he can settle the loan. So this is the two important turning points for the laws implemented by the government here for boosting the confidence level of the investor. Same time, the banks all get their money back without any hurdles. This is the new laws already implemented there now.
Okay. As we say that now, the public money is the cheapest one for any companies. Actually, now you tap the capital market because it is cheaper, it is less risky, less responsibility. Like if it is a limited company, the liability is limited. Okay, so the best way is to tap the capital markets, the public funds, and that is where we find the importance of IPOs. And once the IPOs are there, the second step is exchange, the listed companies. They have to be listed. So what are the major things now happening as far as SME exchanges are concerned? Is there any move? Because you also suggested to the government some time back, there is a need of an SME exchange here. So what is the latest on SME exchange here now?
Actually, for the past 3 years, we were taking this project for submitting the project report of starting SME stock exchange with the support of Bombay Stock Exchange that we have already placed. So that is the position. So, but we need to understand that this is the new era is coming up from the incubator startup to the normal partnership company to the private limited company. That what the practices are happening until the listing of the companies is not matured. This market is not at all matured into that. So in this, the angel funding or seed funding from that level, here two major authorities are there, ADGM and DAFC. So for providing the funding support, if you are considering the crowdfunding also coming to that, these two entities, they have to come up. They are also coming up with the startup concepts and angel funding and all the other supports where they can, but that's an entirely different zone. So it's not coming to the ground level. So for taking into that SME stock exchange, the federal level or ground level, what we have started the SME economy. So that project is pre-stock exchange activities. So pre-stock exchange activities is enabling or giving the awareness. Okay, so these people are there, they can, public can able to fund to our company. Then second stage is coming to the IPO, initial public offers. So initial public offers here, there are 90 plus companies are there and listed with the regional stock exchanges of UAE. So under that, what is happening in India? So Bombay Stock Exchange, 5,000 plus companies listed. So they have started the SME stock exchange. In the SME stock exchange, now I think 500 plus companies listed into that. So they have started enjoying that the public fund. So as mentioned, that is the cheapest and the risk also very less for the commitment side of from the company side. Third level, what India adopted, that is the startup stock exchange. So this is what the new concept is just started into that. So similar way, here it's very much essential to start SME stock exchange. Here little bit more regulated and controlled companies are here, company law is here. So in that case, if they are making for how to attract the public money to the company. So what we are doing this is the redefined e-commerce activities are coming in the SME economy. So that means the discounting facilities are coming up, and it is also added the trade credit insurance. So trade credit insurance, people were also saying that no, 5 million and above only will get the trade credit insurance. But that is wrong now. So from the 10,000 dirhams onwards, so if you are going to Etihad trade credit company, so they are providing from the 10,000 dirhams onwards. So that is protecting the business. So the one is credibility of the business, second is protection of the business. These two factors are very much important for moving forward to address the market. See, why we are setting up the company? To address the requirement of the customers. So what is happening in the market? So it's the cheapest with high quality. So how to reach to that point? So these two factors are more important. So SME stock exchange, if it is implementing in this country, I think they can able to start it. And if it's coming up, more companies can come up rather than the stipulated norms of listing in ADX or DFM. If they are simplifying for SMEs, this is very much attractive, and this GDP will boost such a level.
Fine. Mr. Banu, as you say, is that, okay, SME exchange and all those things, but essentially what is that you are getting public money. If you have to attract public money, people should be interested in those companies. They should be attracted to those companies which have better products, better innovative products, and appealing to them that these people will grow tomorrow to the second stage of their growth. What we notice is that most of the SMEs follow a herd mentality, saying that somebody is starting a business, if it is a successful model, another 100 companies will follow, and all of them, the glut markets, all of them will perish. So there, what is required is innovation, or even, they should play to the gallery and they should grow to that one. What is your view on that one, actually?
Basically, for any business,
diversification.
Yeah, any business, for any business to grow, innovation is always important. Now, if we look at the traditional industries also, even in banking, people are talking about innovation. So you have to have naive search in everything. So that's how we grow up, basically. So that is a very important point. Now, following the herd mentality is not going to support anyway. But then, basically what happens is people look for a success formula which has been already, there in the market. Now, if somebody is going to initiate an industry, if I'm having some money and I want to start an industry, I would definitely look for an opportunity where there is a proven track record. That is a problem. Now, but today, we are seeing a lot of innovation happening in all the sectors. Now, it's more rampant than maybe 10 years back. Now, 10 years back, we would not have been thinking of all these things. Now, even the funding facilities that you're talking about, your crowdfunding, your angel investors and all these are all new to the industry. Basically, innovation has been happening in lending also. So anywhere you want to grow, you need to show a difference. So it's a very valid point. If you don't have a different approach, if you don't have an innovative idea, you don't actually show in the
yeah, and a business model which, like, for example, if Airbnb wants to go public, anybody will be interested in putting their money, or even for Uber or wherever it is. Those are innovative companies which have growth prospects. That has to be followed. For that, innovation is required. What about in the education sector then, in that case? Mr. Ashraf.
Oh. Education sector, I entered the market in, I think, the right time.
No, one example which noticed that is though directly related, even Byju's app, like stories.
See, education and health, these are the two industries where innovation has revolutionized the industry. It's both. So education industry, see, the problem is, in education industry, someone should get involved only if they are passionate about education. If they want to, if they look for a return, like in contracting or trading, then you will not be satisfied. Education is a long-term investment. It is, generally I say it is for the generation. Then here, if you talk about education, like any other industry, there was so many good opportunities, a lot of demand. Parents used to run after the schools for seats, but now things are the other way. The schools are running after the parents. See, that is what happens in many of the, as you said, somebody starts something and is successful and 100 others come. The same thing happened in the education industry also. There were a lot of demand.
Innovation is
many came in. But innovation, you give something special, something new, new features, so new facilities. And here, if what I know from the market, there is enough liquidity in the market and with the banks. The whole problem now, I think, from the banks is that they don't find enough good lending opportunities. SMEs, they do, the banks do. Most of the banks created this specific division. But maybe because of the market conditions, it did not develop as it should be.
So, which means SMEs have no right to say that they don't have access to funds.
No, there is enough access to funds. Banks are willing, but that professionalism has to come in, sophistication has to come in. Otherwise, the banks, there's no more, name lending is out of the window. And saying that I have this business, I have done it, no. You need to prove, you need to provide the reliable information to the bank, what is the banking do for, and banks are ready.
So do you agree with that?
It's a great comment when you said that there's no excuse for SMEs. I guess that can be true. And as Mr. Ashraf is saying, there's available funding really if you're willing to look and find it. Especially with, well, of course, my background as well, besides being the data information, besides data and information previously with credit insurance, the mere fact that you can have one, especially if it's coming from a AA rated credit insurer, I don't see a reason why a bank would deny funding for you, knowing that they are protected, their money is safe and secured, whatever happens. There is just no excuse why you cannot find one funding.
So, advocates, what legal system should be there in place for this kind of a protection for this?
For the SME sector, now the government is introducing a new scheme for that. There is we can say that easy business. Suppose one person can start LLC company with 3,000 dirhams. Just only no need of office, no need of his office space, nothing else. After 1 year or renew the contract, he have to rent the building. Likewise, this e-commerce business is also there. Go to the trade license, e-trade license, they can easily obtain. For all these matters considered, at the same time, the legal system here is also changed so many things. For example, before that, if you had a summons, civil procedure code already amended. We have to, one court officer go to the company, issue the summons, identify the company, then only the other party can be heard. Now, the new law, even if the court, they telephone the person, if he answered, this is a service summons completed. Likewise, email, the party who filed the case can send the other party the statement of claim, everything through their email. If it gives the court consider this as a service of summons. Like this electronic media, with the help of electronic media, now the Dubai courts and UAE courts, entire system procedures already changed. This will help SME sector because SME can easily start the business here now. All laws are changed. All the free zones also now have so many restrictions are there now already changed so many restrictions based upon the e-commerce business.
Except the company's law here, do they cover SMEs also?
Yes. It's cover entire thing. UAE commercial companies now covering all companies including SMEs.
Okay. Now we had today's news is like that the agency law being changed there now.
All laws are
the
changed.
agency law is being changed. It's going to revolutionize the industry because now you are not going to have one company having the entire brand now there under them. So, yeah, they say that now there is going to change, that they are going to open up for even family-owned business also will be actually coming to the, which will give a lot of opportunities for the SMEs now. They can have new businesses, new distribution. For example, if Al Futtaim doesn't have the right to distribute, which was there, the Toyota tomorrow, there are other smaller companies also will be interested. So this is opening up new opportunities for SMEs then. What do you say?
No, basically, as I said, it's like as the market matures with new regulations, new policies, all these things coming up, SME has a lot of potential to grow. Like globally, I mean, as we started with, globally, SME is the most important sector. Whether we
employment generation plus
I mean, for employment generation, who does manufacturing? Like majority of manufacturing happens in SME only. So it's a very important sector with the maturity coming into the market with new policies and new regulations in place to make sure that both the entrepreneur and the lender and the customers are safe. I mean, it's for the market to decide that the maturity has to come in, where everybody is, taken care of. Everybody's interests are protected. If that sort of thing, and it has to come. At some point, it has to come. It's a sort of an evolution that has to happen. So with all these new policies, with all the relevant regulations and policies in place, it's definitely to happen only. There's no way. I mean, there's no two ways of it. You have to see SME growing, and I wouldn't watch for what you said about SMEs not having access to funds. There are still a lot of, because I have a lot of customers who complain about lack of funds. But then, yeah, it's not about lack of funds actually. It's mostly about lack of awareness. Where do I look for funds? What all should I do to get the funds? These things have to be, more of an awareness has to be brought in. If that is there, your point would be correct. Like, there would be funding.
No, I was echoing his point. It's not mine, actually. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. And to sum it up, we can actually have one comment from each one of you about that. What are the essentials we have to follow to prop up the SME economy as such? Now, from you, Mr. Sajid Kumar.
Well, before that, demand and supply is most important, and the market activities are most important. No doubt in UAE, 25 million people are coming for that Expo 2020. Market will be there. That is one thing. So then how to cash the market? So professionalism is most important. And discipline, business discipline is the another one. So if these both are there, you can reach to the market. Until and unless you are not making that the professionalized service or business from your side, you cannot reach to that market. So market is there within few months. So how to reach the people are ready. So even this all new sectors are coming in. So past oil and not oil and gas sector. We were having 25, 30, 40 years in the oil and gas sector, changing to that the new sector. That means there is no track record at all. Okay, as good as the new person is coming in into this country and starting the business. So both are equal. So how the existing people can able to make upper hand? So they have experience, expertise and all. So if they are learning more into that, so fastest result they can able to make it. So SME economy is coming here. SME economy means not small, medium and entrepreneurs is doing the business. This is entire ecosystem is coming in. See, from the government to the general public. So this is what the SME economy is, describing into that. So the government license with that license, MNCs are coming as large corporate are coming in. Then the normal, the SMEs are coming then to the general public. So here what IBMC is trying for the past 3 years, who all are coming for the business in a professional level for long term with the business discipline. So what I was mentioning, these 3 challenges. Business, to reach to the business, there should be, the professional body. Second is the funding. The people are there for funding, for investment purpose. So they can utilize that fund rather than depending always on banks. Third is receivables. The trade credit insurance and all, Franco can able to give more insight, summarizing to that. So that practice is now becoming, more and more. So that is maturing the market, maturing the trade. So single trade is matured. So in IBMC SME economy, we are not evaluating the company's transaction. We are evaluating or rating the single transaction. So transaction level protected. Protection, what we are trying to do that. The transaction level, we have divided SME or the UAE into 3 categories. So single trade is happening from the 10,000 dirhams to 500,000 dirhams. Second category, single trade, 500,000 to 5 million. Third category, 5 million to 100 million. This is the SME economy, the transaction, single transaction is happening. So in this transaction, even the 10,000 or 100 million, so if they want the money can be raised from the market. So this system is providing that, that solution for that fundraising. Second is coming into that, the credit, whenever they are giving to the credit, how to protect for retrieving back. So if I'm acting as a business person, even though 10,000 for or 100 million, I'm running for the business, I'm running for the fund, I'm running behind the client to receive that fund. So now what is going to happen, this first thing, find out your business, professional business. Rest of these 2 activities, raising the fund and receivables, just leave to the system. So where here regulated system is available in this country. So where we are utilizing by providing a tool that is called as SME economy. So UAE, in UAE, www.smeeconomy-uae.com, all these entities, the SME economy, not for small people, even though the manufacturing like Ashok Leyland or Dabur and all, they can also list into that on a case-to-case basis. This is what we are with a full confidence level giving to the business class, even though existing or new business people are coming. And they don't have experience and expertise here. So whenever they are coming, our system is giving full confidence level to start a business for long term. So summarizing to that, SME economy, SME is becoming the backbone of the all oil economy, including UAE. So this backbone with the knowledge and expertise. So that is important. To touch into this backbone, the old practices are not sufficient. So you have to learn more and come for, confidence level for doing the business, any kind of business. And funding is not a matter. The receivable is not a matter. First of all, you question yourself whether you are professional, are you a professional, or you can able to run the professional business in this country or not. Thank you.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. You want to add anything to that one?
In one line, if I say, to be successful in SME especially, and even the large corporate as well, you need to be really professional, asset, technology driven, and especially for these SMEs, you need to come up with something unique in the market and service. Now, it's all about service. I don't think people mind much about paying 1 dirham more for a better service. So if you provide a very good service, there is definitely a room for growth for SMEs, and funds are available for reliable companies.
So SMEs will no more be SMEs, they will be larger companies.
They will become large corporates.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how the SMEs, those SMEs who was in my portfolio in 70s, they are now large or double X large companies now.
Mr. Vinod, so what do you say about that one?
I would just agree to what they both have mentioned. Of course, the business professionalism and the discipline is very important. There are no two ways to it. SME industry has to grow because it's not just for the SME, the entrepreneur alone. It's for the. It's not for the industry alone. It's for the country. It's for entire economy. It's important that SMEs grow well. So it is imperative for everybody. We all should support SMEs. And as a banker, we always look for discipline. When you come for a credit proposal also, you look at how the cash flow would be maintained. Now, if you are going for a credit, you always say that you set your expectations right and then you follow it up. So make sure that the discipline is there. Not only credit discipline, discipline in all the aspects. Professionalism should be brought in, bring in more awareness levels. SME is definitely poised to grow. And all the very best to SME group and all the best to your initiatives also. Thank you.
Okay. Fernando, what you say is that about because you are essentially the protection man. You say that, no? Is it?
The protection man, okay. Fair enough.
They should appeal most of this protection products, particularly the trade credit insurance, even other protection, risk coverage, etc.
Yeah.
So what are the essentials? They should actually look at that one, because one is the premiums are up there. Some of them, they said why they are not going for it. They said, why should I protect myself by paying extra premium? And in the eventuality of something which they don't expect, then their premium is lost. So what is required is that the premium should come down, or there should be, even if it is a market which is maybe hard market or soft market, they have to go for it.
Okay, well, what an observation. First, I couldn't agree more with what my fellow panelists have said about all the professionalism and all that. But when it comes to, trade credit protection and all that, I was in the industry for 4 years providing such services. And what I can say is, in terms of the kind of premium that we're talking about, I may sound as if I'm selling, but if I'm gonna go down to it, we're looking at less than 1%, and normally we're looking at anywhere from 0.7 to 0.1, even below 0.1%. But that's normally for corporates, for the big sales ticket. But from an SME with a size of 10 million dirhams to 100 million dirhams, the premium rates are really below 1%. You probably would see an average of 0.5% or so, or even more or less.
No,
You can
more
go
than,
to point-
no, more than the premium, but it's that the products, insurance products are not being available or used by them. For example, the keyman insurance is not mainly used by most of these companies. If they lose the keyman or even the guy who was actually running the business, and if he loses, if other company poaches them, then the business is lost. So these protections are not even actually addressed.
Sorry, is not what?
Keyman insurance. No, the insurance products.
Yeah, okay.
So insurance products are not being utilized the way it should be.
I would agree, yes. I suppose when we say about information dissemination and the availability of information and the tools, of course it is the job of that sector to that industry to provide the information and the awareness necessary. But again, I suppose with any SME, your ability to survive and prosper would be dependent as well in the way you would manage your available resources. And it's just but strategic to find ways and means to support your business. And one of them is trade credit insurance. And it's such a powerful tool that it helps you to grow exponentially in a very short span of time while being comfortable knowing that whatever happens, and which is a priceless, I guess, kind of like commodity, is peace of mind. As an SME, I suppose that's normally the kind of worry that one would have, that your business can be either this successful or just suddenly down at the bottom. And if you are credit insured, just one of those protection services that you can avail of, is it cost effective, or I can even say for your peace of mind, which is, again, as I've said, is priceless. Why would you not want to have it, knowing that the tool is so powerful to grow your business, but at the same time giving comfort of peace of mind?
Thank you very much. For Beno, you want to add to that one?
To sum up, from my experience, I have a lot of experience from this business field. All business persons coming into UAE are not genuine. Some persons are coming here to start business only to take money for the fake businesses. So for the persons who are going to genuine doing the start business, must do the diligence first. Then before going to start the new establishments, they must be go to take advice from the experts, especially from the finance experts and from the legal system also. For example, as per the new law of amendment law of the UAE DFC, you can put an offer and acceptance through WhatsApp message. No need of writing a binding contract. Even if so, the new electronic laws are changing day to day. So must be awareness before start to invest money. Must take good awareness about the legal systems here, new changes, financial backgrounds, first due diligence. Then otherwise, maybe any time they can lose their money.
In short, SMEs are assured of
Exactly. So that prevention is better than cure. That is my advice.
Thank you very much. Any questions to the panel members? Yes.
More a riddle than a question. After attending scores of seminars, and I'm a regular reader of newspapers and follow the media, I'm still unable to understand the mismatch. There is something missing in the equation. Banks are in the business of lending money, their primary business lending money. They collect deposits, and if they don't lend, they don't make money. But take any large bank in the UAE, if I may name them, take Mashreq, ENBD, ADCB, FAB. Year after year, they report more and more profits, sometimes more by 500 million dirhams compared to the previous year. I know that many banks, large banks, are deeply into the business of credit card financing, which is very profitable. But that's not their mainstay. So the whole market is complaining that we are not getting funding. And if banks are not funding, where are they making the money to report these large profits? I have not understood this till now. If anyone can explain to me.
The bankers will definitely say, before they start, I'd say that, the UAE banking system, we find that most of the finance coming from retail banking, especially the credit cards and other products. So do you agree with that one? Because both of you can actually say that, isn't it?
What Ramesh said is, to a certain extent, is right, that profits were going up and up. But I don't think, if you look at the recent statistics, it's not very much so. Banks are lending. The profit is coming mostly from the corporate lending. No. Retail lending portion, or the profit is limited. The profits are coming from now to three areas. One is the large corporate lending, then syndicated loans, there the banks take, they share the risk. And then, institutional banking. So, you are not lending to the, SMEs or other, they are lending to even, government entities or even other large corporates. So the profits come from those areas. Of course, credit cards, profit is there, and their, risk also is higher. You take, if you look at the NPAs, are on these areas are quite high. Treasury, all that treasury is, now I think these days, mostly it's a large corporate. But what I said is, liquidity is there, but such large corporate lending opportunities are less now compared to the previous years. That's what I understand in the market, because the relationship managers are running after good lending opportunities.
Mr. Binu, what do you say about it?
Same
thing, priority lending.
The concern is why these people are not lending to SMEs, and it's very clear. Like Mr. Ashraf was pointing out, it's about the NPAs. There have been, now if you talk to a banker, I mean, of course, I'm not a UAE banker for the record. So if you go around asking about why there is no lending to SMEs, the first thing is there are a lot of bad loans coming from that sector. And that is why they have exponentially increased the rate of interest also. So now even if you are getting loans from a bank, you are being charged heavily for that particular loan, which actually, it becomes very difficult to sustain that business with that kind of interest rate. So that is a basic concern. Banks are lending, definitely, but then they also look for, potentially safe lendings where the the percentage of NPAs would be limited. Definitely. At some point, you have to come out of this particular circle.
No, we cannot blame the banks for that one, because if you look at it, the bad loans to SMEs are increasing. The NPS increasing. 4 or 5 years ago, the situation was there. The banks had to write off almost 6.5 billion by way of writing off funding to SMEs. So we cannot blame them if they are very conservative.
No, for the record, it's basically it's public money. Now, you cannot blame a bank. It's a regulatory aspect, actually. So every bank would have a limit on the kind of NPAs that it can absorb. And how do they absorb the NPAs? It's taking my money, your money, basically. It's our money. It's public money that is being accounted in, of course, their profits also will be eaten away. But what happens if the NPAs grow beyond one particular level, where it's not the profits that are getting eaten away, it's our money also that is getting eaten away. So that way, it has to be controlled. At some point, it has to be controlled. Only thing is, it has to be more regulated. There has to be more awareness, more involvement from other, stakeholders also, to make sure that good SMEs are properly lent to. There are SMEs which are having very good ideas also. But then I think already there is a good initiative happening from all the sectors. It's only a matter of time.
Again,
one
new
reason
regulations.
maybe, as you said, is like that. One is the lack of collaterals here. The banks, once they issue, if they actually provide a loan to a company, what are the collaterals they use? The assets. Most of the companies they are not owning the assets, especially the real estate. Most of them are rented offices. So they cannot actually give it as collateral. So how do they give that? And we are always looking at a macro view of that. In the micro, we will look at the branch manager who actually sanctioned the loan. He will be responsible at the end of the day. So he will be very conservative in that.
No, adding to that, the banking regulations, new banking regulations are most important. That's why SME in future also don't depend banks. So this is NBFC or other parallel funding indeed, because the Basel 3 and 4, that capital adequacy norms are coming, that all bank mergers are happening. And again it is coming up, the reports are saying. So what I would say is that the parallel funding system is important.
So the message is that to go for alternatives, that's all.
Exactly. So SME economy is also
and
coming
be
one
equipped
of
with
that.
that alternative methods so that we can support
Yeah,
them.
this is the innovative idea, innovative concepts of what we are trying to start in next month onwards. Thank you.
Yeah. But that is from corporate lending and other. They don't have a social responsibility as they say that much. Unless there is a priority lending, like in India or even other advanced economies, they have priority lending. They have set apart this much fund for primary sector, even agriculture or even other sector. Priority lending should be there. Here, they don't have that priority lending system. That's a very hot issue which we can. That's right. Thank you. Let's see that. Let's be very hopeful. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Right.
Street, but previously I was with Hermes. That's, I think, thank you. Probably, maybe that person was there many years back, but when I was with Hermes,
May I invite Mr. Sajid Kumar and Mr. Adnan Mohammed bin Abdullah to be on the stage to give participation certificates. Sajid sir? Yeah. May I please invite Mr. K.K. Ashraf on stage, please? Thank you, sir. May I please invite Advocate Binoy Sasi to be on the stage, please? Mr. Beenu Thomas. One more, yeah. Mr. Beenu Thomas. We'll move on to our fourth industry panel discussion on Abu Dhabi SME Economy Think Big, SME to MNC, Post-Expo 2020 Opportunities, SME and Startup Stock Exchanges, Emerging Possibilities Benefiting In-Country Value Initiative. May I please invite our moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Raj, on stage. And our panel speakers, Mr. Adnan Mohammed bin Abdullah, Chairman, Founder, Etishan International Group, UAE. Mr. Sohan Roy, Founder, Chairman, and CEO, AD's Group of Companies. Mr. P.L. Sunil Kumar, Management Expert and Strategist, Industry Advisor, IBMC, Director, Daisan Trading, India and UAE.
Welcome back. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Well, yeah. Good evening. Welcome back. We are into the concluding session of today, this year's Business Fest. This is the Thinking Big. Thinking Big. We all notice that the companies start in a very small way, and then they actually grow to the next level. Ultimately, some of them reach multinational levels. Now, SMEs, when they start, small businesses, when they start, they are not meant to finish at the first level or second level, or they should actually look beyond that one. And we have noticed companies growing beyond their borders
and becoming multinationals and transnationals like that. Because we see that so small companies started with one partner or two partners becoming Fortune 500 companies. Back home in India, we find that the companies like L&T, when they start with the two gentlemen, they started it, now it is a multinational company. Similarly, globally, we find that companies are growing to that multinational stature. What are the essentials to become that one? That's what we are thinking about it, how we will be advising them to grow to that stature. Our panel members they have a proven track record of actually starting small companies, and they are growing to this. Especially for Mr. Sohan Roy, he has proved himself as a very successful businessman, starting a small, not a small company, but in a small level, but acquiring that stature of a multinational now. And he is into everything, including entertainment, engineering. Of course, he is stealing with his engineering background, and to other even technology. Adnan himself is essentially a technology man. And Sul Kumar is the one who is on the move always, as that, with Etihad Railways like that. So, first thing to you, sir, what are the essentials a company should be looking at to become, why should they think big?
See, all the SMEs start from a small, as a small portion. So, in our case, we started with just 5 people. But thing is, at the making the first million is the most difficult part. But that time, the support what we need is the work culture of the place where you are placed, and the hurdles in front of you. Fortunately, because we are now working in so many countries, because we have clients from around 80 countries, working in around 16 countries right now we have branches. But when we compare the work culture in different countries, I'll tell you frankly, we never get the comfortability or the support what we are getting from UAE. There is no, that's why wherever we go, the moment I just feel like come back, and because I get the best comfortability in this country. Because everything is transparent, and it is getting more and more transparent nowadays, because it's becoming paperless, and we never faced a lost working day, or no such cases of what is normally happening in many other places, unexpected loss of working days, and some kind of unexpected things will happen.
So which means you say that the conditions, the conducive environment should be provided by the authorities.
And fortunately, actually, even the climate wise also, actually, we are working in the shipping sector, because the shipping sector, in some places, all of a sudden unexpected rain happens. When our team goes there for the inspection, all of a sudden when the rain comes, we cannot work. But fortunately here, this is the minimum what we are facing here, and that is the environmental issues. Second thing is the government restrictions. The main thing what we don't face here is the bribe. That is what we face in many countries, where you will be forced to do.
Transparency is there.
That transparency is very, very, we are so fortunate that we are not facing this kind of issues, especially in the government sector. That is the present government here has made it very clear that it is very transparent. That was the first thing we, otherwise the companies like us at the initial stage would have struggled a lot. That we are not facing it here.
Okay. What is your experience? As you say that, we have seen small companies here, SMEs, then with the support of the government, especially in Dubai also you have Sheikh Mohammed Rashid establishment giving a lot of support to youngsters and startup companies. But even after getting the support, why they are not all growing to that stature? But what are the essentials that determines their growth? What gives them that manure to do?
I would like to go back to the first thing I mentioned, like what makes the entrepreneurs or the SMEs to think big, to start with their business or with their ventures. In fact, I mean, it's the best thing is to think big, because if you think small, you will spend the same effort
You will
to
remain
reach.
small.
Yeah, you will reach to the same point. If you thought big, then you will reach to the bigger thought with the same effort. This is one thing. The second thing is in UAE especially. UAE is turning to a new era. Means now all the 50 years now, almost the country is since the union started, this 50 years. Next year we are celebrating the 50 years of the UAE. The new pages are the country is looking for new companies to start the manufacturing part. The manufacturing part in terms of different industries. In all industries, you can mention all the industries in entire UAE, from Abu Dhabi to Ras Al Khaimah. So what I want to say is there's lots of opportunity, even more and more is coming the way. So what makes the SMEs, the SMEs to think how to select their own passion or their own business, or their own interest in what would bring benefit to the community and what will bring them benefit back to them. This is two important things because you always need the motivation to keep continuing. Plus, of course, your own motivation to do it. This is something happening around the earth, around the world. All over the world happening. What's happening is like when you start a business, you need to spend you need to spend your pure time into this until you get mature. See, we didn't see a result, a real result, only after 7 years. 7 years is not small, not small time. It's a long time. It's not short time. So after 7 years, we start to feel there's a changes. There's a way to do it. And then we ask why this is happening. It is not because of the market only. It's not because of our business. It is because in the market, either the business if the business is one of the needs in the market, everything could work and succeed. This is the thought is like whatever that you start and you do it in the right way, okay, with the right people, then you eventually you will get the results out. You will be succeeded. So all what have you mentioned by Mr. Sohan is it's improving and improving. The government is putting all the supports for the SMEs, the existing SMEs and the future SMEs, providing different facilities. Now, going to let's mention the Dubai SME, which is Mohammed bin Rashid for the small and medium establishment, Khalifa Fund, we have Saud Fund in Ras Al Khaimah, Hamid Fund in Ajman, and they all support the SMEs in different way. They give them the facilities to make it easy for them to open the companies, the license, trade license, with the special discounts they give, just to give them the support for the first 2-3 years. Some of them they give until 5 years, just to push them to reduce the burdens on their shoulders, and then give them the chance to learn in the market. So this is from one side. From there, they get support from economic department, they get support from Chamber of Commerce, they get support from other departments in the UAE. And they see all these facilities is also available for the non-Emiratis SMEs as well, with a little bit of special support just to give more for the Emiratis, which is also, it is good. Now, who succeed? Who reach to the point of the change? The people who keep persisting on doing what they are doing in the right way. The country has lots of experience nowadays. Why? Because we have different companies from different nationalities around the world. They are almost here. So if you want to do a business, you definitely, with no doubt, you will find someone out there. You can approach them, learn how they do, seek a partnership, look for some whatever that is required, and then you can do it in your own way as well. So putting all these factors and elements together, what I want to mention is the government itself now focusing on attracting more SMEs to the country, because they know the era of the big companies. This is like old people, like it's all human now. When you get to the year of 90, 95, 100, 120, there's companies with 150 years old. Still, now you need new bloods. So opportunities are there, support is there, all factors and elements is coming now. This year also we heard about the new visa for the people who would like to come to UAE, the visit visa and the
5-year visa,
5-year visa, and also for the business people visa for 10 years. So all this will, give the confidence for even people from non-Emiratis people will come here and feel more comfortable. That way, because they will bring their life here, they will bring their money here. They want to feel safe, more safer. So all these kind of supports are the government are studying case by case all the changes, what's happening around the world, and they are attracting. They are just choosing the right facility to bring other people here. So.
All these things actually, bring in a lot of people here. The customer base will increase. But at the end of the day, what is that? Your business has to grow. So, Mr. Sunil Kumar, then when your business to grow to that level, what are the essentials they should actually look at? Which we already mentioned a few of them. But according to you, what makes it tick?
The basic thing, my feeling, my experience, when I came here, I took a loan for 2 lakh from India, came here with the herbal products, natural product. We used to move to the houses to promote without any infrastructure. Abu Dhabi, we were doing 30,000 dirham sale, no fees. So this journey moved within that 3 years' time, we reached 30 million dirham sales. I paid my loan also back in India. Now we are into 100 million dirham company. Yeah. And more than 1 million distributor.
Yeah.
So what I mean, small is beautiful. From small to we can move to medium and further grow.
But it should be sustained and kind of a
definitely.
Gradual but steady.
Yeah, slow and sustainable growth.
So, but what was the secret formula?
Secret formula means, when we talk to 10 people, they said beautiful of big thing, that thing, they will guide. It is not their investment.
Is it the right product? Is it the right service? Is the right business practice that makes it a success?
My feeling is that customer, whether it any product, aircraft to a pin or small fish or anything we can see, customer, we take care the customer first, we'll get a retention. And we give the best product. If we try to compromise anything, food or something, then we fail one customer, he will 10 people too. So this country is fortunate, the rulers here, leadership is very good now. Without, without a premises, we can have a license. The new rule, 1 year, no premises. So
the virtual office or something.
Virtual office.
Yeah.
So people can start at home, go to places and expand. After 1 year, they feel confidence, they can open showroom or anything to expand.
So when the government is giving all the facilities, all the environment is there to grow, why is that all of them are not growing like that?
See, it's a
So what are the challenges or what are the limiting factors that actually, prevent them from growing to that stature?
No, it's a competitive market. This is just like a survival of the fittest. We started from a scratch. Now today we are world number 1 in 5 fields. So all started here only. So what we did was efficiency management system we introduced. So we improved the efficiency in all sectors. We identified the drain holes. It was almost 6 years of effort we did. In that one, we can set targets. You can set the target as Middle East 1 or UAE is number 1 or world number 1. Whatever target you can set, you can go ahead. But the advantage of beating the competition using the efficiency is when you use the efficiency, instead of increasing your operating cost, it will reduce your operating cost. Then naturally you can compete in the market without affecting your profit. You can give a better rate in the market. But same time, your competitors actually, they are compromising on their quality. When we improve our efficiency, naturally your quality is also getting increased. Initially, an example I will tell you. When a few years back, we were doing business like this. We spent $100 and we got $120, and $20 is our profit. When the competition increased, the competitors, they reduced the rate to 119, 118. Ultimately, it became almost 100. That means almost no profit in the market. Then you can make the profit only by compromising on your quality. That was the situation. But by that time, we switched over to the efficiency management system. It is called FSM, Efficiency Improvement System Management. So that reduced our operating cost to almost around 70. That means we created almost a gap of 30% over there. That became our profit. But the quality automatically got increased in that process. Initially, when we started, our rework percentage was above 40%. Now it is almost 11%. That means we can, because rework always take money and time. Nowadays, we can deliver our, especially in the engineering side, when we deliver a drawing, there is no rework and the clients are so happy. The mistakes are very less. We can deliver the report before maybe it is taking 1 week. Now we can deliver in 2 days. So still our competitors they are still in the old route. They still take 1 week, where we take only 2 days. So naturally, the clients are more happy. They recommend to other clients. They become our marketing tools. So this is our strategy. Some other companies are taking other strategies. So if you are moving ahead with your own strategies to beat the market, then naturally you will survive. Otherwise, the copycats who stick on to the old routes, they will vanish.
So that is the efficient management system,
Yeah.
which will drive the growth,
Yeah.
isn't it? How far vision help it? Because the company should have, as he was telling that, no, you should have a vision, not for 5 years, no, 2 years or 3 years or something. You should have a very long vision, far-sighted vision, then only you can grow. Because as is that, no, if I want to become a small company, I should be another, from SMEs to a medium level, then to larger companies. So all is driven by one single factor called a vision. Like for example, UAE governments now actually, we are thinking about 50 years down the line now, where UAE should be after 50 years, where they have already. First they have 10x was there, now it is 50 years down the line. So only the vision will drive us to that stature. What's your view on that one? The vision. How far vision will help a company to grow?
Of course, see, it depends on the company themselves. The vision, the country will keep growing. If you set a vision for 100 years, then this vision we will see the result occurring in the coming years, and it will keep developing. Even the same visions will keep developing according to the market, according to the needs, according to the humans. Lots of changes happening, and so the strategy should be flexible. Some of the strategy will stay, as it is, to reach to the goal. What is the goal after 100 years? To be the, whatever is the vision is, to be the largest country with the largest companies, with the largest economy, one of the big economy players in the world. So this is all the visions. But the other part is the part of the SMEs, the entrepreneurs. Let them call it the entrepreneurs. They have to adapt with the change. They have to go behind what they are doing. They have to make the changes. They have, like what he have mentioned, they immediately went to the strategy, they changed the strategy, they got a benefit out of it. Again, also the starting point here, coming to the market, selling the point, and then finding out when you go and you know, keep pushing in the market, you're gonna get more people around you. You get a network. Okay, they're going to know that is you are providing a good services. Then you will get, you know, what you deserve on your whatever services, the portion of services that you're giving to the community. You will get investment. You will get, you know, into other businesses as well. So this will open also to you to have a chance to have a multiple source of incomes for an entrepreneur, to have to support each businesses and to grow and to keep going on the businesses. So the visions, strategies will always need to be adapted with the changes, with the new, all the new things happening around the world.
Yeah, new things happening. Mr. Sunil Kumar, as you say that, no, technology, because you may have the best product now, best service now, as of now, that may be the need of the hour, maybe you are catering to that. But things are changing very fast. Obsolescence is very fast. Than some 10 years ago, we thought that, no, some products will be there in the market. Tomorrow they may not be there because a competitor will come, a new technology will come, new process will come. Similarly, you remember last month only, we saw that what has happened to Thomas Cook. Thomas Cook, a 178-year-old company, just vanished in no time, just because of the technological advancement used by other competitors, even technology disruption. So how far innovation? So what is essential is innovation. Innovation or looking at the market, even the future, as we say that when you look at, you have to predict the developments tomorrow, the changes. So how far that will help the companies to grow for that?
Yeah, sure. The technology means, suppose we sit in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, we can communicate people whether any product. As far as we are into food, beverage, and cosmetics, so we have training to even Somalia. You open Somalia, I sit with one person.
So going to new markets, you say?
We give an online billing system in Dubai, and product is sent by courier to there, and business, Mogadishu, there is a coffee shop, so things are moving. So technology, you know, the people can, when we focus the customer and give a service to them, then loyalty program is there, then customer continue to follow with us.
Okay.
So even the competition comes also, customer will stick to. Customer happiness is very important. If they get some free service or training or free trip, we try to make 7 wonders of the world, you know, higher performing customers. We take them to India, Taj Mahal, then Great Wall, then Egypt Pyramid, like the Petra, so that those customers follow their, you know, customer base. And
yes.
There is possibility.
Yes, Mr. Roy, as you say that the vision, of course, is there, then innovation is there. Then the other thing is that, how far you are adapting technology for with the future changes, what you have seen the future changes. Tomorrow your technology may not be there tomorrow, or may not be used, or it will be obsolete next day. So you have an innovation team which is actually guiding your business?
Yeah, we started, because normally what is missing in this part of the world is R&D department is not there for most of the companies. But we started our R&D division in 2013 itself, we started our research wing. So there we already developed almost more than 250 concepts and patented products we already developed. So even in that concept, that research center, people working in the industry actually, if you have an idea, you can develop it. You can use your workplace as your idea development center. We take care of the patency, we commercialize it, we identify the investors and other things. So that helped us a lot because our in-house concepts, we could develop it. In fact, whatever products you are using today, someone has visioned it maybe 10 years back, 20 years back.
Yes.
That is actually maybe most of the products, it was not developed in a research center, but someone's mind, it started from a person's mind actually. So this is what we are now motivating all our staff. We are giving motivation. So many people, they are coming up with ideas. When they come up with the ideas, we tell them to start a division with that one. Actually, so that way, actually, that person is also developing and the company is also getting developed.
But do you have an R&D division where actually you're talking about new technologies, new process, new products and all things?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
We do have a R&D division. Yes, especially we have started with whatever is still new in the market. We started with the augmented reality, virtual reality, IoT, and the robotics. So these technologies are we have started after a year of the technology came to the market. So we were from the first of the companies who started. We haven't seen any result for the 6 years. For the last 6-7 years, that after the 7 years, we started to see the result. Where to implement this technology, how this technology will come into the industry to be used by them. So it's just started to move, and it still will need another 2 or 3 years to be available in the market. So these technologies also, within 10 years, they will be obsolete. Now that is the revolution. This is what's happening. But during the last 7 years, we have done all what we have done was R&D. We have tried to create products for the education, for health, for entertainment, for media, all these sectors, all these different sectors. So some of the point we come to different situations, like people, they don't know how to use it, or people, they don't know, they're still not confident about it. The gadgets are not ready for, bigger technology. Still, we need the new gadgets. We are waiting, observing the market of the new company who can create new gadgets, or we go and design our own gadget and try with the manufacturers to create whatever gadgets can help us to, implement the technology on it. So all these part of the R&D that we are doing. Nanotechnology is now, it came after all this, the nanotechnology. Now nanotechnology will be the leading technology to help all the for industry technology. We need the nanotechnology to help augmented virtual AI, IoT to be usable in the industry. So all these technologies started almost 10 years back. Now in the point where it will be in the market for the next 10 years, and then it will be obsolete. What will come next, we will know.
So Roy, for a company to grow, is it must that they should stick to a core competency rather than diversifying or reaching other products or other services, or they should concentrate on their core competency so that they can grow organically?
No, both will work, because certain fields, if you have proper R&D and you have a long-term vision, if you can understand the future market, a single field is fine actually, because many companies, you take electronics, you take automobile, they stick on to a single field, but they have a long-term vision, they work accordingly. But in our case, we did a different strategy, because we switched over to different fields. So it helped us a lot, because sometimes, we started with shipping. In between, there was a fall in the shipping industry. So naturally, it is just like shipping industry is like a sine curve. There's an up and down. But that time, the other fields supported us. Industrial business was supporting us. So that way, we, and also we work across the world. Sometimes the Middle East will have a crisis, other fields will be, other areas will be okay. So there also it was getting balanced. So in our case, diversification helped us a lot.
That's only in the case of companies like yours, no, who have a global vision.
Yeah.
A vision which is actually say that, okay, like that, no, if some market is down here, elsewhere, so before that they should be equipped to be present in those markets. So as you said, you are already into the African market, you said, no? Or
Developed from Dubai only.
okay.
I went to Ethiopia, Sudan
So,
and all.
then what do you say about the product diversification?
Yeah, when we our customer base is there, we add one product, good, better, volume also we can increase. Same product, 3 times or 2 times, increase the volume, then your profit margin can increase. If we come with a loss, suppose, we faced in Yemen in the initial time, 2004. Then I visited Yemen, I stayed 10 days time. The price is higher than Dubai because tax is there. So we had to take from customer and give to the government, So I explained to them, this is the thing. When I went to Lulu, the meat from Yemen, it's costlier than meat coming from Australia. Then I explained to them why you are paying, because the meat from Yemen, the people got, running and eating grass. So they know the value. People pay for the value. So then that 10 days journey, we moved on. Now Yemen is doing around 4 million turnover yearly.
Okay.
So there is possibility. We understand the customer problem. We, gradually discuss with them the possibilities.
Okay, we touched upon most of these products, most of these aspects of growing beyond borders. But being an industry leader, what is your advice to the startup companies and even the small entrepreneurs who have a vision to grow, but they should be careful about?
I will not give them advice to be careful about anything, because they should take it, because it will hit them on the way.
But with the experience you have that. No,
Yeah. I mean, see, if you ask advice from a 90 years old person, he will give you an advice of the entire life that he has been through. But what you need to use is the beginning, where did he started? Because you are going to the same journey, because they are over there and you are here. So they have gone through this journey. So you will be walking through the same journey. You can take the advice of what they have done initially. So my advice is for them is, if they should have a goal, they should have a vision, a goal, what do exactly they want to do, where they want to reach. And then get the advice from the people or the companies who have made the same journey and succeeded. Second, they need to always be updated, learning more in about the market, about themselves, developing themselves, about the market and the business. They should always be updating. And third, they should be willing to accept all the circumstances. If they get hit once, they have to get up twice, get up even 100 times. They have to get up, because it is there. I'm sure whoever been into starting business and succeeded today have seen this journey in different way. Mine is different, his is different, and others is different. But it's there. It's not always all the you get the always you don't get the sugar always. It's sometimes it's not there, but you have to find it going on. So keep going. As we say, think big, aim big, keep going, and do not look at the circumstances as a puller back to the stage. Get out of your comfort zone. Do all what it takes to make you reach to the goal.
All successful people, of course, they also have their failures, their measure of somewhere, some of their strategy must have failed. You also had, maybe you must have, but now you learn from those failures. Can you name some of them so that for others to follow that?
See, the biggest crisis we faced was when we, in 98, when we started, the first day of in the office was fine because the market was at the peak. But that week, the entire Middle East market collapsed. The oil crisis in 98, from $60 to $6
so-called oil
was the
shock.
fall.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it was a total collapse. We never expected such a collapse at that time. But we took it in a positive way because that was a time many companies tried to find out new subcontractors because otherwise they were comfortable with the existing subcontractors. So we tried to penetrate. We could penetrate many clients which we never thought of penetrating. But unfortunate thing was that many of our people and our team members were inexperienced. We started with, to reduce the operating cost, we used the fresh people from the market. So what happened was, we were after the job. We did not follow we had a policy, everything in the company, in a professional policies were there, but we did not, they did not follow the basic procedure. For example, when you are doing a job, because fortunately we could penetrate major clients initially. So when you are after major clients, they have a procedure to release the money. You need to have a proper quotation, a proper purchase order. You need to have a work done certificate. We need to attach all these things with the invoice. Then only it will be cleared. That is the procedure for any major clients. And unfortunately, these fresh people, they fail to follow these things at many places. But I was also, after getting the job, I was in the marketing. I failed to make sure that these people, they fulfill all these procedures. End of the day, you won't believe, the first year we faced a loss of, just because of this, this was an inefficiency basically. Yeah. Around 400,000 dirhams we lost in the first year. Today's, if we work out, it is almost like $40 million range. Because that was the value of that 400,000 at our initial time. It gave a lot of struggle for us just because of not following the procedure. So this is the message I want to give to the youngsters who are jumping into the business, because I was also quite young at that period. So many people, they jumped into the business without much experience, much background. The team will be, the average age of the team will be much less at that period. So they had to take care of three things. First of all, the company should be, from the beginning itself, it should be in a structured format. You should have a policy, in-house policy, and you should follow the entire market procedure. There will be a major procedure, because when you are associated with a small company, not an issue. Even a verbal confirmation is fine. But that will not work out with when you are playing with the major players. So this is what normally missed by most of the SME players.
So sometimes you'll have to learn from some failures. Sometimes maybe some product, if after you launch a product or a process, you find that the market is not actually lapping it up, then it must be a very hard decision for them to abandon some of the businesses, exit some of the businesses, so that no future losses can be contained or even limited. That will be business intelligence.
Yeah. That has happened because we stepped into the 3D technology in between. We launched the first 3D mobiles, 3D TVs without wearing glass. That was a new concept we launched. We planned for a big launch. 800 crore investment plan was done, everything. All the groundwork was done. Structuring process were done. Then all of a sudden, we realized that technology is changing. If we put money, the entire thing will be waste. So we decided, all of a sudden, as a sudden decision we took, no need to go ahead with that thing.
That
if we go ahead,
decision must have saved a lot.
Yeah, we lost some money, but
further loss.
Yeah, that decision saved us on a long-term basis.
Okay. So in your life also you had that experiences?
Oh, so many times. Yes, we did. We started as you mentioned, we have put a lot of money in the technology of the AR and AI, augmented reality, virtual reality, IoT. Lots of investment happened locally and internationally, but yet no result came out of these technologies. Different reasons were there. There is no excuses in the market, but these technology are definitely coming. So now what we benefited out of it, we have learned. Now we can call ourselves as expertise. We know each and everything in the technology itself and how you need to apply it, implement it, develop it, and give it to the customer. So this is one thing. Second is it happened on 2 times. It's not one time. It's like on 2 different technologies as well. Because of as a part of that, these technologies are coming and developing at the same time. Imagine, it's something that you have, it's a future technology and it's developing at the same time. Then here you need to speed up. You have to be ahead of the technology to predict what is coming and to penetrate in the market and keep developing from that point. If you go front of the wave will push you out. If you go behind the wave, you will be late, but you have to be in the middle of the wave because it will carry you with the flow. So failures were there, was a part of the success. So I'm sure that everyone has, because in my experience, I have never came to a person, an entrepreneur, and I haven't heard that there was a failure. I feel it is like it's one of the ingredients. I'm not saying that you have to fail. It's not a failure. It's not a failing. It is a lesson. It is a way that it happens in between. And it is different between one person to another person, one company to other company. So it depends. Even the amount. Some people lose less amount. Some people lose huge amount. But the result is different because when they lost less amount, that was based on their less effort and less vision. But when the other company lost a bigger amount because they had putting a bigger effort, bigger dream, bigger. So when the results comes, that the one with the bigger vision and loss, they will get a bigger results. And all of them, they will get to the point of succeeding in the business, but different level of that one. So I always say the life will give you back exactly of the same proportion of your product and services. Whatever that you're giving on the same proportion, that will give you back the same. No one will take more than, if you do less, you don't expect that you will get like him because he's doing more. I'm not talking about hard work, doing it hard, I'm doing it in a different way, in a smart way. So,
is it important to seek professional advice, professional consultancies like that now? Not necessarily that you should go to a KPMG or PwC or EY or something like that, no? But is it advisable to go to a consultancy for your business expansion?
See, if you have a big project, fundraising requirement is there, it is better to go...
Not necessarily for fundraising, even for diversification of a business strategy plan.
See, whether you go for the consultant or not, your basic idea depends on whether the basic idea is good or bad. If the basic idea is good, if you are going for the major players like KPMG or Deloitte, the advantage is it is very easy to raise the fund. If you are going for the small players, it will be quite difficult because that is the way.
But that is mainly for big boys like you. But no, what about the small companies, SMEs?
No, small companies, they don't need to go after these big players. They can go for the best thing is go for there are so many small investors around. Go after them and finish it. Otherwise, the consultancy fee itself is a huge. They cannot afford it.
I can add to this one, to what you are asked. If they want a consultancy, they have to go to the person who have done the same thing, rather than to go and spend on the consultancy, because these companies, they have only done studies. They know how to do the studies. They will tell you everything. They will put all the points, fancy, lots of data information, which is okay. I'm not saying it's bad. But if I go to him because he have done the TV, the 3D TV, and I want to learn about the 3D, he's the best person who will give me the advice. Do this, don't do this, because he has been there into this.
So you learn from the successful people.
Exactly.
What about you? Have you actually ever thought of even diversification kind of things, no? Seeking professional support, help, kind of a partnership?
Okay, very good. Sohan said the right thing. When we are going for listing or something, the professional advice that Deloitte or everything, KPMG, they can help. And Adnan is right about take the experience. So one time I got an opportunity to a company go for a $2 million loss due to two reasons. Main reason, dollar fluctuation. Like India or Africa, we can
That
see.
was not foreseen anyway.
So that what to do, we cannot increase the price every time. Then I go to Philippines and Nepal. One center, one small place, they are doing 50 lakh sales in Nepal also. I stayed almost 1 week to understand what he said, another point. So then understood the whole thing and came back and we tried. There was two aspects. One prime product failed, as you said before, the product failed. When it was small product, when people consume, they don't get, just yet to get they don't get the further supply. So we upgraded 10 times the volume of the product. And that made 30 crores. And our operational cost is less. We didn't increase the price, maintain and made profit. And the parent company is a listed company, they said shut down. 60 plus staff, all, the panic, emotional. But gracefully, with God grace, we
that was a timely action which saved the company, no?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
So both way.
A stitch in time, maybe that was.
Yeah. But the scope is that next level, Sohanji said, the listing or that next level, five-fold business possibilities there with the consultants. So they will upgrade, Sohan Jatan got 18 companies, 20 companies. So his market value, his company value is so huge, the private equity.
So see, investors will have more confidence if this kind of big players structure the company. But for SME, actually, this is not required at all.
But they should, how far partnership and collaboration help them grow?
See, partners, it is always, if your partner is not good, you will be in trouble whether in whichever way you do the business. So you have to be very, very careful when you are going for a partnership business. You spend some time to understand your partner first. Because blindly, never go after a partner blindly.
Okay. But that is clear documentation and all other things. No other provisions are into that one now. But even sometimes
I think
technology partner mainly. Some of these companies grown with the proven technology. It is good to hold hands with them so that both of them can grow together. It's not for mainly for financing or even kind of investments, but for technology partnership will be good for them.
Can I add one point? Because Sanjatan said one, it is very right. We can partner their psychology, their feeling, how to decision making it will be. But still, I was thinking now, we have people here in this country 20, 30, 40 years, multinationality. Maybe we make a cooperative model, 100 people. In UAE, one license can add 100 people, no? 100 people from Emira. Plus, we can mix with 100 people. So 100 people, experience will come from different sector. And it will be a beautiful model we think in a long term. And decision making, we arrange some particular people. Okay, this is the decision making body. Please let them take care of the senior people. Other people, okay, just follow to develop the market or improve the turnover.
Okay. Sometimes it is, many companies find it difficult to manage their own growth. It may grow beyond their expectations. Sometimes they may not be able to. There, they may need partners.
See, we always say one hand doesn't clap. You cannot clap with one hand. Yeah, of course, you need the people around you. Get the right people around you, as the gentleman mentioned here. People that you feel they are with the same vision, with the same strategies. Yeah, with the same vision and the same strategies. Right. So you will need these people around you. to get the max out of the business itself. Then if you want to get more partnerships with people after you feel a move and success and initial success in the company, I would advise the SMEs to go IPO, which is not happening here in this region. It is not likely here as like the American market or US or in Europe. But that's also will help, because going IPO, you get more people, intelligent people, you get also investors. So you make it easy for the business and for yourself. So I think...
Even more successful companies have not gone for IPOs, like Walmart in India, in the US. Still, it is a family-owned company. They are not even...
That is an old model, which is fine, because they are almost 200 years in the market. Almost.
Yeah.
So.
Shadhanan, I would like to, get a feeling from you. See, now Khalifa Foundation, all the Emirates, they have foundation. Yeah. So why don't we try a model with lots of nationalities here with multiple experiences? So why don't we make a forum to take that fund and support the Emirati, young people, girls and boys? And so on, you got this much of shipping. He's the best boat builder, ship builder. So that now this area all now they surrounded with the water, and the cruise restaurant started recently like this now, a multiple objective business model.
That is very good thought and idea. Could be, because we have initially last year, I think with Mr. Sajid, we have brought the Emiratis. Myself, I brought all the Emiratis around me who are entrepreneurs, are having SMEs, and they would like to have a business bring products from India, or make a business with a technology company, whatever is the business is. So maybe this is also can be added to it, as to make like a pool of entrepreneurs to help the Emiratis, and also to benefit the Indian market and to benefit the UAE market, which is always open. And
because now when we see here no power cut, when we see all the supermarket, they'll send torchlight and emergency lamp. Where is the customer? India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Philippines, Egypt, everywhere now. So those market also big. The production unit, dates is from this country, camel is from camel meat, dried meat like this. No, small things, and we can globally export also domestically, also help more people.
Let's welcome Mr. Jamaat now. Thank you for coming over. This session we are just talking about on how small companies can grow to multinational stature, like from SME to MNCs, the essentials. Because in the morning sessions now we are talking about the importance of the SME sector, then the potential to grow, then what are the funding, because they always say that there's a funding gap. And this session we are talking about now, this is actually a kind of a support or even a service to other small companies who are thinking of growing bigger. What do you think that now, is it important for them to actually think big?
Definitely, as far as Dubai is concerned, if anybody is not thinking about big, if they go somewhere, go anywhere in the world, they can't think big, because the infrastructure what UAE built, and the business developments and the future program what they have forecasting, it's like compared to any other country, Dubai is developing like anything. So people can't have the opportunity to think big. They can do anything, whatever, according to their mindset and strategy. Here in the UAE, government has developed the infrastructure, and everything is, very well compared to any other country. And they compared to last 2 years, whatever they have made it is all good for the, UAE people. Especially, if they want to start a company, like before it will take, last 2 years back, it was taking too much time to open a company here, like municipality approvals, and so many approvals it's required. But in this time, they have cut everything, and now in 1 day or 2 days time, you can open a company here. So like I'm just comparing Dubai and Abu Dhabi right now. So Dubai, you could start the company in 1 day. So I'm telling you my point of view. So according to the DED rules in Dubai, you can start a company in one day, but Abu Dhabi, it's taking time. So you need to calculate this thing, why it is taking time here in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and why it is easy to get it in Dubai. So just, whatever the possible to reduce the time, you need to think about it, and, whatever the chances to reduce the time of starting the company. So just make easier to, what I'm trying to say is Abu Dhabi government need to take an initiative to give the opportunity to make it easier. This is what my, obsession.
But every government is giving, authorities are giving essentials, whatever they want to do with the SMEs for the growth prospects. Now, everything is given. The support is there, bank facilities are the only thing that you should be equipped with your product or projects or whatever it is, even the projections. But other than that, what you say that what a small-time investor or even an entrepreneur or a startup company should be looking at to become bigger?
Yeah, you can take an example of mine actually. I had come here by 2007, and I have started my own company by 2016 actually. Then after that, I was thinking to, there is a big opportunity for the business consultancy. So I was thinking on that time, why don't we start a company and give people to give the opportunity to make the company. The people are really unaware about the what is the rule and how we can start the company and what is the what is the rules and regulations here. So I thought to give the consultancy to the people by starting a company. So this is the way you can approach the people. Even if you want to think there is an opportunity in UAE, definitely you can go for it.
That was the point we discussed some time back, a few minutes ago before you came.
Okay.
I said that now companies can grow with the support of professionals, consultancies, and others. Not necessarily you should be an EY or even KPMG or even Deloitte or Touche or whatever it is, but small-time consultancies, those who have hands-on experience in their own industry, they come to the industry to advise others. So the industry, your advice is that they should actually seek the advice of professionals to grow.
Exactly.
So you agree with that one? That's what we said. That's good. Yeah.
Talking about the difficulty in Abu Dhabi, but around 1.5, 2 years back, I came to Kisa to see what is happening. So the Spinnies came back here for the entire region supply, the storage and supply. I met the manager. He offered 3 months free. Okay, 3 months free. India we cannot get. We just signed the day one the rent starts. So 3 months is the leverage, 450,000 rent. So and huge place, including office ready, everything. Then chairman, I was going out, the chairman, CEO came, very young person from here, he was not known. Then he said, please come sit. And he said, we can give more. So that is a big leverage to a sustainable, initial 1 year is a struggling period for any business now. So when we talk about think big, the facility in Abu Dhabi is 80% of the land belongs to Abu Dhabi in the country. So when we see the Iraq to Jebel, what is happened? Too much development. Now the Ruwais to Abu Dhabi is 230 kilometers. And the Etihad rail will make a huge gateway entire Europe. So these many things, commodity, transshipment, that is a profit. As Fernando said, when we import from flight, we were exporting to Saudi and by TNT, then land by bus. So that is additional profit. It will come.
That means the companies, even SMEs, should be grabbing these opportunities, taking advantage of this infrastructure, even other facilities provided by the government for their growth. So they have to grab it. For example, they should be planning the logistics companies, those who have been having. For example, one should not start truck services today, because tomorrow if one Etihad rail comes into operations, they will all be redundant.
What will happen? Instead of shipping, they should make like an India train booking, no? How many agents they get benefit?
No, fleet service, I say that.
Sorry?
fleet, suppose
Fleet,
you started fleet operations,
they
so
will,
they
you
should
know,
look at the future opportunities and
they can add railway service also.
yeah.
That will be biggest opportunity for them. So the customer increase, no? When, you know, we suppose somebody exporting by flight, then ship, maybe 100 people. It will be 1,000 customer with a small package or billing. It will multiply the business. There is a tremendous opportunity coming in this country towards Abu Dhabi to, Etihad will go to up to Turkey, no? Entire Europe. Then tourist passengers coming. Now the government announced entry visa. How many people can come to UAE? When you know, the most secure country in the world. I recently met different nationalities. When we asked, how are you feeling from where you came, then they said, we are very happy with the security.
Okay. Mr. Jamal, now that you have advised many companies on that one, what is your experience of actually, why did some of the companies fail or they have not grown to the stature it should have?
See, that is, I could say it is lack of the knowledge. And, there are 5 criteria you need to look, when you go starting a company here. The thing is area. First one is, if you want to start a restaurant or if you want to start at least cafeteria, you need to have a clear picture about the, location. So first one is location. And if you, I don't know anything, very few things about Abu Dhabi, but I could say in Dubai. If you want to start a restaurant in Karama, yes, definitely in 1 or 2 years' time, it will be successful. But rather than starting a restaurant in, instead of Karama, if you are starting at some other area, it will take more time to success. So first one is location. And you need to, and the second thing is the policies of the government. Recently, government has reduced so many things from the government prices and even visa cost and other things. So you should have a correct knowledge about the rules and regulations of the government. So that is the second thing. And third thing is, that supervision, their visionary. What is, we want to have a clear calculation what we are now and after 1 year where we are going to. So vision and mission is the third part, And fourth is, we could say that we have a clear picture about what is our customer and what is their strategy and where we are going to place. Placing of our business is the fourth strategy. That has to be, very clear. So if you have all these things, then definitely we can make a successful hour. And I could say one more thing, in Dubai or even UAE, everything is easy. Everything is in your fingertips. It is easy to, obtain and easy to close it. But rather than starting a company in India, you need to start a company. This is the right time to open a company, or this is the right time to setting up a business in Dubai, because rent compared to any other year, rent is drastically dropped. So this is the sign of starting a company. And maybe if you start a company and make a successful, it will take 10 to 15 years time, any other the globe, in India or even in Europe. Europe is already a saturated market, so there is no scope of doing anything. So Dubai, it will take, if you are doing very proper way and if you are ready to hard work, definitely within 2 or 3 years, you can make your business successful. That is what I could say.
So, so in short, think big is not a bad word. Think big. So they should actually, that should be the driving force. They should have that, they should set their sights, or what's called the sky should be the limit. Yeah. So then, what is your experience? How have you seen any of the local companies which have become very, very large and gone beyond the borders? Many companies are there.
I would talk about the companies who started the time I have started, 2010, 2011. Actually, few of them went internationally, and they got succeeded in a medium level way, which is also good for them. And most of them, I would not say they failed, but they have surrendered. They went back. to the same places, which is this is their own mistakes. It is not the business mistake, because we all started together. I know some of my friends who started, who have who has big company now, and they are all over the UAE and in Saudi Arabia and also in Egypt and different countries. Now they are going to Europe. So this is huge. This is big. Others are still, they went from one point to other point. They're making some profit, but they are happy here. They're not trying to go out now. Now they are in another comfort zone. They went out from one comfort zone to other comfort zone. Now they need to break this one. They took 4 or 5 years to get success, and now another 4 years they're in the same place. Well, others no. They kept going from one comfort zone to other one, because these are the steps. The people who are surrounded and they went back because they lost a little money or something, they still thinking to what to do, but they still have this fear they experience. They have to break this fear. We still meet, we still discuss, but and they can see our progress, but they're still not convinced, because that is a nature of the person himself. Thinking is free. Do you know that there is a statistic says that 95 to 97% of the people, they don't think. When they say they don't think, they don't mean that everyone is thinking all the day, but how do you think? If you think success, then you get success. If you think fear, then you will have feeling.
That thought should also be translated to action. One success story is sitting next
Exactly,
to you.
action will come, because if you think good, then your mind will tell you do this, do that, and then you will start walking, okay, I'll do this and do that. But if your mind telling you, oh no, don't do it, you will lose, and then you will sit. That's a comfort zone. So yes, action will come.
First of all, you should know the fear of failure should not be there. Very, very optimistic should be there. So that is, he is the embodiment of that actually, success. Because whatever he touched was success because of the vision and followed by action. Isn't it?
No, actually, I won't say that all the 100% success is there. But there are failures in between, but we stopped it at the right time before it became a big disaster.
So that's a great lesson.
Stop loss is the
stop loss in the stock market.
We need to stop. When we see
exit at
the
right
sign
time.
of going down, we need to make it stop. That is another strategy. As said, is correct.
Thank you very much. I think we touched upon these points, and let's see more success stories emerging from the UAE.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
I request you to have a group photo here. Group photo. Group photo. We'll take a tea break for 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to invite Mr. Sujit Kumar on stage to do a presentation on SME economy. Sujit, sir. Yeah.
Very good evening to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. IBMC's much awaited project, SME economy. So we have already introduced all other 6 Emirates. So today we are introducing SME economy to Abu Dhabi business class. After this February onwards, this product will be available in the market. So SME economy, we know that the importance of a SME economy to UAE and GCC countries, and SME will be the backbone for providing the future business and investments to the economy. www.smeeconomy-uae.com, that is for company registrations, it's a complimentary, and you can download application that is SME economy. We know about SME, small medium enterprises. SME, what is SME economy? SME economy is the new era is coming in across GCC, and we are starting from UAE. SME economy including government departments, chamber of commerces, free zone authorities, payment gateway providers, general public, multinational companies, large corporate, bank, insurance company, factoring company, financial institutions, and SMEs. SME economy is empowering SME companies with a redefined e-commerce, SME trading and manufacturing empowerment, SME business empowerment, redefined customer benefits, redefined insurance protection for the transactions, then redefined factoring facility for the company. We have already completed 7 Emirates about SME economy, the big picture of growth of opportunities, then SME economy, how to achieve full potential, then SME economy, new funding and financial tools, then think big for growth. So 7 Emirates we have already done our presentations. This was our 3 years project, what IBMC were doing across UAE at all Emirates. And we were doing the ground level of workings and meeting companies and understanding the requirements and the new possibilities. The new business people are coming up. They will not have any track record. And the existing people in oil and gas sector for the past 25, 30 years, they will not have any sufficient track record to step into that non-oil sector activities. However, how IBMC can able to empower SMEs? So we are taking all the experiences of the US and Europe, where in 2007, 2008, what they were trying to do that the crowdfunding level and SME empowerment. So in 2007, 2008, when the financial downturn happened, the contribution from the employees to the, if we say the fund houses, and switching to the business and giving business profit back to the investors. However, considering the legal structure across GCC, we cannot able to adapt that, the trust system, what they were following in US and Europe. The redefined e-commerce system with the Sharia compliant way, IBMC structured within 1 year time. So this 3rd year, we were fully giving the information about SME economy. So SME economy is a pre-stock exchange activities with the objectives to contribute the SME stock exchange concept to this economy. This is what IBMC was doing for the past 3 years. We have divided UAE into 3 categories per trade-wise. The first category, we are providing the 10,000 dirhams single trade to 500,000 dirhams single trade. Second category is coming as a value of 500,000 dirhams to 5 million. Third category is coming 5 million to 100 million. So this is the UAE economy, what we have divided into 3 per transaction wise. So this will be very much easiest way for considering the credibility of the transaction, not with the credibility of the track record of the company. The company may be new or existing company diverting to the new business. So how we can able to rate it? So we know that the banking concept for taking the track record of the years and the sector-wise, the audit reports are important for getting the finance. Here what we are trying to do that the credibility of the trade and the person or the company, that is what we are evaluating. And with the full trusted way we are doing. So our partner is Dubai Trade. Dubai Trade, the payment gateway portal, they are activated in our app and our web portal. So easily people can able to enter into the financial activity with the 6 banks and Visa, Master and eDirham cards. SME economy, we are empowering one side the companies. Company classified into the per trade wise 10,000 dirhams to 100 million. On the other side, the new job creations are happening in the country. Whenever new job creations are happening, they are also starting the savings habit. So whenever savings habit is coming up, and where is the tools for investing into their short term and long term? At the current scenario, all people are interested, the employees are interested, or small business people are interested for investing into a short-term basis, not long-term. So uncertainty is there on the other side in the market. So considering all these things, what we have designed, 2 months to 12 months investment horizon, what we have created in SME economy. So customers can able to start the contributing. This is Sharia compliant, and this is where the transaction is involved into that. Customer can contribute through Dubai Trade Portal, and it is going for the special purpose account in the bank, respective Emirates accounts. So that will be, considering that amount per transaction wise, not all companies' activity. Per transaction is happening, one order, the invoice is getting or the purchase order is getting. Based on that, this full activities are coming in. What is happening whenever investors are participating into this trade, the companies, whatever they are earning, their profit, they are sharing their profit back to the customers. So this is e-commerce platform, fully protected way it is happening. So there is no need of any worriness from the customer side for paying even the 1,000 dirhams to millions. So 1,000 dirhams, whenever they are transferring, they can use SME economy software, and this transfer is happening through Dubai Trade within these 6 banks or the Visa, Master, e-Dirham cards. Here, one example, what I want to bring to your attention that we were telling about the 10,000 to 100 million. I want to take only a small example of 50,000 dirhams per trade. This is a case study what we have taken in first category. Second category also we have taken the case study, that is the villa project of Sheikh Said Villa projects, of how to support the contractors. Third level, what we have taken, that is import-export. So that is methanol, that transportation through via Dubai, import and re-export, how this project can able to support. So these 3 project studies already available, and I want to tell this small example of 50,000 dirhams per transaction. What is going to happen here? A general trading company, so he is dealing with the hotels, and he is getting the order for fruit jams. So his per transaction is valuing 50,000 dirhams. So at present, what are the challenges this person is taking, or the business entity? 3 challenges. One is how to get the business. So how to get the business in the sense, as we discussed, 2019, we were facing that the liquidity challenges and all. However, this 2020, we are heading for 2020. So what are our challenges? Challenges are there, but how to identify the right opportunities? So 2020 will be the year of our opportunities. So how to really identify the opportunity? This is where the people will take the challenge on that. So during these challenges, facing by the general trading company, here we are mitigating 2 risks or challenges from the general trading company. 3 challenges. One is identifying business. That is absolutely, if they are maintaining their professional, credible business in this country, then only they will get business. Second is funding. Funding is available because these customers, investors are ready for investing on right investment. Third is receivable. Receivable financing is available, or trade credit finance is available. So we are also having the tie for that. So considering these 3 challenges, we are trying to absorb through our tool this receivable and funding challenges. So whenever the company is obtaining the business, that means here for the intermediate general trading company taking the business of the fruit jam worth 50,000 dirhams. So what is happening in this SME economy? Whenever this one company is listing with www.smeeconomy-uae.com, that is complimentary. We are taking all studies from their trading, and we are helping them. We are empowering the company. So how we are empowering the company? So this 50,000, so even this 50,000 is, the company is new from different countries and starting this, or existing company is doing this. Both are same for this economy, SME economy project. If new company is coming up, they will not have any track record. How to do that? People are asking that 3 years audit report and all the credibility report, but they will not have all these kind of things. An existing company is having 25 years, 30 years of experience, but this is the new area is coming up. They don't have any experience for the past years. So how they can able to head, because Expo 2020 on all coming 25 million people are coming, market is going to create, trade will happen. So how to do that? So here we are supporting the companies, this 50,000, how it's going to happen, 50,000 dirhams, if this company is getting that, the order, purchase order from the hotel, we are segregating this 50 into 50 units, 50,000 into 50 units. So 50 units, 1,000 dirhams each. So 1,000, here what is happening, the redefined crowdfunding going to happen. So the small employees, they are having the savings or small amounts, they can able to invest for a short term. So here what is happening, the challenges this SME company is facing, that the supplier is asking upfront 50,000 dirhams, then only they will give the product. And giving this product to the client. Client is asking 1 month credit and it is prolonging. So he is stuck into that business. So if it is new player, he cannot able to run continuously that. If existing, they cannot able to suffer that kind of the lag in the trading. So here what is happening? We are empowering the SME company, even though new or existing. Don't worry, you are the backbone of the economy in future. So what you need to do that, if your client is asking 1 month credit, you ask 2 months credit from your supplier. So supplier is asking upfront money. And how to give that upfront money, how to convince that supplier, because I may be new or the new to this business. So what we are trying to do that, this 50,000 dirhams we are collecting through 50 customers. So 50 customers, they are transferring the fund through Dubai Trade, and it is going to a special purpose account of the bank. This special purpose account, this is a segregated account only for this trade purpose. So what is happening in this region, even though in the, if you say the real estate also, the segregated account is making for, or the escrow account is concept is making for a company wise. Here what is going to happen? A trade wise, trade protected wise. So how this trade is fully protected. This is the speciality and innovative concepts is adopted in this project. 50,000, this 1,000 dirhams, whenever one person is transferring, he will have this hard-earned money. He cannot able to simply transfer. He might be having thousands of questions. I don't want to invest this 1,000 to this company and this and that, a lot of things. So we are also empowering, giving that educate awareness to the customer. Don't worry how you are going to do that. Whenever you are transferring this fund, you are not transferring directly or paying directly to the company. You are transferring through the Dubai Trade Payment Portal. So Dubai Trade Payment Portal is having that a clear track record of transfer of these 1,000 dirhams. Transferring to a special purpose account, special designed account that is only protecting for this transaction. So this fund is going 50,000, 50 people are transferring, and it will be lying in the bank account, special purpose account. So 50,000 is there. So what we are trying to do that, so here in the company, so they are asking 2 months credit to the supplier. Supplier is not ready to give because I don't want to give. So then bank is intervening into that, and or the IBMC also coming into that and giving that this account you will get the LC, letter of credit, for 2 months. So you don't worry about your fund. Second month, 31st, you will get that money. So whenever they are getting that LC, they are happy. Supplier is giving that product to the general trading company. Then second, the challenge, after giving this money to the client, what is happening? As usual, client doesn't want to pay on time or some issues are coming up. So to mitigate that risk, well before that, the profit is sharing from this company to the customers. So how it is going to happen that whatever the profit they are getting, they are ready to share with the the customers. So customers are happy. So if they are getting 1% monthly basis, the 12% return yearly basis. So even 1% is sharing, even they are getting 15, 20%, 1% is they are ready to share with the customer. They are happy. 12% return. If they are investing through the bank also, maximum they are getting 5% or 6% maximum, where they can earn 12%. So in this case, what is happening? They are ready to pass back this 1% or 2% to the customer. So customer, what they are trying to do that, they are buying this product and same time buyback is also happening. So here, if they are getting, even though the 10% return or out of that 30% return, the profit, what the company is making through this deal, 10% return, so they are getting by the way of discount. So here what is happening, the customer is transferring the instead of 1,000 dirhams, here they are providing 10% return. 10% return, how they are providing, one unit is costing 1,000 dirhams. So this company is giving this one unit to the customer at the rate of 900. So this customer should transfer 900 dirhams to the bank account. That is happening, the special purpose account. Then immediately the company, the SME economic company will buy back at the rate of 1,000 dirhams. So immediately that transaction is happening. This customer paid 900 dirhams and bought one product and sold the same product, same time to the company at 1,000 dirhams in future settlement date. That means after 2 months. So here this transaction is saying that you will get 1,000 dirhams. You have invested 900 dirhams. You will get back 1,000 dirhams second month, 31st. So this fund will be there. The beauty of this system, the bank will hold that 50,000 or whatever is 40,000 is coming, that will be there. Okay, that is not being utilized. That is being utilized only for issuing LC. Fund will be there. Then what is happening after that? Sorry. Yeah. Bank is issuing that letter of credit, 60 days, 2 months to the jam distribution company. Company is happy for giving the product to that SME company. Company is giving to the hotel. So this transaction is happening in full way. This is the entire picture. Yes. So you can see that after fund transfer, LC is giving to the distribution company. Distribution company is giving the product to the SME economy company. They are giving to their client, the hotel. If payment is happening 30 days, that is going directly to the special purpose account. In the special purpose account, already there that 50,000 dirhams. And this fund is also coming after 1 month. But settlement is happening second month, 31st only. So second, well before that, they can close the transaction, give that their return, and they can start another transaction. If they are not paying, so this is the big question. If they are not paying on time, hotel is not paying money on time, the factoring and insurance, the trade credit insurance is also protecting this entire transaction. This fund will be credited on time to the special purpose account and that will be settled. So why factoring is coming up? That is receivable finance. So maybe this SME economy company is saying that hotel is a very good client of us and we need to give 1 more month credit. Then this factoring company will come and they will say that don't worry, we will pay money to the bank, but we will give you the 1 month credit, but you have to pay additional interest. So such a way, this factoring company will absorb that, the debit, and they will pay to the SME company. So this is that, the case-to-case basis. We have done nearly 25 case studies. So case by cases, we are happy to discuss and give the solutions, how to go ahead professionally the business from 2020. The new era is starting for business and investments. If any questions, you can ask. or we are happy to discuss one-to-one and giving full solution how to do that, this professional system. This is innovative concept IBMC team brought in for GCC, and first we have successfully completed the introduction across UAE at 7 Emirates. With all your support, thank you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
May I request our CEO, Mr. Sajid Kumar, to come on stage to give away the participation certificates to our esteemed panel speakers. May I invite Mr. Adnan Mohammed bin Abdullah on stage, please? I think he's not here. Mr. Dinesh Kaval Ramani. Mr. Frando Sarminto. Mr. Bhaskar Raj. Mr. Rajgopalan Ramesh. Mr. Mohammad Bashir. Mr. Nikhil Sasidharan. Isha Gedia Parani. Okay. Achha, he's here. Miss Aswati. Mr. Mohammad Shafiq. Nice.
Let's give a big applause to Isha.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are just waiting for His Excellency's arrival, and meantime, we'll be having a briefing of IBMC's UAE-India Business Fest 2019. The summary of the event which we have conducted this year. May I request Mr. Bhaskar Raj, Senior Journalist of UAE. He was our active panel member as well as moderator throughout the event in 2019, 18, and even 17. And Mr. Bhaskar Raj will be giving us a brief on the summary of IBMC's UAE India Business Fest 2019. May I request Mr. Bhaskar Raj to kindly provide us a brief. Thank you.
Good evening. So we are coming to the conclusion of the third year of the rounds which we had, UAE-India Business Fest. This was an initiative started by IBMC with a missionary zeal to actually increase the trade as well as investment relations between India and the UAE, to identify the potentials of both the countries, the investors, to identify the problems and challenges faced by companies and entrepreneurs, and to address those issues by a kind of a matchmaking. The first one we had, IBMC started in 2017 with the focus on artificial intelligence. Mr. Sajid Kumar has actually envisioned it actually in such a way that we have to give focus to non-oil economy. Because here we knew that right from the UAE government itself, thinking of how UAE should actually deviate from the oil economy, because the contribution to the economy, GDP, from non-oil was increasing. They envisioned that it should be around 85% of the GDP should be contributed by the non-oil, from around 35% years ago. Remember, it was a very famous quote by the ruler here saying that we will be celebrating the day when we export the last barrel from here. Because the world over, we know that, of course, the oil price fluctuations are there, but still, we know that this fossil fuel will be coming to an end one day, and the growth should be from the non-oil sector. Essentially, finding alternative sources of fuel away from fossil fuel, then alternative energy, then trading, all those in the economy. And this is it's a contribution towards that vision that we should actually focus on non-oil economy. So artificial intelligence was the first one which IBMC focused on. Second year, technology, and third year, focusing as well as identifying the importance of the SME economy. As we know, SME economy is the backbone of most of the economies all over the world, and here in the UAE, it contributes almost 83% earlier, and around 45 to 50% of the workforce is the employment is provided by the sector. With that, the first session was started in Dubai, where at Burj Khalifa, Armani, the focus was the same thing, and we structured 3 sessions. The morning session will always be addressing and identifying the potential of the SME economy. The second session, as we hear, is the how to identify realize the potential of the real potential of SME economy, and the third one is finding the alternative funding solutions, the funding tools, and the discussions revolved around, we had a lot of experts and those who are from the industry as well as consultancies participated in that one. And last year's sessions were actually summarized in a book form, in a journal form, where we published a publication called The Business corridor. Now, for this year, after the Dubai rounds, all the Emirates were covered, and today is the concluding one, which we find that the experts could summarize the essentials of this one, the problems faced by them, and this will be actually chronicled in a magazine format, in a newsletter format, for the use of all the participants. I hope this was quite rewarding, and the industry will take note of it, and we will follow it up next year with a new theme, and which will be kind of a service for both the economies, so that the UAE and India relations is getting stronger by the years. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be launching the IBMC UAE SME Economy Platform, Abu Dhabi, today. And for launching the IBMC SME Economy Platform, may I request Mr. Sajid Kumar PK to be kindly on the stage, IBMC CEO and Managing Director. May I also request Mr. Adnan Muhammad bin Abdullah, Chairman of Ansar Group of Companies, to be kindly on the stage, join us for the launching. IBMC's SME Economy Platform, we have launched in all the, we are launching in all the 7 Emirates in UAE. Already we have completed 6 Emirates, and this is a concluding ceremony. We'll be launching it in Abu Dhabi. With that, the platform will be live, and already it is available in Google Play Store and Apple Store, and the software can be used by the public immediately. So today we are launching it in Abu Dhabi as well. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for your kind participation and patience. Like 2017, when IBMC started the UAE-India Business Fest, that was the first year we initiated this concept, and we were able to successfully conduct in all the 7 Emirates in UAE, and starting in Dubai and concluding in Abu Dhabi. The same model, we have repeated the same thing in 2018, and it is the 3rd year. Now, the 3rd year's concluding ceremony is happening today, and all the 7 Emirates we have successfully concluded. All the business seminars, and this year the specialization was that rather than the individual presentations, we are focusing more on the panel discussions, and we have a very wide range of participation in different industry segments, and top industry experts discussing on variety of topics and other things. And finally, today we are concluding. We are waiting for His Excellency's office representation to reach here. Within another 5 minutes, we'll be starting the award ceremony as well. And with that, we'll be concluding today's session. So may I request your patience for another 5 minutes because the prayer is going on. So within that, they'll be arriving in here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you very much for your kind patience. We regret to inform you that His Excellency Sheikh Khalid is not well and he couldn't come to join this session, but he has deputed Mr. Khalifa Al-Kubaisi on behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Khalid, and he will be joining us for the award ceremony. And to start the ceremony, may I request Mr. Khalifa Al-Kubaisi to be kindly on the stage, please, along with Mr. Sajid Kumar, the CEO and Managing Director of IBMC, and may I also request Mr. Adnan Muhammad bin Abdullah to be kindly on the stage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third year IBMC is recognizing the industry expertise and contributions of reputed leaders from UAE. And we'll be having the award ceremony right now. May I request you to kindly announce the award nominees and a profile, please.
We would like to present the IBMC UAE-India Business Excellency Award 2019 to Mr. Yusuf Misha, Director, Sales and Partnership, Emar Hospitality LLC, seasoned hotelier and accomplished sales, partnerships, director and business development leader, digital technology guru, award-winning director, regional expert with over 20 years experience in UAE, ambitious leadership style committed to strategic vision and attention to detail focused on the delivery of mission-driven strategies for visibility and growth, innovative and advanced visionary to ask what's next, innovative and advanced visionary to ask what's next, proven success in forging strategic alliances, targeted stakeholder outreach and effective relationship building. Thank you, congratulations, sir. We would like to present the award of IBMC UAE-India Business Excellency Award 2019 to Mr. Sohan Roy, Founder, Chairman and CEO, Aries Group of Companies UAE, accomplished performance-driven professional and a proven leader credited with pioneering innovations in film, media, maritime and medical industries, India's first Hollywood director with mainstream Oscar entries, media specialist who owns 3 global TV channels, promoting Indo-Asian film collaborations to a global level, inventor of world's first solar AC bed, a versatile creative entrepreneur, writer, poet, and director who proved himself worthy in his areas of expertise, listed amongst top 50 business leaders in the Arab world by Forbes 2015-2019. Thank you, congratulations, sir. We would like to present the award of IBMC UAE India Business Excellency 2019 to Mr. PL Sunil Kumar, Management Expert and Strategist, Director, Dyson Trading UAE and India, Management Expert and Strategist with over 30 years of expertise in business development, personal training, strategic planning, corporate strategy formulation, product innovation, sales and marketing, direct marketing, FMCG, agri and food business management, B2B, proven the capability of spreadheading and managing MNC operations spread through a vast geographic region, carried out job profile in a consistent manner and continuously worked towards the company's objectives. Congratulations, sir. We would like to present the IBMC UAE India Business Excellency Award 2019 to Mr. Jamad Usman, Emirates First Business Services. He is a man with a vision. With his excellent marketing skills and admirable operations, he became an indispensable part of the business community and established good relations with the Dubai Ministry officials. He is one of the first business personalities in the Emirates to endorse Dubai paperless strategy launched by Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai and the chairman of the Executive Council of Dubai. He launched the first of its kind online business app, eFirst, bringing all aspects of Dubai visa services and business setup services at one's fingertips. He is also the president of Youth Wing at the UAE PRO Association. Congratulations, sir. We would like to present the IBMC UAE India Business Excellency Award 2019 to Dr. George V. Anthony. He is the Director and Dean of FISAT Business School, Kochi. He is the recipient of the Asia Pacific Educationist of the Year Award for the contribution in education by ASSOCHAM, Innovative Academic Leader Award by News India Channel, Indo-Nepal Harmony Award for Excellent Vision and Strategic Direction, Dean of the Year Award from Integrated Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Rashtriya Shiksha Gaurav Puraskar at the National Research and Innovation Summit, India, 24 years of professional exposure in the industry, academics, research, and consulting. His forays into training and teaching has made him a much sought-after consultant and trainer in India and abroad. Congratulations, sir. We would like to present the IBMC UAE India Business Excellency Award to Mr. Engineer Kanakutti, Managing Director, Eagle Group, MD with Eagle Building Contracting LLC. He has vast experience in the field of construction and pleasing mentality to approach the construction. He has proved his ability to manage projects up to 100 millions and workers around 2,500. He has completed more than 5 projects in various locations in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and more than 6 projects in short term of 2 years in Ras Al Khaimah. Congratulations. Last but not the least, may I request our CEO, Mr. Sajid Kumar, to give a participation certificate to Mr. Adnan Mohammed.
Now, may I request our his award winners to kindly be on the stage for a group photo, please? May I request Mr. Yusuf Misa, Business Excellency Yusuf Misa, kindly be on the stage. Business Excellency Mr. Sohan Roy, Founder Chairman and CEO, Aries Group of Company. Business Excellency Mr. P.L. Sulan Kumar, the Management Expert and Strategist. With the award memento, please. Business Excellency Mr. Jamaat, CEO, Emirates First Business Services. Business Excellency Engineer Kannan Kutti, Managing Director Eagle Group, and Business Excellency Professor George V. Anthony. Kindly be on the stage for a group photo.
I would like to invite Mr. Anu for a vote of thanks. Mr. Anu.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this note, we officially conclude the 2019 IBMC UAE-India Business Fest, and I would like to thank all our esteemed guests and we are gearing up for the 2020 program. So this year it will be a much bigger event connected with the Expo 2020. And we take this opportunity to thank each of our business associate, IBMC's business associate, our proud business sponsors, and all our reputed customers, and all the media associates, and each and every Chamber of Commerce representations who supported us in making this event a great success, and the Federation of UAE Chamber of Commerce for supporting IBMC to conduct 2019 even in a great scale. So once and for all, we take this opportunity to thank each one of them, and thank you very much. And we welcome all of you for the IBMC UAE India Business 2020, and thank you very much. We will be announcing the UAE-India 2020 program as well. May I request all our guests to kindly come on the stage. We will jointly announce the 2020 program with all your presence. Please join us for a group photo. Please come on the stage, please. Everybody please come for the 2020 program official announcement. We will all take a joint photograph. So please join. Please come. We officially concluded the 2090 program, and this is the official announcement for the 2020 IBMC UAE India Business Fest. So please join. Adil? Thank you all. Thank you very much. And we welcome all of you for the IBMC UAE India 2020 programs, and we'll be updating you the schedules and the events. And thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. I'll wait for the update. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.